Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah, and we are joined with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, of Shabaka's Black Experience and Hiatus, of which I am the co-host and executive producer of. And this is season 4, episode 21, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several things. Oh, I know what it is. Damn it. I know exactly what it is now. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on the wrong damn screen. I'm supposed to be on Lady Che's screen.
Brother Che. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I guess Brother Che.
Can you guys hear me loudly? The volume is like weird, and I accidentally touched Jesse's laptop. I'm at his house. I'm at the Black house there. Touched the laptop, moved the mic. I don't know. Can you hear me? Am I coming in clearly? I hear you, Shabaka.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This is Shabaka Sankori. Okay, the air date of this episode is August 24th, 2024. Okay, I'll be crumb bumming on Kamala Harris, after our Denver studio gets in. Okay, there are not technical difficulties. Peace to you, Twin Pyramid. Yeah, man, the damn Raiders, man, played your 49ers, man, to a damn tie, man. Much rather we would have lost the goddamn game, man. Damn ties beating yourself. Man, motherfucker behind that.
Well, what happened?
The damn Raiders and the 49ers played in preseason and they ended the game in a tie.
Oh, what kind of shit is that?
Exactly. I much rather would have took a fucking L than a tie. Shit, give me the goddamn L.
Right. The game isn't over until somebody scores a point.
No,
right?
That's just it though. No. I think if they were in regular season, that's how they would do it. But this is preseason. So what happens is in preseason, basically these guys are auditioning for their jobs in the regular season. And then at the end of the preseason, I believe they got to cut so many players. And I forgot the number of players they could have on a roster for the regular season.
Whack. Yeah, I'd rather take the L than a motherfucking draw.
No. I would ma'am. I would much rather take a fucking L than a tie, because the only thing what a tie means is that you beat yourself.
Right. They basically played 2 hours for nothing.
No, they still got paid. They made money. You know what I'm saying? They got paid for the game.
Yeah, but they just played just to match each other. They didn't play to win. or they played to win, but it got a tie. So it was like just a game for practice, basically, even if they got
Yeah,
paid.
yeah, but basically, Lady Ch, is that they still beat themselves. Because see, the one thing you have to understand about professional sports, Lady Ch, rather if it's football, boxing, baseball, WW, or not W, the UFC shit, nobody pays to see a loser.
Facts.
Say,
That's facts.
yeah, say that's a fact of marketing. Nobody wants
I
to
just
pay to see a
pretend to watch
scrub.
football.
Yeah, yeah. You say nobody wants to pay to see a scrub. Nobody wants to pay to see a
Right.
fucking loser. You see what I mean? And
I know that's right.
and I don't know what the itinerary Brother Che has tonight, but
It's probably
I will
heavy.
be, huh?
It's probably about something about with Kamala and who knows what else. It's probably something. I mean, because that's all that's been talking about is the DNC and all the non-policies and yeah, pretty much probably be crumb bumming on her.
Okay, and then Kamala's up here pushing this alternative agenda shit, if you know what I mean. And I'm not gonna say what it is because I don't want the motherfuckers, to shut us down because it's based out of where that alternative generation, I'm sorry, alternative agenda is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Connect the dots.
Yeah, I know, Shabaka. Um, I'm interested in that and see what she's pushing about that because she didn't have no policy and everything was just same old. It wasn't even pacified. Her speaking wasn't even comforting at any level at all. And
Actually,
but fucking what's his name
who?
motherfucking
Elmer Fudd.
Al Sharpton, man. Al Sharpton called her a black woman.
Who? Al
Al
Sharpton.
Sharpton.
Fuck
Yeah, we watched
Al
the whole
Sharpton.
DNC. Al
Nah, but
Sharpton
Lady
cooning like
J,
motherfucker.
fuck Al
The
Sharpton. Let that
NAACP fucked
motherfucker
up.
go out there and carry him a rainbow flag with a damn banana in his mouth. Connect the dots. Fuck Al Sharpton.
I know, he was really upset about this alphabet agenda.
No.
Ah,
See
you
what
ain't even wrong though. You're not
okay,
even
but
wrong.
hold on, Lady J. You see these
You're right.
political
Right as rain.
campaigns. Okay, these political campaigns, these top stories, you got to look at the obvious and the subliminal suggestions.
Right.
Like they got
Yeah,
this
no.
Kamala commercial up there with two women standing up there. Well, I choose to love who I want to love. Lady Che, do you know that the
Gross.
culture, Lady Che, do
Hey,
you know that the culture
preaching to
that
the
we
choir,
have?
Shabaka. I'm the one that said I was a real girl for like 2 years, remember?
Okay, but Lady Che, let me
Yeah.
explain something to you. Off the continent of where we come from, right?
Yeah,
They
right.
place great emphasis on procreation, having little
Exactly.
ones. Okay, that only
Exactly.
happens one way. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now
right.
these confused ass motherfuckers out here shoving ketchup up their asses, talking about that they're having a menstrual cycle. They say that's an insult to womanhood.
Yeah, it is stupid because how can you preach low birth rate when you're doing that kind of shit and you're not even trying to have a procreate. You know what I mean? At all. You're just preaching low birth rate, woo woo woo, and abortions this and abortions that. It's a problem that they created to not have children. Period. Um,
Mhm.
and I'm already in here. So, I can't let you in, cuz I can't let you in. I don't have the link to the backstage. I can't let you in. Only you could prevent forest fires. You go with the links, cuz I don't have the link to get in. Um, just backtracking. Head out to the um what do you call it? Whatever the fuck this is, StreamYard. Just just backtrack. Hit the arrow, the pointing arrow down, and you'll be able to see all these links.
Damn.
Real shit, Chewbacca. Though, this whole thing with the abortions and all that other shit, the abortion rights or whatever. I I don't much care about that because I have my own little belief system. However, I can't preach low birth weight when you're doing the gay manifesto is live and direct, and they're emasculating men and feminizing men, and they got a lot of shit going on. So this inclusivity though is this inclusion of that particular agenda is really unattractive if you think about it in the long run, based on the fact of you might want to create some babies.
Okay, y'all, I'm here. Thank y'all for holding it down.
Yeah.
I'm on Lady J's computer, and I forgot I had to be on her damn Chrome to use the StreamYard because for some stupid reason, my Chrome under my account always freezes up her computer. So that's why I was having issues. So I apologize for the technical difficulties. So this
I'm
is
in the Black House.
Episode 21, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Like I said, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is the tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. So continue to demand something tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. So we got tangibles 2024 to tangibles 2100. Then we got the Black church leaders raise $50K via Zoom to help Kamala, Curry Mala ain't Black Harris get elected.
Hell nah.
At the DNC. Then we
Hell
got
nah.
Then we got Michelle and Barack Osambo champion Curry Mala ain't Black Harris, while what is the word? What is the word? SKE Skewering Trump's old con or the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Then
Absolutely.
Then we got Osambo's DNC appearance proves Curry Mala Harris is in trouble. Did the DNC convention convince you, Black family, to support VP Kamala Harris?
Hell to the no.
Then we got the Democratic BOOTLICC agents are on the attack. Then we got a message from the good Professor Black Truth. Professor Black Truth is going on a hiatus, but he has a message for us before he goes on his summer hiatus. And he says that there's never a wrong time for our demands. So we keep hearing a lot of Negroes talking about, we should wait till after the election before we have any demands. No,
motherfucker. Now's the time to with the goddamn demand. See, this is pissing me off.
I know, Shabaka, but they're saying they're telling us.
I don't mean to yell, man, but
and we should have learned from 2020 not to do that. So we're gonna go over it. Then we got Democrats have controlled America for 12 out of the last 16 years and brought us to the brink of disaster.
Right.
Plans, Democrats. Then we got RFK Jr. officially endorses
the dump
and human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear once again.
Oh, absolutely.
And drops the race. And if we have time, federal judge blames Breonna Taylor's boyfriend. For her demise, while the officers are basically they try to get them off. So we're gonna, if we have time, we'll get to that. If not, we'll do it in part 2. So those are the topics. So I'm gonna hop right into it because we're already running late. I do apologize for that, but we gotta hop right into it. So, like I said, the first topic is the tangibles. So this is a year and a decade of tangibles. Shout out to the viewers. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook.
Right.
So, back in 2020, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag. Well, first them, and then in addition, he came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery, freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system, the duopoly. So nothing has changed except the year. Everything else remains the same. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading it for the past 4 years almost. Yeah, it's been 4 years. So the 2020, so instead of 2020, it's 2024, but everything else remains the same. So the 2024 presidential elections are coming up. We're less than 2 months. We're 2 months away from the 2024 presidential elections, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the BIPOC, downtrodden, marginalized, underserved, underprivileged, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2024 presidential elections cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically to foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And we've been doing that for the past 4 years. And now it's Tangibles 2024. All the way up to 2100. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. And when we're talking about tangibles, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, meaning something that is specifically for us, such as legislation that's specifically for us, like an anti-Black hate crime, similar to the one that they gave the Asians back in 2021, reparations in the form of lineage-based direct cash payments to foundational Black Americans, et cetera, not symbolism, not the first Black this, the first Black that. We're not later for that. We don't care what color you are. We want something specifically for us. You give illegal immigrants something specifically for them. You give Asians something specifically for them. You give so-called $5 Indians, Native Americans something specifically for them. You give LGBTQIA plus whatever alphabet mafia group set aside and policy directly for them, specifically for them. So we're tired of, we can't do nothing for you. They have to do something for everybody.
All that all-inclusive pre-packaged bullshit.
Later,
that's what's pissing me the fuck at. That's what's pissing me the fuck off. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, you're not alone, Shabaka. So yeah. So like I said, demand something tangible for your votes. Thoughts, including, I forgot this part. Including myself, because I am a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for Colorado State House of Representative, District 8, which has been a historically Black district since 1962. And including myself, demand something tangible for your vote. Thoughts? Go ahead, Shabaka. First of all, greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado.
Yes, sir. Okay. Greetings from another sundown town and county called Clark County, Nevada. The first thing I want to do is crumb bum on this stinking ass former Attorney General of California I just pulled up a story. She broke the state record of California for putting black males in prison.
We've been saying that,
Okay.
but these ass shields is talking about she didn't lock up no black people. She only locked
Which
up
is
40 black people.
bullshit.
I'm like, where
Which
y'all
is
getting this information
bullshit.
from? Because
No,
you know,
man,
you lived in
ahead.
California for what, 30
Right.
plus years?
Yeah, 30 years. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Like, are y'all
And
talking to
witness
anybody
that
from
shit.
California?
Yeah, and then
that keep telling us we need to go vote for Kamala because she's supposedly black, cosplaying as black, and she said in 2019 she wasn't going to do nothing specifically for us, and y'all still want us to vote for her. And Shabaka just said that she had the record for locking up black men in California, keeping them past their time, keeping them making them fight wildfires, all kinds of ridiculous shit, locking them up on bogus, fraudulent charges. But this is who y'all want to run the country for the next 4 years?
Exactly. And then you got these ass scratchers who's coming up there telling us that we need to, vote for this no good, stinking ass, ghetto gagging tramp. You see what I mean? And acting like that shit is progress. You see what they doing, black family, is that they're trying to tell you that anything that we do to countermand us economically is progress. This is why, Brother Chaz, that you and I discussed online earlier today about controlling our own macroeconomics, is because if we control our own macroeconomics,
we need capital. We need capital and we need finances to do that.
Okay, you got, yes, sir. You got 4 factors of production, Brother Che: capital, risk management, land. Okay, let's see. No, man, the shit is 4 of them. I've said
land, risk management, and I forgot what the 4th one is. It usually says it's capital,
land, labor, capital. That's it. Land, labor, capital, which is the investment. Risk management is about somebody coming up with an idea to make some shit work. Yeah, that's the 4 factors. Thank you, Brother Che.
Yeah, we need those, and ain't none of these mugs offering us nothing. Curry Mala ain't got no damn policy. Look, y'all think we playing? We not playing. We've done the research. Ricky Smiley, she ain't got no goddamn policy. This is from today, y'all. Look, it says donate, donate, donate. There's no goddamn policy anywhere on this website, y'all. None. No policy.
Damn.
Y'all want us to go out and vote for what? What are we voting for? Look, meet Kamala Harris, meet Tim Walsh, take action, store, donate, no policy anywhere.
And then also too, is that I'm looking here at a brother, man, who made a post up here in 2018 talking about it's real. We are building Wakanda. Now, this individual wants some money, but I might go check this brother out back. Okay, now, Wakanda, moving right along. Okay, now that there was a theory.
Finish the tangibles because we got to hear from Lady Che. We definitely got to hear from Lady Che.
Okay. Okay, all right. And then also, too, with the tangibles, you need some goddamn land, okay? You need some education, and I know the word is education. And then we also need to start holding these raggedy-ass, black-ass attorney generals like them.
Aboriginal education, rather like Morris American education. We don't need this bullshit indoctrination that we're getting right now from the
is that what the tethers? Yeah.
Look at Kamala Harris's father, for instance. He taught at HBCU. And they keep trying to paint it like HBCUs are black owned and black controlled and black founded.
No.
We've already done the research. HBCU's been founded by no black people.
Exactly.
So
you see what I'm saying?
And just because she's an AKA don't mean she's gonna do something for us. The Divine Line don't give 2 shits about black asses.
Okay, and then keep in mind, too, Brother Che, is that them damn fraternities, man, that's Greek in origin. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so you got to address that issue right there, man, because you know what them motherfuckers was all about. Like I told that old stupid Sarge, and I'm going to say it again right here. When Alexander the Barbarian, with his funky, stinking, nasty, unwashed ass, when he went down there in the Kemet, he didn't take no women with him, man. He took little boys with him.
Yeah, they're fucking pedophiles. That's all part of their culture. Stick on the tangible. So we need the 4 factors of production. We need our reparations. Right. What is the amount now? A gazillion dollars.
To 900, yeah,
which is $1,000 trillion.
Yes, sir. Exactly. And then for all you motherfuckers out there that say, "Ah, man, well, that'll break the economy of the U.S." Let it break the goddamn economy.
Right. Well, the economy of the U.S. is like $250 trillion, so they can do installment payments, but they need to come correct before the selection.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, that's a fact, brother.
Period. So you can start at 20 trillion, you can start at 100 trillion, but you need to come correct. Put the goddamn check.
Exactly.
Money is based, not race based, because we already know y'all gonna try to run these civil rights lawsuits, talking about it's unconstitutional and all that dumb shit. No, it's a specific lineage. A specific group was harmed. Just like a specific group was harmed in Nazi Germany that got reparations, getting reparations. A specific group was harmed from Japan, Japanese Americans that were interned for 4 years. They received reparations. The Vietnamese that were interned or harmed during the Vietnam War, they received reparations. The so-called $5 Indians, the Native Americans, Dalrosians, as I call them, they receive reparations.
$5 Indians.
Slave owners receive reparations.
Now that's the insult right there, brother Che. That's the part that pisses me off of it. You're gonna compensate the goddamn raping, slave trading pedophiles, but you're not gonna compensate the slave who did the free labor, man, for 300 motherfucking years.
The United States government has received reparations, but us. So
exactly.
If you want a goddamn vote, you're gonna have to do something tangible for it.
Exactly.
Otherwise,
because right now I'm on the goddamn couch, man. I can't do it no more, man. Shit, I went out there and voted it for 30 years, man.
Black family, there's no tangibles anywhere on her website specifically for us. There's no policy at all for us. At least the dump got some policy. It's not specifically for us, but he's got some policy. Cornel West got some policy. RFK, before he dropped out and endorsed the dump as inhuman shit, has some policy. Stein, who's running on the Green Party, she got some policy. And this specifically for us too. But ain't none of y'all talking about that. Ain't none of you Democratic shills talking about any of that. But y'all keep telling us to do our research. We've already done the research. Research what?
That's the problem.
The research. She didn't done shit for us. She didn't do shit when she was the Attorney General of California. She didn't do shit.
As the district attorney of San Francisco. Didn't do a goddamn thing when she was a senator from California, and ain't doing a goddamn thing, man, as the vice president.
Exactly. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Well, Sally, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm tapping in from the Blacc House. Here's what I think about this, okay?
As
far as this concerned, for the last couple of years, we've been saying we wanted to watch the duopoly collapse and burn in hell, and it's like touch and go. It's like touch and go right now, with it burning to the ground. Keep in mind, fellas, I'm the one that said we needed to go on black vacation and you didn't have to vote. I was the one saying it the whole time. I also the one that said
3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm the one that said there wasn't a reason to. They didn't have tangibles for us. Now that we're seeing it, and the opportunity presented itself, not once but twice, in 4 separate days with the DNC. The DNC is like the motherfucking shenanigans of the fucking politics. There's a lot of ratchet fun shit, but there's also a lot of ugly things that go with the DNC. The fact that she really didn't. Fact is that as many black people, as many black delegates that were there inside the building,
Yeah.
they had the look of hunger on their face.
Mm-hmm.
At certain clips where they were hungry for a motherfucking policy.
Mm-hmm.
Specific. You could see it in their face. They were hanging on every edge of the word. And she didn't offer any of that. She didn't give none of that. None of them did. None of them did.
Open joy. Open joy. That's all she offered.
First of all, like joy is like words like hope, pride. These are like words that you use. They're pleasantries. They're nice, but they're not really there's no tangible, there's nothing fixed with it. Like hope. What the fuck is hope? Joy. What the fuck is joy? A smile? A laugh? A little giggle here and there?
What is
That's joy. What's pride? Your head up? You know what I mean?
Belief in the unknown or unseen or
it's a nothing burger.
Wanting something that hasn't been given or
right. Hope is like a nothing burger. It's an empty word. It's simple. It's an empty word. It's an empty word. It's like fucking iceberg lettuce on a fucking good ass salad. It's nothing. There's nothing there. Right? It's not nutritious at all. It's an empty motherfucking word. All those words are empty. But we have put, I didn't mean to say but, however, people have put so much into it due to programming, like, through the church, through our fucking community, parents, family, old folk, where they be like, gotta have a mustard seed of faith, gotta have a little hope, that kind of shit. But they never said what it was. So as
meaningless.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Finish real quick. I'm almost done. What I'm saying is these are empty motherfucking words, and now that everybody's starting to wake up, we've already been conscious of this shit. We've been telling you that it's time to go on black vacation, and you at least deserve 4 years. Sit it down on the couch. Everybody had got ahead of us. Everybody kept leapfrogging during this last the last 2 years. People, the other agendas have leapfrogged over us at least twice, and that's with the Asian Pacific Islander shit. The LGBTQ plus elbow emojis, whatever fuck them. This abortion shit, this Karen shit, all this other shit. The mega thing, everything is leapfrogged over. Some things have gotten policies, but they're nothing burgers too. They're empty, like the farmers thing. For black farmers specifically, it is designed. It's almost not designed. It's a failure that we keep thinking that they're going to fix it or we have to do it, and we have too many black faces now. All of a sudden, inside the thing, they ruined it. They ruined it for anybody who wanted to do anything because there wasn't enough solid B1 all day long fucking terrorize the Senate fucking household names and they're going to get it done. We only had a handful. Look at old boy Eric Mays. He's just one. Rest in power. You see what I'm saying? So there were very few.
Well, he was congressman or the councilman rather for Flint, Michigan. Their water still after the way.
Yeah, now they brought it up with Kamala. The only thing I learned from this whole thing with her taking over from Biden is we learned how to say her motherfucking name. Other than that, we learned that she is the most awkward, fucking weird ass awkwardness during interviews with men, especially specifically black men, unless it's Charlemagne, right? She's specifically very awkward. She's giggly and weird. She crouches down and she's awkward as a motherfucker. She does it well. She don't know how to speak well. The other thing is that she shouldn't talk. Where's the teams that manages this media press? Well, they teach people how to talk to the press.
Right.
That's like a manager. All this money, and you can't get her right. All this money, and the Obamas over there with their teams over there trying to shine the rust off a motherfucking wooden nickel, right? Shine the rust off the shit. It ain't did the job. They failed. They failed, and her speeches was whack. And now, family, now you are seeing the truth. She's no longer saying anything about being black. She's no longer acknowledging it. I said the fog would lift, Biden was done, or he was still the president, but he wasn't running, and now everybody could go back to acting normal, behaving normally, and just accept that she's just a melanated broad. That's it. And now everybody's seeing it. Sharpton fucked up. Yeah, Sharpton fucked up by referring to her as a black woman. The NAACP up. And then a few others in lieu of that. That DNC didn't solve a motherfucking thing.
Nope. And it was still
no policy. And now everybody want to act brand new and talk about let's throw out reparations. Let's still try to come up with a plan. Fuck that. The plan is done. Now you need to look towards the dark horse, like I've been saying. At Cornel West. Cornel West is the only one that didn't sell out.
Yep.
I just watched 2 motherfucking interviews, and after this show, possibly the RVA will come on. It's ready. I almost did it. He didn't sell out, and he said, and this is what he said. He said, "I don't care for Kamala. I knew her. I'm from California. I've been in California." He said, and I knew her. I knew what kind of person she was when she locked everybody up. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
I didn't care for her then. I don't care for her now. Something to that effect. Don't quote me on the words, but I'll show it on the RVA very quickly. It was serious. He said she has a record for locking up black people or some shit like that. But he kept it black. Now I'm not lying. So Cornel West said that, and he ain't sold out. And RFK, real quick, just like the RFK thing, RFK showed his ass.
Yeah.
He was thirsty like a motherfucker for what? I don't know. Position, cabinet place.
Yeah.
But it's gonna backfire. It's gonna backfire. Because Trump can't keep his word, and motherfucking he didn't want to go over there with them.
Well, he tried to go with both. He tried to
play both. I learned a valuable lesson. It's impossible. That's not happening. Go ahead, I'm done. Hold your vote like you hold your swilla. Like gentlemen, hold your vote like you hold your swilla. And ladies, sisters, hold your vote like you hold your babies. You know what I mean? Real shit. Sit it down on the couch. If any of you get up and fucking go and vote for Democrat after we've been saying not to vote for Democrat all this time, then you deserve every fucking thing you get.
Right.
Next week. Keep in mind, she's already been in office. She's already been in office for 4. You're gonna give her 4 on her own, and then she's eligible for another fucking 4.
Yeah.
Whereas you only gotta give 4 if you're gonna do it. If you have to fucking do it, you can't control yourselves. You can't control yourselves. Keep in mind that you're just putting one semi-racist up pretending to do some other shit, and he's just trying to make it look good. He's just pandering, and her, right, against each other, and you got 4 years. At least 4 years of Trump is 4 years you can kind of tolerate, and he's done. He's done. Then you can vote off of fucking bans. You can vote him out the fucking island. But her, that's gonna be hard to get her off the island. She's already ingrained in the island.
She didn't even get voted in.
No,
these people that's talking about see name
hey,
exercising.
It's on white and I say so.
This is
it's on white and I say so. It's I'm a Democrat and I say so. It's I'm white and I say so. I'm a Democrat and I say so. Trump's committing fucking campaign fraud, $10 million at a time. You dig? Campaign fraud, and he's a motherfucking criminal. So it's all bad. It's all bad. But you're gonna take. They're gonna force us to act out here in our own city, right? Because we say no. They're gonna force us to act out in our own city, to be really belligerent about it and be like, nah, that bitch, fuck the cosplay shit. She already had 4 years to do nothing. I asked my brother, I asked somebody today, I said, has she wrote, it was you. I asked, has she did any policies or any bill by herself in the last fucking 3 years, 4 years?
No.
Did we know it? No. If she, not, it doesn't matter who it was for. She never got the fucking George Floyd thing signed, right?
Nope. We still waiting on that.
Right, exactly. So it's all fake. It's all like empty words. And you saw them people sitting on the edge of their seat, black people, waiting, hungry for a fucking tangible result. And I don't know why you did it, black folk. Why you haven't learned by now? But excuse me, why you haven't learned by now? However, these two do not have our interest at mind in heart.
Definitely Kamala don't. She ain't got no policy, and she said she wasn't gonna do nothing specifically for us.
Well, whatever she was speaking on, she really didn't elaborate either. She didn't say shit.
But she
didn't elaborate. The thing with Gaza, the thing with the wars, she didn't even acknowledge the Ukraine war, but she acknowledged that war. And but my thing is, they didn't have no right. I understand that, Chewbacca, but what I'm saying is that there's money going out everywhere. Like they're just throwing money out everywhere, and nothing is coming back to the most neglected community, the neglected people here, us. So, what are we gonna do? Like, what are we gonna do? Sanctuary cities will still exist and full force.
Yeah, if
she wants to make immigration like a more. You can't get any more welcoming than we've been by force.
How much more welcoming can you be to these illegal immigrants?
By force. Keep in mind, we were welcoming by force.
We're in Aurora right now.
Us. Yeah.
We're in Aurora. They're taking over all these apartment complexes. They out right now outside of Lady Che's building right now, in her courtyard or whatever. They're having a whole fiesta. Every weekend they're having a goddamn fiesta over here. Like, what the fuck are y'all celebrating? Oh, I guess it's the free goodies and giveaways that y'all getting, and y'all didn't have to go call it tricking us in.
I heard these bitches laughing yesterday at 4:00 in the afternoon for like 4 hours right outside my staircase, and I was like, "What you laughing about?" But why do I have to hear it all the way in the back room? I'm in the back room. They're laughing at the staircase for 4 fucking hours about nothing. Now I'm like, come on, cuz this is ridiculous. But everywhere I go, it is that. It is by force. Don't think this was we welcomed them with open arms, told them to come over. We forcefully had to eat that, family. We had to eat it by force. Yep, we didn't have a say.
Don't pit the migrants against our community.
Right. And we're the assholes for saying it because we're like, go home and take this bill with you.
Right.
Like, go home and take this bill with you. We didn't tell you could come over like this.
Is trying to run Colorado like California. It's fucking ridiculous.
By force. By force. It wasn't nicely. It didn't say, hey, we got them coming over because there's some shit going on in their country and they're in shambles and they need help. And while we're at it, we'll let Haiti in too. Why not? Because they've been getting fucked over a long time. Why not? Just fuck it. No, they didn't. They allowed that to happen in fucking matter of 3 years. But the last year was the worst year because they're like, oh, let me turn the other cheek and look at my feet and do some other shit.
We've had at least 2,000 of them move to Denver alone.
Right. And none of that. We're talking about crime, cuz. We're talking about actual crimes.
Yep.
We're talking about crime and shit like stealing, theft, and whatnot.
From Venezuela that's taking over whole apartment complexes, literally blocks away from where Lady Che lives right now.
I was like, whatever. I used to live in that apartment. What tripped me out was, where are the lokes? Where are the motherfucking lokes? I was like, I'm running around like, where are our people?
Our people
They're nowhere around.
Like I told
I'm seeing motherfucking Venezuelans. I'm seeing motherfucking Venezuelans in my neighborhood trying to set trip, and I'm like, and I stop them. I'll be like, this ain't your set, cuz.
Right.
I just gotta keep it real. This ain't your set, cuz. And I'm gonna go back onto my house. This ain't your set. This ain't your area.
Right.
This was never your area, and the off-brands are on the other side of the street. That's where they are.
Robberies, y'all, in Denver. They just indicted for them.
But we're forced to accept it. Yeah, it's a force.
Such a racist,
and nobody gave us any money for that force.
They bring in guns.
They didn't pay us for it. They didn't pay us. Why didn't we get an extra $500-600 on our table check for accepting this bullshit by force?
Right.
That would have made my little soul feel a little better. Throwing an extra $500-$600 because we had to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
We had to eat it. But we're the assholes for it, right?
But it's the same people that's trying to fearmonger us for Project 2025, not letting you know, Black family, that it's a bipartisan thing. They both got their hands in it. Why they trying to talk
that part?
No, but y'all motherfuckers, Demokkkrats, have controlled the state of Colorado since Bill Ritter. So, like early 2000s.
Bill Ritter.
You remember?
I think that was one of your ancient history governors.
Yeah, he was.
Since Bill Ritter in the early 2000s, the Demokkkrats have controlled the House, the Senate,
and they're shooting it up right now as we speak.
The mayor,
shooting it up and backing it up.
The governor. But it's somehow all this is the Republicans' fault. No, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying nothing that you Democratic shills are saying, especially you free coons on. Y'all ain't no free thinkers. Y'all a bunch of Democratic shills. Ain't nothing free thinking about that shit. You can block and delete me all you want. Yeah, don't have.
Why though? You didn't have to go there with that. I mean, think about it like that.
Y'all are roly-poly Martins and our drawerless Reeds, and we're not gonna allow it. We're going to your way. And it's just an all-out war on all of you shills, including you Republican shills, because y'all can't tell us one thing that the dump is going to do specifically for us. All y'all are toting around is, oh, he's going to safeguard Black jobs. And then I couldn't even define what a Black job was. And then the damn Democrats try to run with that.
Bullshit.
I'm doing my Black job. You hear Michelle?
I think it's funny.
DNC talking about
every time I say it, I'm saying I'm on my Black job, and it's funny. It's funny. It's supposed to be funny. Then when you say it now, it's supposed to be funny now. Okay, when you say it, it's like I be saying, I'm on my Black job. What you want, right? And I enjoy shit. You know what I mean? I just sit here and say this. I'm on my Black job. Hey, I'm telling you the weather. I'm on my Black job, right? It's funny. It's supposed to be funny as like. We are to make it funny like we make everything else. At this point, it's so fucking serious. You could fucking cry 10 tears and nothing will fucking happen. Nothing's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Lady check.
We got to move to the next topic, y'all. So finish your thoughts.
Go ahead.
We got to move to the next topic.
Okay. All right. Okay. What he was saying is he was talking about Black jobs for Black people in general. Not no specific job title or what have you. Now, if he was talking like in the 1960s, that there would be bus boys, janitors, cleaners, you know what I'm saying?
Shoe shine.
Shoe shine, all that shit right there.
I know.
What these goddamn Democrats did is they went up there and twisted this shit, and these stupid ass ignorant motherfuckers went there, fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And if don't nobody out there like what the fuck I'm saying, call in Tuesday, August the 27th, 2024, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m.
Y'all know the number.
And the fucking number to call in at is 516-418-5996. Okay?
Shabaka.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said it like that. I know exactly how he meant it. I know exactly what we're talking about. I got the message last clip. It's like whatever. And that's why I'm saying it. And I'm making a joke out of it. Because that's what it is. It was stupid when he said it. We already know what he means. You know what we meant back then. We know what it is now. I'm just saying it to be funny. Just like I'm talking about Putin says that we're okay now to go ahead and worship Black Jesus. I'm being funny. You know, I'm just being funny. But I understand where you're coming from on that. But for those in the back that didn't know, I knew. I was aware. I was just being funny. Trying to amuse myself.
Right.
Carry on.
So moving along, the Black church ain't been shit since Bush Jr. when he passed that their money. And for those that didn't know, historically, the Black church was the place of revolutionaries. It was a safe haven.
No, it was. It was the safe haven. It was the meeting place.
Up until Katrina, basically, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So since 2005, the Black church ain't been worth a goddamn, and it don't matter where you the Black church ain't shit. So with that being said, I was able to get at least one of our pastors out here in Denver. I got to shout him out, Pastor Davis, who is on the Reimagining Police and Public Safety Task Force that both me and Lady Che have served on for 3 years now? 4 years.
A long time.
Since George Floyd. A long time. So I've been there since the beginning. So, the Nemesis tried to take credit, and he didn't come in until like the same year of the selection. They're like, how you take credit for drafting 112 recommendations? We submitted 112 recommendations, Black family, to
we worked hard.
City Council on the 1 year. I don't want to say anniversary. I'll just say remembrance of George Floyd's murder in Minneapolis at the hands of that race soldier, Derek Chauvin.
Yep.
Who just
got hard at that shit.
At the end of the year, y'all, he got poked up real good. They had to transfer him. Now he's in Texas. He was originally in Arizona, where he got chopped up at on Black Friday, as a matter of fact. So shout out to I guess that's your Black and Brown coalition right there, because it was supposedly a Mexican mafia FBI informant that stabbed him up. So shout out to him. He said he did it in honor of Black Friday, in remembrance or in collaboration or support of Black Lives Matter. So now we're somewhere in Texas. So our family down in Texas, you already know what to do. So moving along, the Black church ain't shit. So Black church is
what they call pulpit pimping.
Otherwise known as the Interfaith Alliance, whatever bullshit they want to go under. The multi-trillion-dollar industry known as the church. The Black church leaders raised $500,000 via Zoom. Here we go with those Zoom calls. I'm still trying to figure out how they was able to get 1,000 people on a Zoom call on Act Blue, but to help Kamala Harris get selected. But she's not gonna get elected. She ain't no policy. We just showed y'all, so you can't say, we didn't show you the actual website that this broad is toting around talking about. Y'all just need to vote for me because I'm so-called Black now, and that's it. And y'all can just live vicariously through me as an East Indian, so-called Jamaican, Brahmin woman. She's not Black. Just because she melanated don't make her Black. So just have to get that out there. So I'm gonna let Uncle Phil this is DeMokkKRATIC give us the update on the Black church leaders raising money to get Kamala selected.
At $2 and $4 a hit, this bitch is just making money out of hand over fist.
Has entered the leaders from the Black community just to get on a Zoom call, and their goal was to raise over $1 million for Kamala Harris to help her go to the White House as the president of the United States. Well, it was said that 16,000 people showed up, and they eventually raised $500,000. Now you had people on the call like Jamal Bryant, Reverend Dr. William Barber. You had singer Erica from Mary, and a whole host of other people, right? And they were talking about how they needed to, get her into the White House because they need to be the juxtaposition to that of white right-wing Christianity, right? Because they have glommed on to Trump, and it's evil and demonic and all this other stuff. Right now, the call was over 3 hours long. Admittedly, I didn't listen to it all, so I just got the snippets, okay? Anyway.
Appreciate the honesty, Sister DeMokkKRATIC.
Yeah, don't even trip.
She shows us love, so we show her love back.
I love that. I love Sister DeMokkKRATIC.
Okay, what love does she show us, sir?
She's always shouting me out and Lady Che at least.
babies.
Because we be in a
That's what it
chat,
is. Just
Shabaka.
keep
This
it
is an
real,
off,
right?
this is an offline
There are
thing.
those
We be in
so-called
a
religious
chat when
black
she or
leaders
show goes
talking and
live,
walking like
and
that,
she sees us, we
raising
see
all
her,
that
we
money
tell her
that y'all
hi, she
probably
says hi back,
already have.
and she'll
And
acknowledge
Okay,
us
can you
by
send me a link?
our thing.
Okay, could you
in one
send me a
Zoom
link
call, and
and
the
Facebook
neighborhoods where the black
Messenger, you know, in the
churches
next
are.
couple of days showing me that, please?
Yes.
Have y'all been to
Yeah.
one of our
Okay.
communities lately?
Shabaka, it's
You can
our
have,
we
you know,
be
the
on our personal time, you know what I mean?
church on every corner, like
So
literally
she'll see a lot.
understand.
a church on every
All right,
corner,
well
and
we'll
it's
do that. I'll go ahead
popping.
and do that.
Nicest
So you can see how it
building.
works.
You know, whenever you can, you know, there ain't no rush on it.
But
You
the
know,
rest
whenever
of
you
the
can,
Yeah.
next couple of
neighborhood is
days,
black,
next couple of weeks, you know, whenever you
and
can,
everything you
whenever
can
you
think
can.
of.
Yeah, I've been
Jobs,
trying to
Well,
catch a
y'all
live
change
every
my
day.
sister speak.
you starting to see
So many people
gentrification creep
talking.
on in there. And then if Sister So-and-so go to the church and says, hey, you know, I've been a member here for 30 years, but I'm having a tough time paying my light bill. Can I get some
Right.
help? Well, Sister So-and-so, you know, the benevolence fund is kind of low. We ain't got
Yeah,
the,
see,
you
that's
know,
the shit
come
that
back next
pisses me
month and
off
see what
right
we can
there.
do. But y'all getting together and raising 500 racks for Kamala Harris in a matter of hours.
Right.
But the people that go to y'all
Right.
churches, they're suffering.
Right.
Some of them will go home
That part.
on Sunday after
Yep.
being fed the word and be fed a bologna sandwich because they ain't got no money to put food on the table because they done sold a seed of faith that they probably should have planted in
They
their own
hand out a
garden
sack lunch
to the
like they do
church.
at the jail.
But y'all got together and raised that
Exactly.
kind of money for Kamala? What's wrong with you?
Right.
That
There ain't
makes me
nothing
think
wrong.
that
They
y'all
full
don't
of
really
shit.
like black
That's
people.
what's wrong.
Y'all
They
only
full
like
of
black
shit.
symbolism.
They
Even
gon'
you
they think,
so-called
like I
black
said
leaders in the
earlier,
church,
they gonna
you
live
should be
vicariously
ashamed of
through her. No.
yourself. That you were
Right.
so
And then if
happy
these and
and
if any
hearty
of
to
these
do
punk
that for
ass
Kamala.
motherfuckers
But what
don't like
about your
what I'm
own
saying,
people
then
that come
call
to the
your
church
punk ass
and they
in
looking
at
for some help?
516
Y'all tell them no with the quickness. Come on
418-5996
back
this
next Sunday and
upcoming
get the
Tuesday.
word. And don't forget your tithe and offering. Will a man
Damn
rob
puppet
God?
pimp ass
All that other stuff.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, the
But
pulpit. Oh
but
yeah, we
I
gotta do
imagine
a
if y'all
part
raise
3
that
of
kind of
that.
money, y'all got
We
that
gotta
money from
update
some of
that
the
one.
people
Yeah,
that
Yeah, we
go to
should
the
right.
church when they
we
go
do
in
that
there
one.
and
The
put the
Yeah,
money
pulpit.
in
yeah,
the basket
yeah,
that
yeah,
helps
Yes.
yeah,
support
yeah,
the
yeah. The
community.
pulpit pimps, man, and I
I
can't
doubt
get
very seriously
$5
that a
from
lot of
them
you black
goddamn
cats dipped
tricks.
off in your own
Fuck
bank
them.
account.
Speaking of which,
Where
we
that
hurting
money
for
probably
money,
came
so
from
if y'all could help
the
us out,
black
that would
church
be
goers
great.
anyway. But I doubt that y'all dipped off in your own bank account and wrote Kamala a check.
We
Y'all
struggling to keep
probably
these
got that from
platforms
the
afloat.
offering
We
plate.
got like what 4 platforms?
So as I said, I don't go to church,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't go to church for a whole lot of reasons, but that's one of them.
Yep,
Because they'll get together and help
that's
a woman
exactly
who
how it
ain't
was
helped
when I
black
was in
people
the
who said I
church.
ain't gonna help black people
Mm-hmm.
specifically.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get together and do that,
The only
but they won't help
pastor that
Sister
I've
So-and-so,
helped and will
a brother,
continue
a
to help
deacon,
is the
you know,
ones that I
whoever.
see
They
what
won't help
humble
them, but
means.
they gonna help her.
Mm-hmm.
And after she finished
Shame on it
talking, I'll
all. And in
explain
fact,
that.
I
Oh
rebuke
yeah,
it.
we got you, Shabaka.
Anyway, y'all
He's
tell me what
done.
you think of that. And for more insightful
Yep, make sure
commentary,
y'all
please subscribe.
like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, go ahead, Shabaka.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Okay, if I see the pastor out there, man, living in by marginal means, wearing soft clothes, out there taking his hard-earned money with him, his wife, his daughters fixing the meals and what have you, and he ain't no mega church like TD Jakes or that fucking joker-looking motherfucker like Joel Osteen, that's the cat who I'm gonna help because see, he's doing it from his heart. These punk ass motherfuckers is doing it for one goddamn thing and one goddamn thing only.
Yeah, the
Money.
pastor I was alluding to earlier, Shabaka, he's doing that for good. He's doing everything for good. Like he's really
Yes, sir. Now, okay, now let's turn back to Hands of Time, Brother Che, for till about 3 years ago when New Era Detroit went up there into a church in Detroit, Michigan, man, and they busted the jackleg preacher and they just went in there and whooped his ass as well as they should.
Remember they robbed that one in New York. He's in prison now. They hit him with some
Oh, yeah.
serious time. Yeah, remember they had held him up right there in the middle of the sermon.
Okay,
Like
okay.
right in the middle of the sermon and robbed him right on the stage. It was
Right, and then
like the end of last year, early this year. Yeah,
and the pastor was in cahoots with that shit, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why
he was in cahoots with it. Okay, all right.
He's in prison now. This dude was
Okay.
rocking like $500,000 jewelry and shit. His wife shit, his shit. It was just ridiculous. With the congregation money.
God damn. That's the only thing I say. Now, That motherfucker right there you just mentioned, and that same purple ass lying motherfucker that they did up there in Detroit, they made the Almighty strike them motherfuckers dead with a bolt of lightning.
Right, I agree.
If they hold it, if they're gonna talk about blasphemy, hold on, sir, and let me say this here, just 2 more sentences, then we're gonna move ahead. If they talk about blasphemy, then what them 2 motherfuckers did was blatant blasphemy.
Yeah, blatantly. But we just supposed to let it go.
Just like a grown-ass man that'll stand up there in a public parking lot and pull out his Johnson and take a piss. That's blatant shit.
Yeah, that is blatant.
Act wrong within itself.
Very disrespectful and disgusting, all at the same time.
Totally. And the ones who I feel sorry for, man, that really pisses me off is the ones that have faith in this no good bastard.
Yeah, that really makes us all sick.
And I'm Amy Goodman here with
us on
Amy Goodman.
With the Pope Pence raising $500,000 for Kamala.
Yeah, Amy Goodman. She's been doing her thing for the last 50 years that I know of.
Yeah, at least 40 that I know. Lady Che, you unmute your mic. You got the floor.
Yeah. All right, real quick about that. The church, it's been shit, and I'd be going off about this little by little in our own city, you know, with certain things. When they let white folk in to tell us anything, that was off top of the issue. When they let white folk
people in, period.
They let white folk in the motherfucking door to tell us anything, to congregate or to fucking tokenize us, meaning touch on us, fucking sit in the same room with us, anything like that, to fucking push their pander their fucking situations and spill sell us fake bill of goods. We knew they were up for they were bought. Then when you see the pastors over there doing the worst shit, selling rock, not helping the poor, not being a little bit too bougie, acting like they can't. They just like Sister Demise just said, they can't be bothered to help with any resource. Like, you go in there for safety and you want to sit down and you just need help. Like, help me get myself together. They'd rather not, unless you could tithe. They'd rather not.
Yeah.
You know, and then
tithing. They told me the last time
tithing was over 10%, or 10% of your income or some shit. I forgot what the fuck it was, right? But they don't even act like the church, the black church we all grew up with, and when you go to the pastor to have a discussion, they don't even do marital counseling no more. Right before you get married, then you sit down and chop it up with them, and you try to work, get together. They don't do Bible study. They don't do youth Bible things for the youth. They don't have retreats no more. They don't do none of that shit.
I remember those retreats. Those retreats was the shit when I was
gospel retreats, cause were the shit, and they don't do them no more. Nobody gets dressed with a Sunday best and a fucking Bible and a little handbook. Nobody goes for. The old ladies don't congregate afterwards. Man, the shit is fucked. And then they want to take politics into it. It used to be where you could go to church. You'd be there for hours. You'd be there for hours and stuck in one motherfucking chapter. Okay. Analyze that goddamn chapter. But now it's nothing. It's nothing no more. Now it's all propagated politics, and it's fucked up. And then the audacity of it all is they got the nerve to get involved in the politics. They got the nerve to tell us to push a Democratic position because it fills their pockets.
That's the link,
it
y'all.
Fills their pockets.
We got the link. I put them back in here. We appreciate y'all staying with us.
They are on that train of corruption. The church is corrupt. The church allows its building to get corrupted.
Yeah.
Its people are corrupted and paid, or they're pocketing Satan's money.
Yeah,
right?
that's
And they let the white
money.
devil up in the crib, up in the house. They don't do baptisms no more.
No.
They don't do a lot of shit no more, man. And it's really sad. And there's no such thing. It's almost like it's made up, but we didn't see it happen. That's how I feel about it.
Like they
And
did the
I get
Sinbad
mad
movie.
too. I get very angry.
Like they did the Sinbad
Yep, I
movie.
get very
guys. Like,
yeah,
what?
yeah, exactly. And I get very upset because I see white faces in black spaces, and the black space is the black church.
Mm-hmm.
If that the black church, the black salon, the black motherfucking barbershop, the black fucking anything that was black that white people weren't allowed to go to, just because we said so.
Now it's come
and
on.
now it's not. Come on in, get your head patted, and shake hands with them, and do the bidding of the devil. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I'm not taking it back. No, sorry.
No lies detected, Lady K.
But
okay, so moving
But
along.
they're raising all that money though. They raised all that motherfucking money.
Yes.
Why? She already had got the money from Biden. They raised all the money when she showed up, and they said that she, we had to accept her, and now they raised more money. Like why?
Every church is a cult.
Where you got to give this money to them, right? Like nobody gets to keep it, right? Do what you told me. You got to give it right back to somebody.
Yeah, in the state of Colorado, yes. Not all states abide by that.
I'd never raise no money for motherfucking cop. That's that poor.
No,
I get
each state is
fucking.
different.
Yeah, I can't pay money. Let me raise 3 million racks, and you want me to give it back to the state of Colorado? What the fuck?
Yeah, whatever you didn't spend, you got to give it back in the state of Colorado.
Yeah, motherfucking now. Charity starts at home.
So now we know we got to come in with a war chest. They raised $15 million to defeat me.
I give my money back to the black community if the black community was solid.
I think I got maybe $100 from the black church during last year's campaign.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna raise my money next time I run for office at all, because I have a problem giving it to them. That they're responsible for unlimited amounts of benign neglect, racism, and ran by the Klan. I'm good. I'm so good.
All this shit they preach, they don't live by none of it.
Nope. None of it. None of it.
It's called hypocrisy, lies, deceit, bullshit, spelling, as in casting spells.
Manipulation.
Shit sandwich, and I don't want none of it.
Better yet, it's called pumping pimping.
So we just had this shit show known as the Democratic National Convention, and it was definitely
pure shit.
It was lit and turned up and pure shit.
And that's why I appreciate a Facebook friend of mine who was out there in Chicago.
I can't even believe it's like, have y'all not been listening to the new black media for the last 10 years? Like,
nope, they just turned off their ears, man. They're on some other shit. Black people are on some other shit right now. Like, where the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck, family? TBA said it. We're saying it. Everybody's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong?
Right.
What
so
the fuck
Brink
is wrong?
Goodman and I forgot the other dude's name is gonna give us the update on the DNC last week, or this week. Michelle and Barack Hussein Obama, or Osambo as I call him, champion Kamala Harris while skewering. What is it? Skewering Trump.
Mm-hmm.
We were on a Trump count.
Juan Gonzalez.
They mentioned his goddamn name during that shit. And still no policy. There was no policy projected.
We're broadcasting from the studios of Can TV here in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. In Chicago, Democrats held a ceremonial roll call at the Democratic National Convention Tuesday to nominate Vice President Kamala Harris to be president, along with her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. Harris accepted the nomination virtually from Milwaukee, where she and Walz addressed a packed arena, the same site where the RNC was held last month. The second night of the DNC in Chicago was headlined by former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. This is part of what Michelle Obama said.
She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light.
That cackling, that horrible hyena sounding cackle.
It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black.
Non-FBA. That's why you got to kill you. To the Kevin Sabaki, that's why they got to kill you.
Michelle too?
No, Michelle was born on the south side of Chicago, Brother Jack.
I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs?
Now that there is bullshit. Now elaborate after she finishes.
It's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our healthcare, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential.
What they unleashed on her family?
That was former First Lady Michelle Obama at the DNC on Tuesday night. She then introduced her husband, former President Barack Obama, who repeatedly criticized Donald Trump.
As we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Former President Barack Obama speaking at the Democratic National Convention Tuesday night.
Shit for us. Didn't do a goddamn thing. All
Exactly.
right, so that was the warm-up to Professor Black Truth. So Professor Black Truth.
Okay, man, make some comments on this right here. Okay, this dumbled-eared looking motherfucker is going to sit up there and tell us when his ass got inaugurated in 2008.
Here in Denver, Colorado. At the Pepsi
Yes,
store.
sir, in Denver, Colorado, yeah, where he gave his acceptance speech. That he was against reparations. So therefore, motherfucker, if you against reparations, man, you ain't serving my self-interest.
Right.
And keep in mind is that off the law of biophysics, okay, I don't think I'm going to see reparations for my family because they're going to try to throw every goddamn monkey wrench in the works, and you're probably going to have to go through that bullshit, brother.
And fellow soldiers, I'm
about for the next 10 to 20 years for it. I hate to say, I hope I'm wrong. I yield.
I don't see it, Shabaki. We're going to make it happen. But Lady Che, what are your thoughts on it? Real quick thoughts.
I like, first of all, I was kind of disappointed in Michelle. Disappointed all the way around, but I'm disappointed in Michelle. Again, as you can see, Black people were hungry for motherfucking policies. And, let's keep this in mind. They didn't endorse her. They didn't endorse Kamala. They didn't endorse Kamala right away. They didn't even want to acknowledge it. That lady was not, Kamala was not the fucking, nobody wanted her there. Can I finish my statement? Nobody wanted her there. This is what I need to find. This is what I need you people. This is what I need. I need Black people, okay, to listen to. She said, Michelle said something about IVF, making it possible to have babies. Don't you find it kind of interesting, Black women, that this is a sister telling us about IVF? And don't you kind of want to know why she's saying that to us? Because we can create babies if we want to, right? So, if we really want to, we get pregnant if we want to. If we don't want to, we can naturally not get pregnant. Just by the sheer will of things, you know what I mean? And also contraception does help. So if we want to have a baby, we can have a baby. But why? My question is, Black women, because I'm gonna ask this question, don't you find it odd that she said it like that to make IVF available so we could have, so you could have a family or something like that. Whatever she just said, can't say it word for word. But don't you think that's kind of odd that this sister would, she has a sister, this sister would say that to us? And I'm like, did we miss the memo? Are we not? Are we sterile now or what?
From the south side of Chicago, Michelle.
What?
Uh-oh. We might get taken off. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, Black women, don't you think that we should look into that? Just run that track back a little bit. What she said?
Her and old Sambo had their baby with that shit.
But she said it like it's a mandatory, like making it possible you can have an abortion.
But I remember them showing like all kinds of races of families that have been created from this shit.
Did I understand more than anybody what IVF is, Jesse? I get it. Okay. So I don't want to talk about it. But I understand. But I can have babies.
I'm the professor, right? And this is the moment of truth.
I can understand, but I want to know why she's saying that to, because there's a lot of Black women in there. So you know she's talking to Black women. I hope. I might have to play that track again. That shit
was trying to sell it to everybody. They went white, Black, Latino, Asian, whatever the fuck. They had all kinds of families that have been created behind this. But Professor's gonna give us
nobody can have babies.
His take on it. Well, they're at Martin's birth rate, so they really need this shit. The Caucasoid. That's why they were heavily promoting it, but it seemed like they were trying to gear it toward us as well. Like, no, we still are reproducing naturally. There's no minus birth rate with us. We still doing what we're supposed to be done, despite all of this shit y'all put us through. We still getting it done.
Okay, but you see, Brother Che. Okay, all right. See, this is why these cave dwellers want to go up here and procreate with Black folk, and you said it on the air on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Brother Che, I believe about 3.5 years ago.
18.
Yeah, it was a few years back that you said where you were right about, and the reason why they're doing that because these motherfuckers know, man, that they're on the verge of extinction. So therefore, huh?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so this is why they want to sit up here and procreate with us.
They want to try to fuse their non-melanin or true melanin cells into our melanated gene pool, and it's like
okay, all right, and then too, and like I keep telling people, man, who want to sit up here and argue and debate with me on these facts, is because I'm through arguing with you stupid ass motherfuckers. Go look at a goddamn movie called Band of Angels. That will answer your question. Go see another movie called The Imitation of Life.
Shabaka and a nigga pop out.
Wait, say that again.
The Caucasoids know. They got a nigga somewhere in their family genome. Somewhere. They just don't know how far back or recent. But they know that they shake their family tree, a nigga gonna pop out.
Yeah, well, that's from the rapist, or Brother Che.
Shout out to Paul Mooney for that. That was Paul Mooney.
Sir, that is from the raping, slave trading, pedophile, and I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Yeah, so Professor gonna give us his take on it, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna resonate with a lot of us. And the ones that it don't resonate with, well, you can still like and subscribe, but we ain't no feeling, no love lost.
No love lost.
And be sure to like and subscribe to
Barack Obama finally came out of hiding this week so he could try to boost Kamala Harris at the DNC convention. Rather than being the big game changer that it was prompted as, it came off as just a bunch of leftover political talking points from Obama's glory days. It changed absolutely nothing. People didn't take extra notice of it just because Mr. Smooth Political Operator was slamming his gums. Unless you were at the convention, you didn't care. And the people at the convention, they're not the ones who will make the difference as to who wins or not in November. Now, considering that Kamala only got the nomination last minute and she's been in hiding ever since Biden dropped out, you would think that the top priority for these guys would be to say what she stands for, to use every second they could to tell America what Kamala Harris's political platform is. And yet nobody has been talking about Kamala's policies or programs, mainly because she has none. And she didn't have any when she ran for president in 2020 either. Well, at least she stayed consistent. Now, Barack Obama's appearance at the convention did show us two things. First of all, it showed that people were far more excited about a former president whose failure was so profound that he laid the groundwork for the orange man to become president. And the second thing that it showed was he doesn't have any new tricks. Who is he trying to convince? Who does he think is going to change their minds because he gives a speech? Right. The guy who spent years telling lies about Obama's birth certificate went from being a putrid joke to being Obama's immediate successor. And why was that? It was Obama's fault. Obama thought that he could use his charisma and bogus charm to sweet talk Hillary into the White House. He thought everybody loved his stinking drawers. He said that he would consider it a personal insult if Black America didn't make Hillary president because, as he put it, Black people had an obligation to secure his legacy. Well, as it turned out, Black voters didn't feel obligated to do anything for him. So now he's back because there's a rump contingent of white media and Democrat leaders who are still not clued into how little Barack Obama matters when it comes to winning elections. He's no kingmaker. Just ask Hillary Clinton. And here he was out there basically talking all the same stupid, worn-out talking points that he had used for his own campaign and recycling them for Kamala Harris. Michelle Obama, by the way, also spoke at the DNC, and she just repeated a variation on her "when they go low, we go high" line. So Barack and Michelle are back out there, and I'm not going to say that they were necessarily phoning it in, but I will say that they weren't giving it the old college try, that's for sure. The same way that they had no new ideas when they were in the White House, they also have no new material for their speeches either. It's pathetically fitting, though. Barack Obama's big debut was at a Democratic convention. I remember how in 2004, the Frankenstein tribute act John Kerry was running for president, or more like shuffling for the White House, and then young Barack Obama was running for the Senate. And he gave the keynote address because the fix was already in that this guy was going to be the perfect stalking horse for the White House one day. Obama was using the DNC 2004 convention as a platform for his own presidential aspirations. And it worked. Overnight, he went from being an anonymous political wannabe with a funny name to a presidential contender. They gave him the mic and he made the most of it, talking and acting as if he was the party's nominee, because obviously that's what he wanted them to see him as, and it worked. And it was also at the 2004 DNC convention that Obama showed the world that he would rise to power by lying through his teeth and denying that racism exists in America. It was at the 2004 Democratic National Convention that Barack Obama spouted one of the most infamous lines in the history of American political rhetoric.
There is not a Black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
The damned insult. Yeah. There is not a Black America and a white America. There's the United States of America. Now, over here in the B1, we know there's a Black America. We represent it every single day. His speech was meant for the consumption of a white audience, white voters. If there's one thing the Barack Obamas and the Congressional Black Talkers know, it's that the fastest way to get white liberal or white centrist support is to be the Black fool who stands in front of a camera and does the colorblind, there's only one America line of crap. White society loves to hear that lie, even when they know you don't mean a word of it, so it's easy points for the aspiring Black politician to score. And you see it not just from Black Republicans, but also from Black Democrats like Obama, because the white party bosses and white voters that they're trying to get the support of expect them to say that kind of stuff. Assure them that you're not going to rock the boat on race. Doesn't matter who the hell it is, Karen Bass, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, they all do the exact same thing. And those lying words that he spoke set the frame for the 8 disgraceful years he spent as president, ignoring the attacks and violence committed against Black Americans. His pathetic, craven behavior put a bullseye on the back of every Black person in America. Even his own friends weren't safe, like Henry Skip the Gates Truth. He got himself arrested in his own home, even though he's crippled. That white
Yeah,
cop
remember
didn't
we brought
care,
that up to
arrested him in
SARS?
his own home for no reason,
Like it's
and
been
dragged him out.
SARS.
Even though this man is lame, it showed that
That's
even
how
the
SARS
president's
was.
own black friends, the so-called talented 10th, weren't safe
Yeah,
from the
let's go
thugs with
have a
badges.
beer.
And rather than start punishing the police, Obama invited the reprobate Flatfoot in question
That's
to the White House for what they
bullshit.
called a beer summit.
And
Yeah.
they
Now,
should have
that was the
thrown that
time for him to
goddamn
begin an
beer in that
all-out
motherfucker's
war against
face.
violence against black people and to crack down hard as hell on them.
That
Instead, Obama treated this
shit
violent
pissed
assault
me
on
off.
his friend as nothing more than a
Motherfucker.
PR problem, portraying it as just a little misunderstanding. Oh, look how understanding we are. His goal was to stay in office for 8 years.
Well, you should have
and
thrown a
then
goddamn beer in his
nothing
face and said, well, we got a
successfully
misunderstanding about
the
that
White House
too.
with another Democrat. That was the plan. Because not since Reagan Bush back in the 1980s has there been a single party who's held the White House for more than 8 years.
Yeah.
Obama's sole focus was on being able to say that he was the first biracial president and that he led the Democrats to hold the White House
And
for
the
at least 12
black
years.
ass motherfucker still qualified for the goddamn auction block.
By the very black
Period.
America whose existence he began his political career by denying. And something else that made Obama's 2004 DNC speech so damnable was that it was John Kerry's running mate, John Edwards, talking about two Americas, specifically about the two Americas of race. So you had the white good old boy who was running for the vice presidency telling the truth about race in America, and he lost the election. Meanwhile, the biracial guy was at the same time denying the reality of race in America, and 4 years later, he was handed the presidency. America's cardinal sin is hypocrisy. This is a nation of lies and liars. Black empowerment is our attempt to fight back against this culture. But Barack Obama made it manifestly clear whose side he stands on, and it's not ours. The big difference between Obama and Kamala is that he has some charisma, and he at least has a superficial understanding of policy. The problem for us, though, is that Obama used this knowledge and this charisma to appeal to anti-black racists and to carefully avoid any policies that would have benefited us. And the result is that he's been reduced to doing a corny comedy routine now, talking about how nice it is that America's a place where people with funny names can become president. You know, when he says something like that, it reminds me of what James Baldwin said in the 60s when he talked about the Kennedy family. He said you got some Irish immigrants who just got off the boat yesterday, and here they are telling foundational black Americans that if we're really good, maybe one day one of us can become president.
That's what
someday. So while Obama's going through his old routine from 2004 and trying to make it feel fresh to people and trying to have people feel good about his smiling, wretched self, let's remember that when you look at this man, you're seeing someone who began his rise to the top by telling the world that America is all one big, happy, dysfunctional family and that there's no black America. His moral cowardice in the face of white supremacist aggression is the reason why all these thugs with badges, and a number of them without badges, felt emboldened to kill black people openly in the streets and to attack black people wherever they wanted to, even Obama's old friends. Because he let them know that he wasn't going to do anything about it. They correctly interpreted that he would sit on his hands. In fact, they knew that this guy actually wanted their political support, and that their political support was more important to him than black people's lives. It was obvious to everyone that Obama would do anything to avoid losing white voter support, especially those all-important centrists, because he clearly had two objectives: win a second term and successfully get a Democrat elected right after him. And by not taking on the police, he showed that he was fully willing to make history for himself over black people's dead bodies. Literally. This is the reason why he found it so easy to sit on his hands while black people, including black children like Trayvon Martin and others, were murdered on his watch. It was how he could do nothing while the genocidal mass poisoning of Flint, Michigan took place, all on his watch. Black people being slaughtered like Mother Emanuel Church, and here he is coming to town to sing a couple of bars of Al Green. So for any of you out there wondering what's the fastest route to getting either of the major parties to make you their presidential nominee, Obama and Kamala have shown you exactly what the Democrats and Republicans consider to be the most important qualifications: attack black people, promise to do nothing for black people, and run interference for anyone who attacks black people. Kamala Harris has yet to give her speech and quote unquote accept the nomination, which she's already got. But whenever she does come crawling out of her hole to give her teleprompter speech, the white left media will go into predictable phony orgasms and claim that she gave a speech better than the Gettysburg Address, etc. They'll also claim that she got a post-convention bump in the polls. Though considering how they've been clamoring and praising her and claiming that she's been rising and rising through the polls so much, and yet she still hasn't surpassed Trump yet, I think that they'll have to explain why her post-convention bump still hasn't resulted in her passing Trump yet. Presidential races are good for the white media's ratings. They're good for these white media companies' business because everybody pays attention. And that being the case, it's in their business interest to try to portray every presidential election as being a nail-biter, as being a horse race, even if they have good reason to believe that it's anything but. So that's the reason why, no matter what, they're going to be saying that Kamala Harris is neck and neck with Trump, because that's what's good for their business model. And as for Obama, they'll also need to explain why this guy isn't a kingmaker. And that being the case, why the heck is he even at the DNC convention? He's preaching to the choir. As James Carville, the Cajun Skeletor, and other Democrat operatives have been forced to admit, the Democrats' black support has been sliding for the last 10 years now, since at least 2013. That was during Obama's second term. As soon as black folks, at least enough of us, began to realize that this empty suit wasn't going to actually do anything for black people, no matter how the shills and bootlicks and the people in denial were claiming, oh, just give him some more time. He'll do it. Just give him some more time. It became obvious. No, time's up. We gave him all the time in the world. He's not going to do anything for us. As black people slowly started to accept that fact, they looked and said, you know what, to hell with the process altogether, and threw up their hands. That's when the Democrats' hemorrhaging of black support began. In 2013, with Obama's second term. The people who might have voted Democrat were turned off to the party specifically by Barack Obama. And now here he is once again saying that we should be only too glad to vote for a candidate that he's recommended because this candidate is just like him. Yeah, we already know that. And that's exactly the reason why we're going to do what we did the last time Obama told us to vote for someone. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Gwendolyn Langston, Matthew Liggins, Jimmy Whitfield, Tom Anderson, and Yafet Jones. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, y'all. What's your thoughts on this? Ladies
Okay,
first.
what I'm doing.
No, ladies first. Go ahead, Lady Che. All right, go ahead, Shabaka.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
I was on mute.
Oh.
Go, Chewbacca.
Okay, I was just looking here, man, pulling up some polls here, data, while the professor was speaking. All right, and currently, okay, this is dated August 24th, today's date. Okay, published at 8:34 a.m. I don't know which time zone. And it states that, okay, they say here's who's leading the polls following the DNC. Okay, Kamala Harris accepting a DNC nomination in Chi-Town this week. Polls which have previously shown the dump as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. With a hairline lead, have now shifted. After she vowed to bring quote-unquote common sense to the presidency at the DNC, it seems that the tide is turning as far as the two candidates' popularity among potential voters. Now, if I can get some of this goddamn spam out the way, I could look at this bullshit up here, all these fucking commercials. Generally, poll respondents have shown more faith in the dump as in human shit and his inability to handle the economy and immigration, while believing Harris would better handle things like abortion rights, healthcare access, and education. Here's a look at how both candidates performed in the most recent Gallup polls. Gallup, released on Thursday, showed Harris's approval rating now 13 percentage points in August to 47%, while the dump, as in human shit, dropped to 5 points to 41%. Among Democrats, Harris's approval rating went up to 93%, while 41% of independents and 5% of Republicans hold positive opinions of her, according to the Gallup poll. Now, keep in mind, these motherfuckers are on puppet strings, right?
Right, that they
Harris is unexpected. Yeah. And Harris's unexpected stop at the 2024 top of the Democratic presidential ticket has sparked an increase in positivity about her, particularly among her own party. Harris's nomination acceptance speech tonight and a 9-10 debate will be important in determining whether opinions of her improve, stay the same, or worsen in the final months of the presidential selection. Okay, for what? Okay, so definitely, and then we got a pop-up here on my computer that states, "Don't let Kamala take Nevada. Sky high inflation, open borders, massive tax hikes.
Oh, this
Make a voting
Trump
plan."
state. That's all Trump. That's dumpster land.
Yeah. And I'm trying to see how I get this bullshit off my damn computer. Want to look at this stupid ass shit. Yeah, man. So therefore,
got to get the premium. That's to get premium on all of our platforms.
Yep. And then that, and also too, another special note that I put in the chat room, as we all know, that Barack Obama did not serve his full term of U.S. Senator from Illinois.
Wow, I didn't know that. I thought he got a term in.
No, what had happened was that Carol Mosley Braun, who was the first Black U.S. woman, the first Black woman elected to the U.S. Senate, if I have my history correct.
Huh? That was the House of Representatives. Yeah, you might be right, Shabaki, because Shirley Chisholm, I thought it was Shirley Chisholm that was the first Black woman that was inducted into the...
Okay, now Shirley Chisholm, man, was not a U.S. Senator, sir.
Okay,
all right. So therefore, Carol Mosley Braun was, and then she termed out. Then Barack, got elected 2 years before in 2006 as the U.S. Senator from Illinois. And then he did not even serve, not even 1/3 of the fucking term, because as you know, a U.S. Senator serves for 6 years. Right. Then he got selected as the president, and then he went to your hometown, and I saw that bullshit as well too. A change that we could believe in.
Yeah, never told us what that was, but something that we could believe in.
Yeah, whatever kind of line of shit it was, man. Okay. Oh, and I'm happy to say here in Sin City is right now it's 78 degrees, so therefore this heat is breaking. So mighty whiteys, y'all gonna have to wait till next summer to come out here.
I just getting some rain out there. We just got some rain yesterday.
Well, I'm glad the temperature is down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me too. It's still in the upper 80s, low 90s out here.
Right. So I think tomorrow the high is going to be like about 98, but I think, man, by the end of next week it's going to kick back up to about 115 degrees. And then I think after that point,
hit the record. Y'all hit 120 back in June.
Yeah, hell yeah. It was hot as hell. I was afraid to drive my car in that heat. That's easy for because that's easy at that heat, Lady Che. That's easy for fan belts to break and for radiators to crack.
Yep.
Yeah, though.
And haven't had that happen to me. I know. That's fucked up.
It's just the way you said it made me laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got antifreeze in a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
I've been in the bag smoking weed.
And I think I put 100% antifreeze in there, although they tell you to mix it with water, but in heat like that, you want to have that shit at 100%.
Yep.
And I haven't had no temperature risings on it. And then when I do have to make my runs, I do it early in the morning, man, or after about 3 o'clock.
Yep, that's what they were showing on the news out there, y'all local news.
And then out here in these desert states, be leery of walking the streets at nighttime. That's what Jake the Snake likes to come out at nighttime.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of critters in the desert.
Oh yeah.
All kinds of critters.
Yeah, because Jake the Snake, what he do, man, during that hot ass weather, he go up there, man, crawl up under a rock, as they say. Yep. And then when nighttime comes on, then that slithery, no good ass motherfucker goes out there and does his thing, you know?
Yeah. All right, Lady Che, do you have any further thoughts on what the professor just laid out?
Well, as far as it just kind of baffles me, like
that he didn't serve a whole term. A, B, they did let him talk. He wasn't really trying to support her at all. Like, it took him forever to even get behind that idea. Him and Michelle.
Until Roly Poly made that call, and they had that black men vote or support Kamala Zoom with 40,000 people.
Was Barack Obama in there?
He probably was one of them. It was all act blue.
Oh, you just making a hot boy statement. Stop it. That's speculation. You're just making a hot boy statement.
No, it's not.
The thing is, Roland Martin is a nobody. He's just a fucking weird, awkward face talking space.
It wasn't until he started running his chompers that all of a sudden the old Sambos came around to cop Molly.
I don't even want to fathom that is who Obama's listening to, is fucking old Roland Martin. That's the sorriest shit. That's the sorriest shit I heard all night long. Like,
he was leaking the answers to the questions in 16 for Hillary Clinton and doing the jig, and asking her if she had hot sauce in her purse and all that type of dumb jigaboo ass shit.
Damn. Okay, just the latest up on Jesse Jackson. Okay, Jesse Jackson, this motherfucker's been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and this motherfucker's 80 years old. Well, Reverend Jackson, Reverend Jackson, may your ass rest in peace. You know, you were full of shit. And when I saw that motherfucker at Watt Stacks, man, in 1972, talking about wearing the RBG dashiki and all this old type of shit, and then what did this motherfucker do several years later? I am somebody. I may be low and on welfare, but I am somebody. And then this is why I appreciated it in Ferguson, Missouri. When Mike Brown was killed, when he pulled up there in that van, and the people there at Ferguson said, look, hey, homie, check this out, man. Shake the spot, man. We're not listening to that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And you got like about 5 seconds to make up your goddamn mind, man. Otherwise, we're going to start shit canning this vehicle that you're in with you in it. You see what I'm saying?
It was not playing. That's why years later,
man, and we need more of that, man.
Those activists came up mysteriously missing and dead.
The one that told them that?
During that time, a lot of those people.
Man. And then also too, Brother Che, on my desk right here, a second cop in a murder of
I literally rolled down the strip where they was burning and supposedly looting over there, where stupid ass Don Lemonade was saying he could smell weed, but he couldn't see the injustice that was going on.
Yeah, that shit crazy. Okay.
Black city with an all-white city council and an all-white police force and chief.
Well, yes, sir. So therefore, Reverend Jackson, you're on your way out. Okay, man, and good riddance to you. Now, for those of you gonna say, well, Shabaka, why you saying that? Because I got one foot in the grave and another one on a banana peel my goddamn self. Okay, and I'll never forget in 1972 at Watt Stacks when that hypocritical motherfucker got up there talking all that pro-black shit. 8 years later, I am somebody. I am somebody. And then, you know, when they got this rainbow shit from, is because he had came out, man, with the Rainbow Coalition, and you saw what the fuck happened to that. And Al Sharpton, fuck you, motherfucker. And you welcome to call in on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, at 516-418-5996, 9 p.m. in your time zone, you no good bubblehead looking motherfucker, and you gonna stand there carrying a goddamn rainbow flag with a fucking banana in your mouth. Man, fuck you, Al Sharpton.
If I'm not mistaken, he was with Dr. King at that hotel on that balcony when our ancestor was murdered.
Yeah, Jesse Jackson was, yeah.
Yeah, but
And Dick Gregory showed a film clip on that, man, by one of those people who was there with Dr. King that stated that they stepped out the way, then they took the shot.
Just like with the dump, as in human shit. And we'll make that perfectly clear.
Well, Brother Che, let's ask ourselves something. I think the dump set that shit up because if this motherfucker if the gunman was out there to make a legitimate hit, man, why the fuck you only using the 22, cat? To quote the words of Dr. Henry Lee in the O.J. Simpson case, something not right.
Shotty or something.
Something not right.
Yeah, something definitely not right. But I thought he was doing a higher caliber than 22.
Yeah, right. And then of course the Secret Service kicked him off the planet, right? And then you also know that a lot of them Secret Service
know the police let them take the shot. It was the police, the local PD down there.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, check it out. So as far as Jesse Jackson's concerned and the Parkinson's thing, Parkinson's is like a fucking horrible disease. It's a horrible disease with Black people, especially if you don't have no support around you to take care of you. A horrible fucking disease. It's a horrible disease. Secondly, okay. So as far as I am somebody that loves this shit. Dr. Khalid Muhammad did a motherfucking the best impression of that shit ever. He did it in one of his speeches. He did it in one of his speeches. Hold on. He did it in one of his speeches. Let me finish my sentence. Jesus. He did it in one of his speeches at one of the colleges, right? So that's what. Two. And if you watch that Trump rally after the DNC, whatever the one it was after the DNC, you had it on the thing playing, right?
Montana.
Whatever that. Yeah, Montana. He was talking about the shooter, and he was talking about the attempted the shot, right? And it was almost like he was telling on himself.
Yeah.
So I mean, I encourage everybody to listen to that shit because that shit was almost like he was telling on himself. It seemed like anyway. At least the energy felt like he was telling on himself. That's all I want to say.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna see if you have been convinced, Black family, to support the Demokkkrats after this shit show that took place in Chi-Town earlier this week, last week. No.
I hope the homie back there in Chicago made him some money selling them shirts.
Right. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us the update on that. Shout out to Uncle Phil. He's been under attack for like bad Asian type behavior sources.
Well, like Uncle Phil said, man, that he's right about, man, with this high technology, man, when you get up here and say things, there is always the potential of a motherfucker coming up there stepping to you on it.
Oh yeah.
I think that if somebody pays somebody to do a whole expose on a certain particular individual that they may have questions about, then that's just somebody doing their job, though, because that said individuals do take fees, do take money to do little essays like that, just to look into them and do a full, thorough report of whatever the fuck they feel like. If you put the right amount of money down, anybody will do the research. And I think that's what happens in this particular few cases that have been coming up lately. Somebody probably said, hey, I got 200 on it. Can you look into this? And then all the research goes in and the dirt comes up. So I think that somebody was just on there, just doing their money making residual income.
Okay? Like possibly another 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
What you talking about?
Shabaka, he's trying to bow out already.
Let him go, man. He's tired.
No, it's not that. It's that I'm running out of data, Lady Che. And also, too, please spread the word that we need donations to produce flyers to be distributed at the Taste of Soul concert in Los Angeles in October.
Oh well,
Okay.
Shabaka, we got to get to next week. This might be our last show.
I know.
Period.
I know.
Where? No, it won't. It won't never be our last show on Street Gun Station.
But we need some money, Lady
No,
Che.
I got
Is
you.
the
I got
point.
you. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, because we got 3 platforms that we maintain, and this shit ain't.
4. We got 4.
Well,
Yeah, okay. See,
well,
even
Shabaka-
the more
Shabaka-
reason we need more money.
Shabaka, it would have been all right if that shit didn't happen with them scanning damn devices. It wouldn't have been so contentious this month. I would have been able to help.
Okay,
I got a victim of that one of those devices in one of the fucking
Yeah, the
machines.
scammers. The scammers.
Oh, okay, inside of the damn 7-Eleven and what have you and
Yep,
shit.
yep.
Okay,
They
here's
took all
what you
my-
do.
They
Here's
took
what
like
you
all
do.
my loot.
It was
Like $300.
It had to have been the
It took like
Shamrock.
300. It took like $300 motherfucking dollars off the top, and then I had to file all these motherfucking papers for fraud and shit so I could get my money back. But it's not gonna come back until like the beginning of the month. So that's why it's like this.
Okay.
It would have been handled.
Okay, but hold on,
We
Lady
wouldn't have been
Che.
struggling like this.
Okay, hold on, Lady Che, because I had told these motherfuckers here at the 7-Eleven that I deal with, okay, with that bullshit, I told them straight the fuck out, man. You know, I will be suing you motherfuckers personally for allowing that shit to happen. That means you didn't do your security right. And they said, and up here at the local grocery store where I go get my groceries, they says, no, we check the motherfucker every day. You say, and we're in good standing. We check it every day. Okay, so that's positive.
Somebody's lying, yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, if we could do digital flyers or paper flyers for the Taste of Soul concert in LA in October, because you're gonna have damn near 50 or 60,000 motherfuckers out there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to call our. Hold on, let me correct something. I don't mean to call our people motherfuckers, but what I'm just saying is I was
I can dig
speaking
it.
off the street. You're gonna have 50 to 60,000 people out there, and it is a couple of days, and I want to peak the highest day, the highest number of attendees out there at that day, because didn't I send you the live feed?
Yes.
Brother
Yeah,
Shay,
yeah,
from the Taste of Soul a couple of years back.
Shabaka, that's not going to be a real issue. The problem, there's not really an issue with that. The problem is it's also October and it's the final month of the campaign.
Yeah.
So we have to get out there too.
Oh, Lady Che, you
With
just
our flyers and
an
shit.
idea. Now with Kamala, hold it. You on to something?
No, our
there, Lady
campaign.
Che.
Our
Hold
campaign.
on a second. Hold on a second. Just hear me out. Just hear my wisdom. I don't mean to cut your wisdom. But with Kamala being from California, and they holding it in the Crenshaw district is where Black Los Angeles elite is, okay? Yeah, you're going to have a whole lot of motherfuckers out there with that Kamala shit. Who knows? She might even show up herself, and if she shows up, then I'm staying clear of that place like a motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah,
because that's
we're talking about Jesse's
SWAT,
campaign.
lapdogs,
but we're
Secret
talking
Service.
Shabaka.
Go ahead.
We're talking about Jesse's campaign.
My campaign. That's right now.
Oh yeah, well we got to
That's the
promote your
final
campaign.
month of
No,
Jesse's campaign.
Okay.
So October is a hot month for us.
Oh shit. Okay, so now I got.
That means everything. No.
so-
You ain't got to. You don't got to. I'm just telling you that if everything goes well this month, right? Like that shit don't happen again. You're not gonna have to worry about that part. But we will have to focus on the campaign. Yeah, you could go do that with the flyers. That ain't no thing. But we're gonna have to focus on the flyers over here on our shit because we do. It is the final month.
Yeah, you're
for
right.
our
Lady
Justice
Che.
campaign. So you can still go do what you're gonna do with what you need. That's gonna happen. It's just
because
that
the Taste
we
of Soul
are
is in
gonna be our
October.
Justice campaign.
Right. Yeah, right. And you all got a whole lot of work to start doing starting next month, actually in about 7 days.
I'm behind. I'm behind only because of that. That happened right there. It put me behind the whole fucking month because everything was set up on autopay. So everything, I finally got to that. So with that happening, I didn't know that never happened in my motherfucking life the way it happened. I didn't know, but I had to do the right. I had to, make sure that shit come back because, somebody took that shit, that lazy work, and I want this money come back. Plus, it's the following month and all that other stuff. But it's not gonna be
Okay.
too much of a stressful issue. It's gonna be all right. Just give it a
Okay,
couple more
and
days. It's gonna be all right.
okay, and then Brother Chen, I'm gonna need that $30 too, man, ASAP if you can, man.
Whenever
Yeah,
I get it,
just
Shabaka, I haven't got $30.
Okay,
Shabaka. Just message me around the second, Shabaka. Okay, don't forget, write it down. Message me around the second. All right, and I'll do what I can, get that out the way. That way that everything rolls smoothly. Because I can't have no other distractions while I finish the rest of the light work on Jesse's campaign.
Okay, for
And
Jesse's
we got 2
campaign.
forums and all that. Yes, I can't have any more distractions. So I got to take care of all the finance shit.
StreamYard up during that week time.
Jesse, don't worry. You don't bring up nothing, Jesse. You just focus on what they're talking about. Shabaka, just keep me up on the second. Write it down, okay? Write it down, Shabaka.
So what I'm gonna do? Okay, so what I'm gonna do tomorrow, man. What is tomorrow? Is tomorrow Sunday or Monday?
Tomorrow is Sunday.
Okay, so it's Sunday. It's almost Sunday. Wait a minute. It's Sunday where you all is.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Okay, so you guys are tomorrow where I'm at because I got 10 more minutes to wait till tomorrow for tomorrow to be here. All right.
This is a whole hour. I don't. It's a lot of. You hear from about 5.
You don't need to see it. You're just hearing from other people. Like we already know what he's saying. It's a long video. What was the next topic? Just out of curiosity.
Out of curiosity, the next topic is these bootlicking shells.
All right.
Yeah, we already know what's going on with the. We already know what's going on with this. Oh, just get to just go to the middle or something. It's real easy. The answer is no.
The middle is them speaking. It's like 6, 7 black people speaking on the Zoom.
Oh, sorry. Start somewhere though. Okay, let's go. Let's get it.
We are here. We are here. It is Sound Off Friday. Friday. Just an announcement. Now, normally, we've been streaming on Saturdays at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. That will not happen this Saturday. We'll pick that up the following Saturday. I have to do a headshot and everything tomorrow. So the time that they had, to schedule it would run into the stream. So I have to take care of that. But, we'll be back streaming Monday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Ladies and gentlemen, give me some water.
Yeah, I would like some water.
Well, I ain't mad at you getting some water. Shit,
water's always good to have. I drink more water than anything else. I don't buy soda. I don't buy juice. I buy water. Water's always a good thing. All right. Yeah, some people didn't even know about those books.
Everything's all the way across the room.
Some subject matter I don't even get into like I used to because I'm kind of like, well, I put everything in that book and there's not really a whole lot I need to expound on that unless, it comes up. But, at that time period when I did those books, I was really focusing on that subject matter. But now, I'm really more so looking at and focusing on the enemy within, the enemy that assists those in white supremacy.
Right.
Whether they are on the left or the right, don't matter. But we're looking at the collaborators is more so the issue for me now than I've ever seen. What's happening with us here in America right now is, blatant discrimination in the area with the immigrants. I mean, blatant discrimination. I wanted to cover this extensively, but I don't know if you heard, there's a housing program for immigrants in Oregon. And it is giving them $30,000 down payment assistance. And they clearly say it's on the DACA recipients. If you got a green card, if you got asylum, anything like that, basically immigrants, no American citizens. Now, I thought about the Fearless Fund. The Fearless Fund was giving money to black women entrepreneurs. Yeah. And old Edward Bloom there sued the Fearless Fund to stop them from giving money to black women. Yeah. Now, where's old Edward Bloom at? Is he gonna go sue about that housing situation up there in Oregon?
Yeah.
Now, if he go sue, then I'll say, okay, well, he own what he own. But if he don't sue them,
right,
then I say, okay, we clearly see anti-black racism what his deal is, right? California, that's another state. They got a bill on the table.
Oh my God.
To give immigrants zero down, zero interest home loans. That's also on the table. And now it's quite interesting. They did that in Oregon, and now Kamala talking about 25,000 first generation home buyers when Black Americans or any other American don't use the terminology first generation. Right. That's an immigrant term. That is not a term for the citizens of the United States of America.
I'm a diasporic African, Uncle Phil, until they cut the reparations.
You say you watch the blue. Oh, okay,
Don't
cool,
worry about that.
Jane.
You're not gonna get the reparations.
Thank you. Yeah, I seen RFK today. RFK Jr. He, if you don't know, so Robert Kennedy, he bowed out of the race. He said that he was being sabotaged every step of the way by the DNC. He didn't say the Republicans sabotaged him. He said the DNC.
And his uncle and his daddy are turning over
in all 50
grave.
states. They wanted him to get signatures. They were getting them every time he turned the signatures in. He said to get on the ballot. The DNC was waiting right there with lawsuits to sue him to stay off of the ballot. Now, I told y'all, the Democrat Party do not believe in democracy. All that saved democracy, they don't believe in that crap.
No, they don't.
I got to see firsthand when their form of democracy, when it came to Chicago. When y'all hear me railing about the Democrats, is because they're freaking liars. They lie. They're sitting up here saying that they are the party of democracy, but then when citizens in Chicago, we talking about citizens, residents, wanted sanctuary city status put on the ballot. In a functioning democracy, you're supposed to put that on the ballot so people can have their voice in a democracy. What happened in Chicago? Brandon Johnson blocked, and also other Alderman John with him, to block the voice of the people because they did not want Chicago to be a sanctuary city no longer. So when I seen that, when you see the censorship, when you see all kinds of things that they like to promote, that isn't democracy. Democracy says you're supposed to have a voice. Democracy says you're supposed to have your rights, etc. Right? You don't block political candidates from being on the ballot. You don't do that. You let people, you run, let the best man or woman win the race.
Right, Aurora.
But that's not the way they get down.
Right.
But they always telling you to save democracy. What kind of democracy is that? You look like you're doing like Kim Jong-un, really.
But there are some Democrats.
At least he's open what he's doing.
Council.
Right? But RFK say he gonna support Trump. He said he gonna support Trump. He said they had a meeting and so he said they gonna do that. He said because in the swing states he actually would hurt Trump if he stayed on the ballot. So he said he gonna go ahead on and suspend his campaign today, and you can go check that full speech out from him. And he was a lifelong Democrat. You remember he tried to run for Democrat, and the Democrats didn't want a primary. They messed him over then, right? Because the Democrats, ever since I think 2016, you remember with Hillary? When Hillary was installed, the people wanted Bernie Sanders, and Hillary was installed the same way at that convention. And that's how Trump won the election, because it splintered the Democrat vote. This time around, this woman was installed, right? But a lot of people not feeling her. A lot of people not feeling her. And I know y'all seen the DNC convention. It looked like it was a block party. But also, a rumor was put out by TMZ, and the DNC didn't come out and say, no, that's not true. They said that Beyonce was supposed to perform. So a lot of people, for what I'm hearing, tuned in to watch the last night of the DNC to see Beyonce perform. Now, Pink performed, but not Beyonce. She didn't even come out.
No,
so
she said,
they played a switcheroo on y'all to get the rated. Boy, these Democrats are dirty, boy.
That is FBA magic.
They would do some dirty tricks to get ratings. Dirty tricks to try to win lawfare. Boy, these Democrats are on some different, boy. They really are. So, and the thing is, people are seeing through it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on and you say 40,000 watching the Trump RFK rally. Okay. All right.
You gotta
no, she didn't perform, but they lied. TMZ. Now, usually when TMZ say something, it's pretty, okay, TMZ reported is usually accurate, right? For the most part.
Uncle
And
Phil.
TMZ put out, oh, Beyonce gonna perform, but the DNC didn't come out and say, no, that's not true. She's not performing tonight. But we got Pink, we got this one, we got that one. They said nothing. So the DNC is much to blame because they wanted everybody's eyes on that last night. Like all the eyes on TV doesn't translate to votes.
Right.
Just want to let you know that. Okay. All right. So let's go on and get to what we got. What we got tonight? What we got tonight? Oh yeah, I don't think I did this one this week. All right, let's get Al Sharpton out the way, and then we'll get the calls in.
Fuck Al
but hold on,
Sharpton.
I'll put the link up here in a minute. Give me a second, Al Sharpton.
I have the courage to denounce the black bigot. I think Roy Ennis is no good, and I denounce the Democratic press. Now, look, brother, you have your time. That's a lot of brother, and I got
That's Roy Ennis. Yeah, Roy Ennis, a box for his. Yeah,
my favorite part.
Yeah, Roy Ennis was box for his.
Count indictment in Manhattan that accuses him of diverting hundreds of thousands of dollars to his personal use after using fraud, grand larceny, and false business records to solicit funds from such diverse contributors as Don King, the boxing promoter, and Don Trump, the billionaire. Sharpton will be arraigned on state income tax charges later in Albany. In the Manhattan Supreme Court, Reverend Sharpton was formally accused of taking in more than $250,000 for his national youth movement. The money allegedly was donated over a 3-year period to support youth programs, but State Attorney General Robert Abrams says lots of that cash went into Al Sharpton's pockets.
Where's all of the mob money? Where's the ticket scale? This is disappointing. I thought it was better.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. While we kind of waiting for people, now we put the link at the top, the pinned comment. You can go ahead and call in, ladies and gentlemen. While we waiting for more people to come on in, let's go on. I may even queue up. Who we gonna queue up right now? Just real quick.
We are committed to informing. Sorry, I know that's true. Can I do it again? Yes. I forgot my line. Okay, fine. We are committed to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African Are you? We are.
Oh no.
Are you, girl?
Do better. Do better.
It wants attention. It thinks it's Beyonce, and it's not. We are committed to. Sorry, my hair. It's my hair.
Oh my God.
It has to be my hair.
Let it go.
I shouldn't have curled this. Okay. Stay. Damn it.
Okay.
All right.
Uncle
Let's get
Phil,
it.
grab your girl.
We are committed to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African diaspora one story at a time.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Renelle Way. Shout out to Renelle Way. Shout out to her. All right, I'm starting to see people down there. Andrea, you'll be first.
Wear a hat or some shit.
So let me switch my screens real quick. Just give me a second, y'all.
That don't happen to Demetria.
Screens will be switching.
Or Vicky Deller.
Boom.
Or
Screen is
Vicky Deller.
switched. And stop my cam right there.
Girl got to get
Boom.
together.
Boom. Andrea, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. All right, Miss Andrea, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Houston, Texas. How are you?
Oh, okay. Well, shout out to
you.
Great day,
it's so good to be on. Actually, I wound up losing you, I think.
Oh, I'm here.
Great.
All right. So Houston, I'm pretty sure Harris County.
I'm in Harris County. I am.
All right. So let me. So I'm just gonna ask the question: did the DNC convention convince you to support Vice President Kamala Harris?
Yeah,
not at all.
Not at all. Okay. Could you let the class know when we in session? Let the class know why you feel that way.
You make it good. Use your podcast equipment, Uncle Phil.
Well, there's some context to it. So the real answer is I am a native Californian, 4 generations born and raised in Los Angeles.
Okay.
I have known of the VP for over 20 years. And I am so interested to know why no one is actually talking to Native Californians who have been there for years to ask us what have we experienced under her leadership. And you know, being in Texas, a lot of people are complaining that Californians are moving to Texas in record numbers, but no one's asking why. But if you go to California, the landscape is beautiful as long as you can ignore the social issues that are there. And we know that there's been an entire conglomerate of people working together to try to destroy that state. And I just tell people, all you have to do is just look at the condition of California. If you want your country to look like California, then go ahead and vote for it.
Yeah. I mean, last time I've been to when I went to California, especially, like I don't even like being in Los Angeles at all. You know, are you from Southern California, Northern California? Where you from?
So I am from Los Angeles, but I actually lived in Houston for 4 years and then moved to the Bay Area to live and work for 3 years and then returned to Houston. So I've talked to law enforcement there. I've talked to a lot of the city officials there. I'm in the mental health care space, so trying to get people on board to get them trained about how to respond to domestic violence calls, which are actually, you know, 5150 calls, people having, you know, mental health crises. And so I've been able to see, you know, people's perspective. And this is not a Black thing. I mean, I know people want to make it a Black white thing, but if you're here in this nation, you know that there are multiple ethnicities here, multiple religions, multiple races. But if you live outside of the country, you would just think there's just Black and white people here. Just based upon the rhetoric that people every single election period try to get Black folks swayed in one direction and white folks swayed in another to try to divide the nation. But what happens to all the other races? You know, what happens to all the other ethnicities? And so I'm just concerned that people don't know the real history, and you can't go now and see a lot of the things from California because they've suppressed those things. So that they don't and nobody is asking these questions.
Not suppressing it.
You know, born and raised there, seeing all of the places that's gone into place, and I just don't understand how people are just so blinded and they can't you know, if you really want to see, get on a plane, go to, you know, California, and all you got to do is just land and, you know, get outside of the airport. You can see the condition of the city.
Yeah, I seen it.
HR 40 been on the
I was quite shocked at the homelessness. A lot of people on the street with mental health issues.
That's what was happening right there in California.
Other time,
for 2.5 fucking years.
Not this year, but last year. I took, you know, took my
That's
kids.
what I'm
and
talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
So I took them,
I'm talking about the task force.
just to see this one guy. We went to this diner, and he was in a wheelchair, and he was cussing out a Coca-Cola can. I'll never forget that. He was cussing out that Coca-Cola can like it cheated on him or something.
Like, what about?
I'm like, and I look at this dude. I'm like,
bro just said,
man, I said, he out here going in like that. People just talking to themselves. Like, I don't know what's going on in LA, but when you get, for me, that's why I'm like, okay, I don't even want to stay in LA. I do what I got to do in LA. I go to Anaheim. I stay over there or somewhere a little closer, you know, maybe closer to Orange County, but I don't want to be dealing with LA County when I'm there.
But the reality about that, because the people who come to Houston and they're visiting for business who live in Orange County, they love BGQ.
It's nicer in Orange County though.
Right.
Like Laguna Beach, beautiful place.
It's true, but the laws in Orange County are very different. So if you are homeless, you cannot cross into Orange County. They will escort you out.
I believe it.
Oh, wow.
That's how protected it is there. And then during the pandemic, you know, Orange County was protected. They did whatever they wanted to do, even though the entire state was locked down with the exception of like Disney, because, you know, they sued the governor of California, all of the large amusement parks for just suppressing the economy there. So we've been in Texas, we've been, you know, hyper sheltered. You know, our governor opened up everything and took a big risk. I mean, he was called everything under the sun, you know, particularly by Black folks, because it was said that he was trying to kill us all with the pandemic and with COVID, the pandemic, actually.
And then he reneged on reparations.
And so we know that that didn't happen, and everybody can move here because the economy has been robust and is still booming, you know? And so I think that when you look at it, and I just want to try to paint a quick picture if I can. I met a young man this morning who was 25 years old. He's originally from Louisiana, came here after Katrina and wound up, you know, doing very well for himself. But he wound up sharing with me that this would be the first time that he's ever voted. He's 25 years old now. And he said he bought his first home here in Houston when he was, you know, 21 with his girlfriend. And so I said, what year was that? And he said that was 2020, like late 2020, early 2021. So you were one of the beneficiaries of the actual percentage rate on the home loan being at around 3%. And he said, exactly. And I said, so you were the beneficiary as a young Black man of being able to have access to the American dream on the coattails of the Trump administration. Because he made it so that you were able to do that.
Why
Is that correct?
Spell it like that?
Yeah, actually, that's true. And I said, do you realize how many young Blacks are thriving in the state of Texas, particularly in Houston, because of that administration? And he said, I never really thought of it that way. I want to just ask the community, like, I want you to think about your life between 2016 and 2020. I want you to ask yourself, was your life better? Socially, academically, professionally, economically? Was it harder for you to live a quality of life, or was it easier for you? Were you able to stack money, or were you just spending all of your money and stuff on just your basic needs? And then I want you to compare your life from then to now. Are you working more? Are you working harder for the same outcome, or are you not able to save any money at all? And then I met a woman today that told me that every stimulus check that she got, she used that as startup money to build her business. And she also was a Black woman. There were many people who took those stimulus checks and used them as seed money to be able to start their business that they otherwise would never have been able to start because the bank would not give them the loan. So I just want Black folks to really think about this entire thing. We're not talking about likability. This is not about likability at all. This is about what's practical. And when you look at this economy now, you can see what's going on. And I was so happy. I watched one of your videos yesterday where you were talking about oil and gas. If you're here in Houston, this is the oil and gas capital of the world. And when oil and gas tanks, it impacts everything around the world. And so when people are not working in oil and gas, that impacts everything economically. And so for them to shut down that pipeline and take away those jobs, that didn't just impact those jobs, but jobs around the world. And so I want people to just really be practical and think about it. I don't like either one of them, really. I really could care less about liking them. But when it comes to creating jobs and security in this nation, when it comes to everybody around you doing economically well, I just had a girl tell me, she hasn't entertained her family at a barbecue at her home in 3.5 years because they haven't been able to afford it. Nobody should be working like a hamster on a wheel and stuff in this nation just to try to make ends meet and still coming up short. And nobody should receive free funds when people have worked in this nation forever. You have people who work 3 and 4 jobs here who don't even have health insurance. How can you feed foreigners, people that are coming here illegally and they didn't pay their way to come here? And you're giving resources to people that should be going to the children who are citizens of this nation who go to bed hungry every night because there's not enough food. Or people who work 3 and 4 jobs and they have no health insurance. Even under, you know, what is it, the Affordable Care Act, there are people who still can't afford to have health insurance coverage because of the economy and inflation. So I just want people to really think about it. And I just thank you for inviting me up just to kind of share. But I am a native Californian. And when I go to California.
I had a question for you and everything. Well, you remind me of it's crazy how much you remind me of somebody, and it's kind of scary. But
get your closing on Shabaka.
Okay, yeah. Okay, what the sister here is saying is right. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, we got to control our own macroeconomics, and which will enable us to control our own microeconomics, okay, is because I do believe that we can shift it around ourselves. But our first thing is that we have got to become producers and consumers for ourselves, is because the Black consumer contributed greatly to the U.S. economy, if not the whole goddamn world's economy.
1.8 trillion by the end of this year.
You see that? And then also, too, the spending power in the United States that we have, also, too, in Europe, Canada.
That's what that is, 1.8. That's enough. Yeah. That's as rich as Qatar.
Ouch. Okay. So, therefore, we got to control our own education systems for our youth to
Shout
enhance.
Out to Professor Greg Fraser for that.
Okay. And okay, shout out to the professor.
Or George Fraser. Yeah, George Fraser.
Okay, shout out there to Mr. Fraser. Okay, and so it's up to us, Black family, to take care of us. Because the day the ass scratcher, the yassa boss, and sitting at the lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee, that bullshit did not work. Okay, we appreciate those who made the effort in the civil rights and Black empowerment eras that made the ultimate sacrifice. And we need to control our own economics, if for any damn thing, for their memories of the great sacrifice that they made. You see what I mean?
Yep.
And then on top of that is like Brother Che says, and which he is right, fuck these tethers.
Right.
Fuck the tethers. You see what I'm saying? And I think
tethers is keeping Wakanda from being a reality.
Exactly. Thank you. And then on top of that, but if here in this economical powerhouse of the United States, if we could make an economical shift, Black family, and I think that opportunity is presenting ourselves, then this hopefully will cause a chain reaction around the world. Now, Brother Che, you will see it in your lifetime, in your twilight years. I won't. I will be gone. And I think, man, if I made as much contribution to that before,
I think we're going to see about time, if not before the Olympics in LA, shortly after.
Okay, but now is the time to make the shift. Okay, now is the time to make the shift.
The time. Like there's never a wrong time for justice.
Exactly.
Like Kay said.
And with that there being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shabaka Sankoy for Frontline Black News, signing off from Sin City, otherwise known as Las Vegas, Nevada. Lost wages, what have you. I've lost so much money in this damn place over the years. I felt I built half this motherfucker up my damn self. City of Las Vegas. Please, by next week, if you could start bouncing a wrecking ball off that stack of shit up there that got Trump's name on it. And if there's any kind of judicial...
They're going to start sending the illegals over there. They're going to fill it up with the illegals. Watch.
Damn, Brother Che, you know what, man? I think I had to take $50 and go place a bet on that, man. Hopefully that motherfucker pay me 2-1. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that sounds like about right. Okay, and then also to Black family, and this is my last two sentences before I say goodnight. We got to quit hating on each other, and we got to quit killing each other.
That's on code.
Yeah, and we got to get on our code, stand on our square, and do for ourselves, and fuck all these other groups. Okay, we can't do it no more, Black family.
We're doing for ourselves, Shabaka. We need a hand up. We need what is rightfully owed to us.
Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? And that is real talk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so check with us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this upcoming Tuesday, August the 27th. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Brother Che, feel free to go off into the studio, make any changes that need to be made, okay, and what have you. And then Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, the podcast, has, for all practical purposes, has folded for the time being. And I think we got like about 2 or 3 episodes left on our plan. So donate to us if you can, definitely call in,
We got show scheduled this week.
Yes, sir. And then, of course, we appreciate all our haters. Okay, the chat room will be open up for hate mail, insults, bullshit like that. We'll read your comments on the air and we will crumb bomb on you. But if you're making sense, we'll read it if it's respectful and making sense. You know what I mean? So this is Shabaka Sankori signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on, 7-Eleven, clack, clack.
Go Broncos. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna let it continue, Lady Che.
Yep.
A good scary, not a bad scary. The immigrant situation in California, you got to see that bottom out way before the nation got to see it. When did it really get bad in California with all of the immigration?
That's a loaded question. So just to give you some context, I have some insight, observances also on that. My mother, rest her soul, was a federal agent for Homeland Security, Immigration and Naturalization Services. This nation has always been racist about who they let in terms of our people. So in the African diaspora, my mother made it a point to let our people in from all around the world, no matter what they were. But if they were brown like us, she made sure that the playing field was level. And one of the challenges that she gave them was, listen, I want to see you back here in 10 years so that I can swear you in as a citizen. That's the entire process. So when you come here legally, there is, stuff that you fill out, applications, there are fees that you pay. You have to go through this process. You get your resident alien card, and then you're able to work. Legally, you get, a social security card, social security number to track your earnings and all of those things. You file taxes and do all of those things. In the situation that we're in now, we have seen people come across the border. California, all you have to do is come in through, the San Diego Mexican border and cross over. I mean, we're here in Texas, so you cross over the Rio Grande, you're coming in. And so, the governor here has not permitted it. He shipped everybody out and taken them to places and stuff where people wanted to have an opinion about what he was doing. But in Los Angeles, it's been horrible. I mean, if you go to San Diego, it's terrible. There are certain parts of San Diego that are protected, but when you go, it looks exactly like you see when you look at the fence and you see all of the litter and the clothes and the trash and everything. And so it has impacted everybody. I don't know if you heard about the story of the General Hospital actor who was killed when he came out and his catalytic converter was being stolen off of his vehicle in downtown LA. It turns out that those were some gang members, and those are gang members and stuff that I think that they were saying a couple of them are undocumented. So you get an idea, but that was only because this guy was an actor on a major, daytime show. But what about the other casualties? And I was here when they found the little 12-year-old girl's body on Kirkendall off of Ella, and was passing by when the tape was up and had no idea that it was that 12-year-old girl who had been raped and murdered and thrown in a ditch, and her body was found. And so that's a reality for all of us. We should think about that when it comes to our children. Are you able to send your child to the bus stop, and trust that they're going to make it to the bus stop without being, human trafficked by somebody who's being paid as a headhunter that's not even, legally here in this nation? And I think the last thing that I want to say before this ends is it's amazing how everybody who was Black that felt the need to made fun of Donald Trump when he said, and he made the statement, you know, he wants to close the borders so that these illegals don't come over and take the Black jobs. When he said that, I didn't take offense to that, because what that let me know is that he's been in intimate communication with our people. Because if you're in a closed environment with our people, that's the way that you hear a lot of our people talk. You know, well, all of these people are coming here and taking these jobs, and it's hard for us to find jobs. But because he's white and he said it, it was a problem, even though it was the truth. So should he send a proxy who's Black like us to speak for us? Are we still in that place? I don't think that we are, because we see that everybody that's been positioned to speak for us has sold us out. They have sold us out, and they continue to sell us out, but we continue to go with it. Oh, they look like us, they're for us, and that's not the case. So that's the thing that I wanted to share. Like, knock it off, cut it out. It's time to grow up. We are educated. We have more degrees than a thermometer, and we're still acting as if we're in romper room with our thumb in our mouths, and we need people to make decisions for us. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, sister, you definitely said a mouthful. I know you know Sister Demetra. She's from California as well. That's on here.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. She was transplanted to Houston too. So it's definitely good to talk to you and get all that great information. I see the people really enjoying, the information that you're putting out there. And when I had looked at you, the crazy part is when I looked at you, you reminded me of Shirley Hussar a little bit, and it just threw me off when I looked at you. I say, huh? So she was a little ahead of her time when she was talking about, because I don't know if you know who she is, but she was actually a delegate for Trump back during that time period, the first time he ran out of California.
Yes.
And I didn't really know how bad the immigration situation was till she told me.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. And then when I went to the Taste of Soul that year, and I really started hearing Black people telling me, like, you talk about the job deal, they say we can't even send our kids to get a McDonald's job. They say because all the immigrants got the job, Black people can't get anything. And being here from Texas at the time versus there, that wasn't the experience for Black people here, but I mean, they were really going through it. Now it's kind of bleeding over to all over the whole country now.
Right.
Right. And Black people has been suffering in California, and I'm seeing a lot of Black people going to Nevada or Las Vegas too. Some coming down here. Now let me ask you a question: all the people that came down here, are they bringing their politics with them, or are they leaving that in California and just going on stick to the politics here?
That's a good question. But one of the things that I've realized is that the migration of a lot of Black folks from California is actually a reverse migration. So my grandparents were born here in Texas. So I was technically raised by Texans, and that's why it feels comfortable for me. And for a lot of people I know from California, their people are originally from Texas. And so I've always been extremely conservative about the way that I voted, but I've been duped like a lot of people. And it's interesting because my mother was staunch Democrat, but my father would always say, when the Republicans are in office, I know that I'm going to work constantly because they always pick a fight and there's always a war, and war generates money. And so I just tell people, look at it. I mean, now we're not a partisan nation at all, but I believe that a lot of the people who are coming here, they are conservative. And that's why being in a red state that actually more looks like a Barney purple right now with all the people moving here from everywhere else. People are here because they are conservative, and they realize when they come here that, it's not as bad as they think. It's amazing to me how many people think that Texas is the wild, wild west, and they're going to step off the plane, particularly in Houston, and everybody's going to have on, 10-gallon hats and cowboy boots and have guns on their hip. And I was like, you guys, stop watching television and movies and stuff like that. Just come and see. Houston is a great city. It really is. Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of Black people with money here. A lot of Black people doing very well here. And that's very positive because Black people need to see other Black people doing good instead of struggling all the time, you know. So, yeah, Sister Andrea, it was great talking to you, getting some information from you. Definitely don't be a stranger, you know, and yeah, you definitely stay blessed.
I love what you guys are doing. You stay blessed too. Thank you so much for keeping us informed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Sister Andrea there. Let me see here. I'm trying to see people that I've never seen before. Just give me a second. No, he came last time. I know who that is. Hey, Wabuya. You up, brother?
What's up?
Man, what's up, bro? You chill in the car?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot, man, you must be on lunch break. All right. Well, did the DNC convention convince you to support Vice President Kamala Harris?
Nah, I never will.
Okay, well, explain why.
Because like I said last time, there's no policies or anything for Black people. I'm standing firm on if it's nothing being offered to us directly for Black people, you can't get my vote.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Definitely, you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, they put on a nice pep rally though. You know, unfortunately, I think they got it, man. Unfortunately, I think they do. Because it seemed like I say, I look at both sides, and of course the Democratic Party is pandering, but they pandering to everybody. Versus the Republicans, they stand strong on what they always talked about, and it was just particularly just white rights. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if you're not gonna play the game how the game should be played, I mean, the winner gonna take it all. I mean, I think as Black people, we still losing from any way it go, we're losing. So that's just my take on it. You know, ain't nobody offering us anything. I done watched both of them, and it's, you know, with the Democrats, like always empty promises, and the Republicans ain't talking about nothing. I know y'all be like, hey, they talking about getting rid of the immigrants and all of that stuff, but I always look at it as once they get rid of them, they back on our ass. Right now, you know, whatever, I guess all the Mexicans or whatever they concerned about right now, they occupy with them, but once they get that under control, they back messing with us. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's a lose-lose for us at the end of the day. Rather you believe jobs are going to be for Black people or not. Me, I'm a government worker, so I guess I'm always winning. So
yeah, until they have a government shutdown.
Well, I mean, I'm in a field where it's needed, you know. So I'm in wastewater. Yeah, I'm in wastewater treatment, so it's
okay. Oh yeah, you definitely gotta have wastewater treatment. That's very, very important. But all right, brother. Well, I appreciate you. All right, Zenobia, are you ready? 'Cause I saw you down there. Zenobia, are you ready? If you can cut on your camera for a second, I thought I saw you. Zenobia, you is that your other one? Because you got two up here. Okay, I see you, Zenobia. I see you. You probably you have to, Zenobia, you have to unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Welcome back, Lady Check.
Can't hear you at all, Zenobia. Try again.
The internet's
welcome back.
Back and forth. You know what I mean?
We can't hear you.
The internet.
Yeah. Okay.
You unmuted on my side, but we can't hear you. Yeah, we probably have to clear you out. All right, let's go
I'm having a midnight snack, so I'm on mute.
What's going on, brother?
I'm having a midnight.
Unmute yourself.
What's up?
Lucky
What's going on, man?
Hello. Hope you're doing good today. And it's Good Friday night.
I'm here.
That's good. That's good. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, they didn't convince me. They didn't convince me at all. I was pretty much done with the Democrats years ago. I'll never forget when I was watching that video of Obama when he called us. Because at the time I was a teenager when he was president. I will never. It really hit me in my soul that day when he called us, thugs. I was pretty much tapped out with the Democrats then, but this whole DNC thing, it practically assured it even more because, I was watching was it yesterday, the live stream that you had with Michelle Obama? Or was that the day before?
That wasn't yesterday, it was the previous day, so I think Wednesday.
Okay. The previous day, when she had that speech and she was saying something about affirmative, like, oh my goodness. Forgive me for not remembering the quote exactly, but basically how we're not going to get reparations and how we're not going to get nothing like that. Like, come on now. I'm really supposed to vote for this woman, Kamala, after you have a speech telling us that you're literally not going to do anything for my people. But meanwhile, no disrespect to anybody else. You're literally doing something for everybody else. Are you serious? No. How dare you even ask us to drive, walk, or do anything for you guys after years and years we supported you, and you can't even do not one thing for us?
Like Kamala did.
Yeah,
so,
that's the arrogance. That's the arrogance of their party. But you've seen black folks at the concert / pep rally for the past 4 days, and black folks act like they want something going over there. Boy, you should have seen it. They had every black person. I even seen old Sylvester, the former mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner. I didn't know he was over there. Jesse Jackson was over there. They had everybody that could be alive. You got Willem in a wheelchair to anything else. Bring them on in. They got to be here. I never seen nothing like that before.
Lord have mercy. And you said, where was it at again? I'm sorry.
The DNC, it was in Chicago.
I thought you were talking about down in Houston. Okay.
No. I'm talking about the former mayor of Houston. What's his name? Sylvester Turner.
It's pendulum, so just carry on.
Oh, okay.
I'm in here.
Yeah, because it's sickening at this point, and I love my black people, but to a certain extent, it's kind of our fault because we were naive. In my opinion, we were naively voting for these people and not asking for any tangibles. But at the same time, it's like now we live in the information age. You can literally look up anything and find out anything with a simple Google search. Maybe I'm missing something, Mr. Scott, but in that DNC, did you hear the Democrats say any policy that they were going to do specifically for black people, or am I missing something?
No, you didn't miss anything. I mean, the only policy they got is immigration, LGBT, and abortion. I mean, if you're not doing any of those things, then sucks for you.
Okay.
Bottom line, but they will tax you though. They're going to tax the hell out you though.
Of course.
Yeah, but brother, I appreciate you coming on. Get some other people on. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get who we got down here. Amin, what's going on, brother?
Brother Phil, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you very well.
How you doing, Brother Phil? Big fan of your show, sir. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm good. I'm here. What's on your mind about the DNC? I mean, did they convince you to support Kamala?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm definitely not voting for Kamala Harris. Absolutely not. They have not done anything to convince me to vote for her. Right now I'm on the couch. For me it's the couch. But the more I hear Donald Trump talk about certain things like, drill for oil locally, and bring the gas prices down to $2 per gallon, dropping the taxes for businesses from 21% down to 15%. the more and more I hear about Trump talking, I don't know. I might get in that line and vote for him. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there close, brother. I'm getting there close.
Bro, look, let me tell you something. If they drop the tax rate down from 21% to 15% for businesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's going to be an explosion of businesses, an explosion of jobs.
Yeah, I mean, we might end up with a recession messing around with Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Yeah,
we're going through the recession. We're going through a depression with Kamala Harris. It's a guarantee because all her ideas don't even make economic sense. Like I don't know, do you watch CNBC?
Every now and then.
Okay, man, go watch them. They are tearing Kamala a new one over there.
Oh, I got to start watching that then.
Oh man, because they're not talking about the politics side. They're just talking about just the practicality of what they're presenting with these capital gains tax. You know, you want to raise that from 20% to 44.6%.
Yeah.
That's almost half of your investment gone to taxes.
Yep.
And then this unintended, what they call it, unintended gain tax, where if you make money on your stuff and because usually the only way you pay capital gains tax, you got some stock. You cash it out, okay, now you got to pay capital gains tax at the end of the year. Well, if you never cash nothing out, you ain't got to pay no tax. You can just leave it there.
Yep.
What she want to do is if you left your stuff there, let's say you put a $5,000 investment, you made $10,000 now, right? Mm-hmm. She wants to put a 25% tax on the money you made that you never took out, you never spent. She wants 25% of that.
Terrible.
On top of the other stupid crap, talking about price gouging, ban, and all this other stuff, you're going to create food shortages.
Yeah.
And them silly people at the DNC, and all them black folks, yeah. But when you go to your favorite restaurant, and they say, "Oh, we closed today because we got food shortages. We can't operate." Or you go to Kroger, they limit you down to 1 gallon of milk per person because of food shortages or whatever. Then you're gonna cry.
Yeah. I'm just, I don't personally like Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump, but at the end of the day, when he talks about he'll get those illegals out, and and pretty much I saw a show where you showed a chart where the economy was when Trump last final day. It was like, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't have to like somebody to do business with them, man. I'm to the point. Like I said, I'm picking the couch, but the more I hear.
Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. How long have you had supervisors all your life on your jobs?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Did you like them all?
No.
Okay, it's some of them I hated, but did I quit my job? I don't like him. I quit. Right. No, I'm only talk to him about the job. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do my job description like I'm supposed to, and I need to get this money. I ain't gotta like him. Mm-hmm. I ain't gotta live with him. The only thing he's not gonna do is disrespect me as a man. Yeah. That's the only thing he's not gonna do. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, we cool. Yeah. I ain't gotta say nothing to him because I'm here for money. I'm not here to be liked. Yeah. So all this, I gotta like you stuff, man. Forget that. Yeah. Like your family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I see another thing I see about the Democratic Party is their policies is just not good for small business. It's not.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I see a lot of.
They want you. Look, check this out. The Democrats for a long time wanted black people to have like low-skill jobs like Walmart cashier, flipping hamburgers, whatever. Yeah. Now the Democrats, they don't even want black people to have that no more because now they're saying, forget you black people, you can be homeless. We want them jobs to go to the migrants.
Yeah.
So you can't even say that they want black people to have low-skilled labor no more because the Democrats just say basically like F black people.
Yeah.
We gonna pay for the migrants up.
Yeah, so that's why I'm when you say the enemy is my friend, Trump saying he's gonna get them out, I ain't gonna lie. I know a lot of black brothers feeling that. They feeling that. You know what I mean? They feeling that. I know I'm feeling it. You know what I mean? So, and like I said before, like you said, you support legal immigration. I support legal immigration.
Legal immigration. Yeah. I support. Yeah, you do things the right way. Welcome to the United States. But if you come in here finessing, and when I say legal immigration, I don't mean that the government is coming in here handing you all the resources. No, they just give you the opportunity to be here, and you can get your behind to work and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like black folks are told, right? And get it how you live. I respect it that way. But you just being handed down payments, handed rent money, handed food, handed everything, but black folks get $10 on food stamps. So we call welfare queen, well, at least not we as men, but black women are called welfare queen. We lazy, we don't want to work. But nobody's saying that about these migrants getting all this money, but they're lazy, they don't want to work.
Yeah, that's why. To me, any black person votes Democrat in 2024. To me, they need their head examined. I just don't. To me, voting Democrat in 2024 makes no sense. There's no benefit for black folks. I don't understand how any black person even entertains it. So that's just
there. You go, brother. There you go. Well, all right, brother. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, brother.
All right, let's see here. What's going on, brother?
Yep, I agree. What's up, Phil? On that.
Hey, you here? You okay? All right, man. How you say your name on there?
You talking about Tassetti?
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out your name. All right. So what do you think about the DNC convention? Did they convince you to support Kamala?
No, I thank you for watching that stuff, so I don't have to. I don't support any of those policies much they talking about over there. I'm in California, been here for decades. I live the Democrat supermajority life.
Right.
So I already know what it's all about. Well, I want to ask about I want to follow up to my call yesterday. The motherfucker, Phil is full of shit. You've been exposed, bro.
Okay. I don't know what he's talking about. Let me get him out of here. I don't know what he's talking about.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Oh,
let me see. You can get him out of here. He's always gonna be one. We was on the street for a long time. Very, very long time. Okay, let's see. Who I never had on here before. Let's see. We done pretty good for the most part, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel, are you ready to come on?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, Daniel, I can hear you very well, brother.
All right, cool. About the DNC,
yes,
I was joking, but not joking with one of my friends. I said that they gave Kamala the A+ presidential upgrade. Like, right. I don't know what they were doing while they were hiding her for all these months and years, but they did a good job. I was saying it was kind of akin to I don't know if you know of or remember the film My Fair Lady with Audrey Hepburn, where they turned her from the plot was about how they took a common woman and turned her into a high society woman, and that's what it was really giving. The production.
That's our viewers, Lady Che, right now.
The production quality was great, and I remember my mom and I were just shocked as we.
I was shouting out the viewers, Lady Che. I know them by name. Howard Johnson. Listen, Howard Johnson, Snuff Dangerman, and Patah Hotep.
All right. Welcome.
We watched it, how well they presented her.
Anything on this side
now,
of the bits.
Did she convince me? Of course not. But I'll admit, as I was watching it, I was kind of nervous because, a lot of us, not even just us, but people in general are swayed just by appearance and production value. And they did a good job. Now, I say we'll have to see if they let her interview, then it may break the illusion. But
that's why she's running from interviews, because they know good and well once she starts talking, that's a wrap. See, they can control the image. Think about it. Her speeches are written by somebody else. She's not writing her speeches. So they're literally, you call a puppet, that's a puppet. Literally. You're not interviewing, they writing your speeches. She gonna be exposed at the debate. I believe personally, the debate is gonna be it. Just like how he got Joe Biden, and then I don't know if y'all know, or maybe old girl told Gabbard is helping Trump with debate prep.
Oh yeah, I've seen her, and
yeah,
I say Kamala, she must play ball behind the scene, because I was talking to somebody and I said of Tulsi, what was her last name again? Gabbard. Yeah, Gabbard. I was saying, I'm like, even if they wanted to, like, why couldn't they even just pick her? Because she at least sounds, presidential. I haven't done my research on all what she stands for, but before yesterday, I'm like, she at least fits the image. But Kamala, I'm just still confused as to why she
this
was
what happened. They really did, brother. They really didn't want Kamala, but this is what the grumblings were. Well, if we pass her over, then the black women is going to be upset that we passed over Kamala, and then they're going to, not vote for whoever they picked. I don't believe they wanted Kamala Harris. I believe they maybe wanted, maybe Gretchen Whitmer, maybe a Gavin Newsom, or somebody else, right? But they felt that those divine 9 women and all the other ones that support them, that they was going to basically, split the vote so they wouldn't be able to win. So they want to go ahead and Kamala. And yeah, they've been spending a lot of money on her, a lot. I've been seeing that.
Right. And just to go on a slight tangent, but still somewhat related, about the discussion on whether Kamala is black or not. I'm kind of biased. I live in Louisiana.
Okay.
And so, in Louisiana, we have a history of having a lot of fair-skinned,
Creole.
Creole. Yeah, that's what we call them, Creole.
I got a lot of my family in Louisiana.
Oh, okay. So you understand.
Oh, I know it. I got them kind of people in my family.
Right. Oh, so yeah, you definitely know.
Yeah, but see, the difference is they black, though.
Well,
like my grandma used to say, brother, you may not know what they are, but let them open their mouth.
Right. Well, here's the nuance I was going to put on it. So, of course, just to my, because of my living here, at first I saw her as, my initial response to see her as black, but the way I've come to, I guess, put a little more nuance on it is when I'm using my logic, I divide into biology and culturally.
The thing is, that broad is not what that broad is.
To me is I always want to ask,
not even a little bit,
white people on the media that force her to be black. Since we're supposedly, no, not really, but since we're supposedly in a post-racial society that is science-based, then how is it that a woman, Kamala Harris, who is mostly Indian, and she might have as much white DNA as she has black DNA, why can't she be white? Or just since the majority of her DNA is Indian, then why wouldn't she just be Indian? Or really, what I'd like to ask is,
she's
okay,
so close to the proximity of whiteness,
if she could,
it don't even fucking matter.
Obviously, I'm just guessing. I haven't done a test on her, but from the look of her, I would give her at most
25%
African DNA. So I say, okay, if she can be 25% African DNA and be black, then why can't
what is he talking about?
A black person who has 25% European DNA, which according to studies may be 50 or more % of the country, then why can't a black person with that much European DNA just be white? I mean, we know why.
It's about how the dominant society
sees you. It's not that
and
hard
how
to
you
figure
live.
out.
If you live like a motherfucking
Last night at the end, after the speech, and all the families came up there. I don't know if you saw her sister. Did you see her sister
You're a motherfucking Caucasian.
Yes, I did.
I said, who's that? I didn't know it was her sister at first. I looked at her, I was like, who's that sister that's talking? And then I had to look at her close enough. And I say, hold on, that's Kamala's sister? Because they got the same dad. So
She
I'm
get
like,
awkward
okay, so
around
she came
black
out
men.
dark like her mama.
She a white
You
lady
see, her
and
sister
brown
married a
skin.
black man.
Right.
Stop it, cuz.
Yeah.
It's
I think he's
not
a
the
lawyer
same
too,
thing.
right? Something like that.
That's not the same thing. Like
Yeah.
when children are
I'm really not sure. I
raised
think I may
around
have heard that, but I'm not sure.
all of our isms and things
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
want to
Then
say
you
too much
got
like that because
Kamala,
I don't want to give
up there,
the
and
white
she with
the dollar
Doug. She never. I mean, at least her
society
sister had
info.
some children,
But
but
you can
Doug,
tell
she got with
she's
him
more with
raising his kids. She never
the
had kids at
dominant
all. And I know
society
sometimes maybe it's a
than she
medical
is
thing. We don't know.
over
It's
here.
not all women that have
Okay?
children. Sometimes they have medical issues. We don't know that
She
or not.
don't
So I
lead
don't want
black
to
people.
go on a
Black people
tangent
are,
about
I don't know what kind of
having a
fog
child or
it is,
not.
but that
That could
fog
be a
is
serious
grim.
issue with some people. But it's just like it's gonna be interesting.
Dominant society
It's
let
gonna be a
her
whole
pass
interesting race. But brother, I
as
appreciate you coming on,
Indian
brother.
or whatever
All right.
part.
Thank
She
you.
never
I'm
denied
glad
it.
Thank you.
And now she's living her
All
best
right,
truth.
that was our
I
brother
don't even
there.
know why it's an issue.
And let me
He
go ahead
confused
and
the
get
fuck
on
out of
out of
shit.
here and switch on to my other screen. I appreciate everybody joining us
Can you hear
tonight.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Minus
Lady
the
Terry.
one person that was
I
either
just
drunk
going
or
off.
didn't take their meds, or I don't know what's wrong with them. May God bless that individual.
Right. Bless his heart. He
Too old
tried.
to be drinking like that and getting on broadcast now. Yeah, that's
Right.
something them young people like to do. Set a better example.
Yeah.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you say you say you want to be on. I just want that crib that you did. Can I find?
It don't matter, man. Like,
You say I
first
still
of
got
all, that
audios
lady
going?
would not be
I
considered
don't know what you're
real
talking about.
in the least.
I don't know what you're
We're
talking
just
about.
based on the proximity of location of what that's about.
I am good. You say
She just is a melanated white lady.
you say that her sister had on heavy makeup.
Oh, she's
Well,
telling the truth
I
now.
don't know.
She didn't acknowledge
I don't
you
know.
did.
It's really my first time really seeing her sister speak like that. But I seen her. I
Yeah.
said, wait a minute, who's she sitting next to? I saw the black man, and I said, oh, her husband's black. Okay, I said, okay. Well, one of them followed after their mama. Well,
Yeah, she reminded me of Lisa's mama or Lisa's sister.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Lisa? Lisa called her wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Running from
Oh
Maryland.
yeah.
Yeah,
that's Kamala.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
basically our Kamala Harris, except she's not Indian.
Yeah, Lisa is. Yeah.
Black.
Yeah, Lisa is. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's always a joke. I mean, you see, the broad could have braids like a motherfucker. Be sitting next to her son. That's really is darker than you.
Yeah,
right?
he about the same
and then promote some Spanish shit. And I tell her like, hey man, our people ain't gonna be able to find that because it looks like this. I should go take a picture. I should go take a picture of that building by my crib that I pass by every night, right?
Yeah.
And tell her that. So because she didn't want to hear me, she said, "We're not exclusive, Brandy. We're inclusive." And I was like, "Oh." I was like, I just want to make sure black people could find it if they needed help. Because at this rate, all you're doing is helping the Spanish community. Right. And you look like today, you look like a sister. Last week, you look like something else. You rolling R's, cabron.
Yeah.
And then you're not. It's like, man, pick a lane. I can't. Then you're on this women of color shit. What fucking color is it? Pick a fucking lane.
She wants for today.
Pick a lane. I'm like, man, I want to ask your son. I want to ask your son, sit there with the locks and the motherfucking with the glasses on. I want to sit there and ask him, do you know what color your mama is? Because I'm confused. She's broad and ambiguous terms. She's broad and ambiguous terms. She said she's a woman of color. And I just want to be an asshole. Like, say, do you know what color your mama is today?
Right.
Because he was straight looking at me when I was like, we can't find. What about our people?
Right.
I just want to make sure black people know that they can. Where they gonna look at? Because they recognize this, and I show him the pin. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on now, man. Like, and now look, they're gonna start using those words again. They're gonna be like, Kamala or whatever her name is, Kamala, whatever the fuck her name is. They're gonna start saying now we have a woman of color, another woman of color. And first, and I'm like, black people, man. Now if you ain't paid attention, she didn't say acknowledge any of that shit. None of that. And the only time he acknowledged her as a black woman during that damn DNC was maybe 3 times, and it was the right amount of black culprits that did it. Sharpton did it. The motherfucking NAACP dude did it.
Yeah.
And I think somebody else did. I can't remember who did it, but I was like, oh my God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then she's gonna go back into the broad and ambiguous terms. That what that cat was talking about was just utter straight nonsense. He look, she's so close to the proximity of whiteness, she might as well be. They consider her that. They let her go as far as they did politically with her even before that with being a lawyer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She did the most. She obviously did wrong to the black people, period. There's no going back from that. She's weird around black men, given the last recent interviews, except Charlemagne. And other than that, she doesn't identify, and you're clearly seeing it. And I can't say, man, Biden ain't doing it now. The fog can live, but look, she finally living her truth. They made her. They wanted her to promote that for whatever reason, obviously, and it failed. It was a failed, epic fucking thing from jump when they said it to us, and we laughed and giggled for 4 years about it. She's not. And when it comes to the old Creole shit, it's all about 2 things: how the dominant society sees that motherfucker, right, and how they're raised, and where their belief system is. Because you can't have dual alliances, especially while we're at war. That right there is what sticks in my brain for the most part. You know what I mean? She don't want to lead black people. She don't want to do for black people. She don't give a damn about black people. And that is clearly why she don't got no fucking policies, even in the direction of black people, not even with a broad and ambiguous term, just to kind of make us feel like she tried. She didn't. She hasn't. You know what I mean? So it's all a wash. Whatever that cat was on, he was like, he gotta put the yip down, man. That shit's foul. It's fucking up his brain. The math wasn't adding up in the equation. It don't even fucking matter. She don't want to do or lead black people unless it's election season, and it benefits her in the form of a tangible for her. It ain't not for us, for her. That's all fucking election season is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's all it is. A bunch of politics.
She wasn't raised up in the I don't want to say culture because I don't want to say culture because they perversed it. They perversed FBA things to the worst extent. Some things are not even are way perverse in meaning they made them dirty and ratchet. And they made things that were never meant to be like that. They made it ugly. The dominant society did, and so I don't want to say culture because we have other things that are FBA exquisite. You know what I mean? That we do regularly. We are.
Yes, that's not FBA culture.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. She was not brought up in any of those things that we do on a day-to-day basis, that we partake in, we converse in, we interact in. I don't want to say they're cultural. I want to say that there's day-to-day fucking FBA things. You know what I mean? I don't want to say cultural, and I don't want to say that because I don't want the dominant society to think that just the fun shit we do just to amuse ourselves is what we really are, because they perversed us. They've made everything we do ugly and horrible, so that way they could talk shit about us and then need us. You know what I mean? So I don't want to say that. I want to say that she wasn't brought up like that anybody and their mama could go to HBCU. The HBCUs ain't shit really. Haven't been. And she doesn't have a policy. She tried. They didn't even try. 4 days and nobody fucking tried. And you can see that black people were hungry for fucking tangibles. And I mean that in the best way. We're starving for fucking tangibles finally, and yet we're still entertaining this stupid fucking democratic shit. Like, please, man, come on. I got one last hope, and that hope is just for you to fucking show up. And it ain't, family. They showed their ass. They're not gonna show up.
Literally showed their ass and
showed their ass, yeah.
Damn thing. So how did we get to this point? Let's take a trip down memory lane real quick. Since we're going hard body on the Democrats.
How did we get to this point?
Yeah, how did we get to the point of voting blue no matter who? How did that come about?
Following shit. Being sheep. That's how I got there. And then I turned around and went the other direction.
If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at OneMikeHits.com. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so by the Coffee Patreon page in the description below.
Real shit,
But
that's how
without
I
further
did it.
ado,
When I was old enough to vote, somebody said, vote
from
Democrat.
1877 to
And I
1960,
voted
the Democratic
Democrat.
Party held a virtually unchallenged grip on the politics of the South in a period known as the Solid South. This control would begin to loosen as the Democratic Party would gradually shift its position on Black civil rights. 1964 to 1994, the South underwent a gradual transition from the Democratic Party to a Republican stronghold. Democrats and Republicans in the past were not as ideologically unified as they appear today. There was a time when they were
I don't know how it's not sharing on your end. Oh, she went on mute.
Sorry,
Is it
it's
sharing
sharing
now?
now. Yes, sir.
Okay.
conservative Democrats, especially in the South, and liberal Republicans. During the 1930s, Franklin Roosevelt created the New Deal coalition in its efforts to combat the Great Depression, unifying labor unions, rural Southerners, and different minority groups under a collective force to support his agenda. His administration even recruited some liberal Republicans to that coalition, resulting in the formation of the Black Cabinet, which was a group of Black leaders who served as policy advisors to the president. Simultaneously, a conservative coalition emerged, consisting of conservative Democrats, especially in the South, and some conservative Republicans. These two coalitions remained active into the 1960s, prompting some Southern Democrats to switch over to the Republican Party. This dynamic led to a more progressive Democratic establishment in conflict with the conservative Southern voting bloc in matters such as race and social welfare. After the 1948 presidential election, President Harry Truman made an explicit appeal to new civil rights measures before Congress, including voting rights protections, a federal ban on lynching, and bolstering civil rights laws. Because of this, he faced a break from Southern Democrats, who formed a states' right Democratic Party under Southern Governor Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond's ticket won almost 1 million votes and 39 electoral votes taken in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina. Nonetheless, Harry Truman was successful in winning the election with 77% of the Black vote, and the number of African Americans identifying as Democrats would progressively increase. This surge of Black solidarity for the Democratic Party led to an electoral advantage for the party and the implementation of racially progressive policies. This shift caused white segregationists to consider a third-party presidential bid, indicating they were searching for a new political home. This exhibited some of the first major weakenings of the Solid South. And in the 1952 and 1956 election, Dwight Eisenhower's GOP began to make further inroads into the South. Southern Democrats were instrumental in the segregationist movement opposing Black civil rights during this period. Virginia Governor Harry Byrd established the Massive Resistance Campaign to combat school desegregation, and 99 Southern Democrats endorsed the Declaration of Constitutional Principles that was the Southern Manifesto, an objection to desegregation initiative. Strom Thurmond ran an individual filibuster of the 1957 Civil Rights Act, which lasted over 24 hours, and notable segregationist figures such as George Wallace of Alabama and Ross Barnett were both Southern governors. During the 1960 election, Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy had similar perspectives on civil rights. Nixon garnered almost a third of the African American vote, but it's important to realize that majority of African Americans resided in the South where they could not exercise their right to vote. Also during the 1960 election, frustrated Southern electors from 14 states that had cast their ballots for John F. Kennedy during the presidential election declined to cast their vote for him, instead voting for Harry Byrd, who wasn't even a candidate. This election marked the last time a presidential candidate was able to receive more than 15% of the African American vote. In 1968, the presidential election saw another major shift into the South as the region continued to abandon the Democratic Party. Only Texas, the home state of Democratic nominee Hubert Humphrey, voted for him in this election. George Wallace, running on a campaign of only white supremacy for the American Independent Party, was successful in gaining 10 million votes and 46 electoral votes in 5 southern states: Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. After 1968, the South would continue to support Republican candidates, voting for Richard Nixon in 1972, Ronald Reagan in 1980 and 1984, and Bush in 1988. Meanwhile, African Americans were already heavily voting for Democrats. At no point after 1936 did a Republican candidate get more than 45% of the Black vote. The GOP would then employ the Southern strategy to capitalize on racial tensions and gain a crucial foothold in the South. This strategy, developed by political strategist Kevin Phillips and implemented in Richard Nixon's election campaign in 1968 and 1972. See, in 1965, the enfranchisement of Black voters in the South and the strong support of the Democratic Party caused conservative white Southerners to lean even further towards the Republican Party. Additionally, the party began to use coded language such as law and order and states' rights to target conservative white Southerners who were resentful of the racial integration and fearful of urban unrest. Despite this, many Southern Democrats still won state and congressional elections, most significantly less dramatic election for governor in Georgia in 1966. However, the progressive and multiracial Democratic Party establishment, coupled with the successes of Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan's administration, gradually moved conservative politicians in the South more towards the Republican Party. This all culminated in the Republican Revolution in 1994, when the South became a firmly Republican region. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party strengthened its bond with the Black voters, leading to groundbreaking establishments such as the election of Douglas Wilder as the first Black governor in the United States. Even Jesse Jackson's 2 unsuccessful presidential campaigns in 1984 and 1988 were instrumental in producing the necessary amendments to the Democratic Party's platform, further increasing the number of Black representatives, mayors, and other elected officials. As a result of all of this, identity politics has now become fully entangled with partisanship. The Republican Party is now attracting more white voters than ever, while Black voters have become increasingly connected to the Democratic Party. Thank you. This has been One Mike Black History. Like stories like this, you can find more stories like this on MikeHistory.com. Also, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. I'd like to thank all my Patreon subscribers. Without you, none of this could be possible. Peace.
All right, y'all. So that's how we ended up voting blue, no matter who. Moving right along. Oh, go ahead.
The only thing I learned real quick is that it is possible. I didn't know all that. It is possible to change the fucking dynamics, because apparently we've done it before.
Yes.
So why we're acting stupid now is like even worse for me to understand.
Well,
apparently we've done it like 3 or 4 times.
At the end of the day, Lady Che, both of the two major political parties have betrayed us.
Right, but we shifted it into different people. Just that, like that one time, God, I can't remember. I just man, he said
Under
it's so fast.
Truman, under who? Under Truman, under
In the
you
60s, black people changed it to a whole different person.
Under Kennedy. Yeah.
That shit was crazy right there. But so we could, so it's possible. So why the brand new actions right now? Like you don't know what to do. A, B, why the fuck this selective outrage and pretend cognitive dissonance? It's like
say only the baby boomers
comfort voting and shit.
Like yeah, but only the baby that worked on the baby boomers and the silent generation, our ancestors, or the ones that still living. It's not working on us. It don't work on the X's. It don't work on the Y's, otherwise known as millennials, and it's not working on the Z's either. And after that's the alphas, but they won't be able to vote for like another 10 years, 10, 15 years, something like that.
Meaning what exactly? That this comfort voting is what everybody want, or they don't want to change the direction? Meaning what exactly? How do you mean that?
The comfort voting only is working for the boomers. That only resonates with the boomers and the silent generation if they're still living. The Xers like yourself, the Ys, the millennials such as myself, and our nieces and nephews that are the Z's, and then our grandbaby or grandniece, which is the alpha, are not resonating with that. Divinity won't be able to vote for another 15 years.
Whoa. Carry on. I gotta take all that in. That's a lot.
Yeah. So we're gonna go in on these bootlicks. So the agents are being exposed, and we're gonna keep exposing them. Shout out to Mad Blacc TV. I found out about Mad Blacc TV through Professor Blacc too. And Chris Crazy House shows us love, so we're gonna show him love back. Shout out to Mad Blacc TV.
I like Mad Blacc TV.
Him for what, a year now?
A long time. Yeah.
Tell them black folk, I don't want to be another nigga. Tell the world, I don't want to be another nigga. Waiting on the play to come through. Chilling with my homeboys, plotting on you. Watching movies, how to come up quick.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet.
Yeah.
And I am Black again with some more pro-black commentary. So let me just preface this video by saying this. I'm going to be talking a lot, and I mean a lot, about these Democratic shills and the Democratic Party themselves. So if you don't like that, go somewhere else and go watch another video. Okay, there's about at least 100 videos online now of black people who are still taken with this whole left-right paradigm and that support the Democrats, who are doing pro-Kamala Harris videos right now. Okay, you don't have to come here and tell me why you not talking bad about the Republicans, because I've done several videos about the Republicans over the years, and I've never seen any of you there.
Right.
Okay, so when I sit back here now and I want to tell the truth about the Democrats and their shills, I don't want to hear this nonsense from you about why you're not talking about the Republicans or talking about Trump. All right?
Yeah.
When I talked about Donald Trump years ago,
perfectly clear.
You know, when I talked about how much of a scumbag he was and how much of an idiot he was, you Negroes were sitting there clapping and cheering for him and buying his T-shirts because he was on The Apprentice. Okay? All right?
Yep.
I've never been a fan of Donald Trump.
Me neither.
Even when he was voting Democrat. See, but you Negroes, you only believe things when white people tell you this. When a black person like me tells you, hey, we shouldn't be supporting this person because this person's racist and a scumbag. You don't take any heed to it. But now that my white mommy and white daddy tell you, oh, this person's bad, don't support them. Now all of a sudden you want to go along with it.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. Okay. I outthought you a long time ago, and I don't want to hear your nonsense. So, moving forward to talking about these Democratic shills and bootlicks.
Yeah, go in on them.
About a week or so ago, I reposted a meme that someone else had made. I don't know who made it,
It was
but
Great Black Shark.
they made a meme about who was going to win the Butter Biscuit Championship.
Great Black
Okay,
Shark.
who was going to be the biggest coon this year to win the Butter Biscuit, the Golden Butter Biscuit
That might have been
Awards.
Black Alpha.
All right, and they had the brackets on the side, and you could see who was competing to win
Either
that
way,
award.
it is
You had
kind
a
of
lot
award
of your
season, isn't it?
favorite Negro shills. Everyone from Roland Martin to Mark Lamont Hill to Michael Eric Dyson to Van Jones to Ricky Smiley, and who else was on there? Steve Harvey and D.L. Hughley. All these Negroes are right now competing to see who can be the biggest buffoon and bootlick for the Democratic Party. You know, it always amazes me, you know, that so many of these Negroes work so hard
Well, he goes every which way. So
impress white folks and to impress these white liberals. And then when these people, after the election is over, you know, these white liberals never repay these people in kind. These people are still sitting exactly where they started off at. And some of them, they're not even sitting in the exact spot. They're in a lower tier spot than they were before they started buck dancing for the Democrats. And one of the reasons, and probably the biggest reason I don't take these people seriously, is something that I've said a million times before, and that is the fact that, especially these Negroes who are on the radio, literally all year round on their radio show, it is buck dancing, cooning, and buffooning 24/7 on the radio. They're sitting there cackling and laughing about celebrity news and who's doing what song or whatever. They bring on these moronic rappers and entertainers who don't know jack shit about anything, and they talk and they yap and they laugh and coon it up on the radio show. But no sooner as election season comes around, and not even barely even any time during like the midterm elections, is always presidential elections. That's when these Negroes get put in line by their white masters to get out there and stomp for the Democratic Party and tell us that we need to vote blue no matter who. And basically what these Negroes wind up doing is they make a whole bunch of excuses for what the Democrats have not done for black people, right? And they tell us that we have to vote for these Democrats because this Republican at this time is bad and they have this law and Supreme Court and all sorts of bullshit, and we have to stop them, right? And you can't ask for anything now because we gotta stop the Republicans right now. So don't ask for anything, just vote for them, get the Democrats in there. They do this every election.
Hey, I told you about that time I was on the street.
So it's always a number one priority to get these Democrats elected, but then the Democrats never do anything for us. And we have to just sit back, stomach it, hold our nose, and vote for them to stop the mean old evil Republicans, right? And now that we've come up on this new coming election, and Kamala Harris has the nomination to be the front runner for the Democrats.
I never wanted to have one.
These Negroes have gotten to the point where they're not even making excuses for the Democrats. They're not trying to give you any idea about the Democrats' policy that's going to help black people. These Negroes have literally turned into attack dogs for the Democratic Party. Because if you notice, during this election cycle, it's not even them making the appeal to black people to vote Democrat. It's them pointing the finger and telling black people to vote Democrat or else, right? Like these Negroes have even made threats against the black community and especially black men, and making it seem like black men are stupid, evil, or dumb, or traitors to our race if we don't automatically just bend down bend over and support Kamala Harris for the president of the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they've been doing that real hard. Like even, what's that coon's name? Luke.
Get him when they're
one from 2 Live Crew.
Yeah.
He was like basically he basically gave us the ultimatum saying like, you Negroes, black men, you have a week
just thrown the
to
dick at
support
her.
Kamala Harris. I'm like, or what?
He was
Negro?
going so hard.
What the hell are you going to do?
Just tell her you
What
want
in
to
the hell
throw
are
the
you
dick
going
at
to
her.
do? But sit in your
She's like,
your little studio or in your house somewhere and make more booty shaking songs.
You know she was African.
Like how in the hell am I supposed to take this Negro seriously? A Negro who spent his life literally degrading black women.
Yeah,
now this
literally.
Negro wants to tell me
everything.
You need to support black women by voting for Kamala Harris.
That's because he probably had
Get out of here with that.
He was trying.
Get the hell out of here with that nonsense.
And he's non-ethnic.
Okay,
He's from the
you're not going to get me with that one.
Right. Definitely
So
that.
you know, they've just been really going hard in the paint to tear down black people who don't want to support Kamala Harris. And like, what's interesting is the black people who are against the Democrats and Kamala Harris have been coming out with nothing but facts, straight up facts. But these Negroes, they have presented no facts. They haven't presented any type of true rebuttals to what we've been saying. It's all you need to sit down, shut up, and vote for Kamala Harris. You notice that? It's been real mean-spirited too. Like people like Will Martin and Steve Harvey, they've been like cursing at other black people who demand tangibles or who demand that there even be some
We're always gonna be done for that.
About reparations. Or even just
that's the only black man
basic laws passed to protect black people. These fools have been indignant and cursing us out and being extremely rude and childish and emotional when it comes to what black people demand for their vote. And I'm here to tell you that you Negroes,
they're getting paid. They're
you doing that,
they're getting
you're
something
going
out
to
of
wind
it.
up
Like,
losing Kamala Harris the White House.
Okay?
Because based on the poll numbers, there's still a good chance she could win, even though, I mean, you know, Hillary Clinton's poll numbers were good too before she got destroyed by Donald Trump in, what was it, 2016? But you Negroes are going to cause Kamala to lose because you're not offering anything, and nor are you even trying to nicely convince people to vote for Kamala.
No policy.
You're being a bunch of assholes, basically. And I know
ain't no policy, black. Ziggy. Thank you. Yeah. Still on Policy Watch. Ain't no policy. That's a website. That's your VP's website. Donate. Meet her, meet Jim Walls, the drinker, and get involved and donate. Go to the store to get some merch, to buy some merch. There's still no policy though, no platform, no nothing. Yeah. Yep. That's it. Thank you. Oh shit. I fast forward. Yeah, we gotta get on Polly Martin too.
I hope that black people as a collective remember that of how crappy and how shitty you Negroes are. So, you know, I think a lot of these Negroes think that they're safe because of what little audience they have left. Because most of these fools, a lot of them don't even have a young audience, with the exception of people like maybe DL Hughley and maybe like someone like Charlemagne, the Claude. they might have a little bit more of a young audience. But for the most part, these other Negroes, the only people who listen to them are baby boomer, dying off civil rights Negroes.
Trying to validate her black.
And that demographic is
ain't gonna do nothing for black people.
Quickly disappearing. All right. The Democrats have held on to that demographic forever by lying to them. Even though many of them were alive back then, I don't know why they believe this nonsense, but a lot of them still believe the nonsense that the Democrats helped them get the Voting Rights Act or whatever, right? So that Democrats gave them the right to vote, so they had to keep on supporting Democrats. But this demographic is quickly dying off. COVID did a number on this on that demographic. That age group got decimated by COVID or whatever it was. It could be COVID, Omegatron or whatever the hell it was called, or monkeypox. Took a lot of that generation out of here, right? So, they don't have as big of a stronghold, and most young black people, Generation X and going forward, don't follow a lot of the nonsense that our, parents' generation follow. A lot of us don't.
My parents' generation.
A lot of us are not sucked into or are not. It's not even saying that we don't believe in God, because there's a lot of us that do have faith and have beliefs in the Almighty, but we're not so sucked into just automatically believing whatever the preacher says at church either. Right? And we know that there's a difference between, having belief in a higher power and being sucked into the nonsense that goes on in the black church. So, a lot of people of our people at that age demographic, from Gen X, millennials, Generation Y and Z, or whatever it's called, we don't go along with a lot of the nonsense that our parents went for.
Chris
so
Crazy House,
we're not in 100% lockstep with the Democrats. Now, before the knuckleheads show up, before the glue eaters show up, this does not mean I'm saying go support Republicans or support Trump. This is not what I'm saying. I'm not supporting them either.
Right.
But if, these Democratic shills are coming out here telling me I have to vote Democrat, I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Okay? I'm not going to come out here and
New York
let you bully me or badger me or try to beat me down mentally. Most of you guys are mental midgets anyway.
Right.
All the Negroes that they sent to try to browbeat black people, a lot of these Negroes aren't even smart.
No, they're not.
Michael Eric Dyson tries to pretend to be smart, but he's a moron too.
Yeah.
Okay? He's one of these smart, dumb Negroes.
Yeah.
All he does is try to appeal and put out platitudes, and every once in a while he'll say a rap lyric or something like that.
Yeah.
All that Negro's good for is memorization
of
shit that he's read somewhere. And he tries to spew that and gets you to change your mind. He's basically a liberal version of Thomas Sowell.
Yeah,
right? Thomas Sowell coons for the conservatives. He coons for the Democrats and the liberals out here. So, he's good at memorization. He's good at, I guess he figures he's somewhat good at giving speeches. He also tries to run that preacher hustle.
Yeah.
So, he tries to appeal to black people with a lot of that type of nonsense. So very recently,
trying to her blackness.
Michael Eric Dyson did this video on social media where he was trying to appeal and appease and butter up black women, basically, and say that he's apologizing to black women for not being supportive of you and not taking care of you, and just a bunch of nonsense. Basically, a lot of the nonsense that's been run by the feminist movement over the last couple of decades. The same game the feminists have been running on black women for 40 or 50 years now, going on trying to separate black men and black women. He basically just spewed all that nonsense out there on this one video, and made it seem as if black men are bad because they're not just automatically supporting Kamala Harris, even though black men gave her a bunch of money. So I don't know what these Negroes are talking about. Like it's a weird dichotomy, but I know what they're doing. They're trying to feed off of the whole gender war nonsense, and the Democrats and liberals have been running that game for the longest time. And that alone should tell you that the Democrats and liberals, both the blacks and the white liberals, are enemies of black society.
Period.
Because anyone who would work and use propaganda and use whatever subterfuge they can to break up the core of the black family, to decimate a black community and keep us separate, that makes them your enemy. Because they're working to keep you apart and working to tear you down and make you not strong to fight against white supremacy.
That's right.
You see, the man and the woman are the core to the black family. The black family is the core to the black community. That is the strength of a black community.
That's right.
Because you build that community around families, around that family structure. When you have a man at the head and the women and children are the body, they can coalesce and create a community that can control itself, can control its municipals, can control its economics, right? And then once you control all that, then you can control the politics of your area.
Yeah, and Dr.
They don't want
Dr.
that.
Claude Anderson.
The Democratic Party does not want black people to have control of their political or economic power. They want to have it all, and then they want to kind of dole it out here and there to certain black people.
So we don't have a solid.
And even those black people are not down with the community. They're more foot soldiers
voting
for white supremacy, and that's where these Negro shills come
right now
from.
in my district.
So they don't want black people to have that core strength. So they work to divide black men and black women all the time. And right then and there, once again, if an organization is working to break up the family and working to break up men and women, they are your enemy. Therefore, the Democrats and liberals are our enemy. And you can see most of these Negroes that support that shit are not even with a black spouse. So that right there tells you that they don't give a damn about any type of black community, right? So once again, Michael Eric Dyson, he's one of these Negroes who likes to pretend to be smart. There's nothing smart about him, right? And I've seen both him and some of these other Democratic shills, like George Stephanopoulos, like they're not even trying to argue any type of policy for Kamala or the Democrats. They want to make the whole election about you have to pronounce her name correctly and you have to acknowledge that she's black. You see that? Like, I don't know if you've seen that video with George Stephanopoulos where he was getting on this black conservative saying that because this black conservative would not admit that Kamala was black, he was using a racial slur against her and not acknowledging her race or whatever was the whole point of the argument. Now, the black conservative, as much as I don't like these Negroes, at the very least, they're working on, hey, let's talk about policy. Let's talk about what Trump wants to do, and let's talk about that. Like, it's been real crazy lately, where the black conservatives have been sounding more reasonable because, at the very least, they're giving policy. Now, it might not be policy that's actually going to.
And speaking of policy, now the white-owned media, such as New York Slimes, the LA Slimes, are now demanding policy in interviews from VP Kamala Harris. You're welcome. We made this possible because the last Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we both tagged the LA Times or the LA Slimes and the New York Slimes in the creation of the episode. So they definitely heard us loud and clear because we were going over policy. And in Kamala, not Black Harris's case, lack of policy. So they're hearing us loud and clear, Black family. So we are definitely getting the job done and getting the work done and getting the voice and the message out as the signal boosters of the new Black media. So I just want to throw that out there. You're welcome. I'm going to let the video continue from Mad Black TV.
Work for black people as a whole. I know that's the truth. I know that's not going to work for, if the Republicans or Trump is giving out policy, it's for white folks. It's not really for the black community. However, At least that's what these black conservatives are talking about. The Democrats are not even trying to do that. All they're doing is talking about like tearing down people that don't want to support Kamala and making it about, you know, non-substantive things like her how to pronounce her first name and you know, acknowledging, making sure that you know she's black, as if that's any reason to vote for her. You see, but they got to do that because, you know, Kamala herself doesn't know how to talk about policy. If you ever watch Kamala Harris when she actually talks about policy or talks about, you know, anything other than, you know, what rap song she likes, it sounds like someone who's struggling to read. That's what Kamala Harris sounds like. She sounds like a kid who is supposed to be giving a book report, but you can tell that this kid did not actually read the book, right? So if Kamala Harris doesn't have an actual script in front of her, she fails miserably 24/7. That's why they've been hiding her all this time. Not only did they hide her as vice president, but they've been hiding her ever since she started getting the nomination and getting the go-ahead to run for president. Because they know how much she failed. She failed before. A lot of people seem to forget this. It wasn't that long ago.
Knocked her out the paint.
It wasn't that long ago where she actually ran for president and failed.
2020.
All right.
Knocked her out the paint.
She was up against a whole bunch of other candidates in the Democratic primary, and she failed.
Almost 4 years.
And she was one of the front runners at first. Remember that? And she failed miserably.
Yep.
So I don't understand why all of a sudden now people think they want to have faith in her and pretend like she's the golden child when she's failed several times already to try to run for president. You see? So, you know, it's interesting to me when I see.
Yeah, with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I would remember. That's my generation.
Yeah, these Democratic chills are absolutely disgusting in the way they've been operating, especially the black male. Okay, they've been very disrespectful, and you know, for a lot of these Negroes, a lot of the older ones like Steve Harvey,
that's another thing,
and Ricky Smiley and whatnot.
A question like that, I got like all the
you know, these Negroes. Honest, a lot of them are sexually attracted to Kamala Harris, which is weird to me. I've had some Negroes come to my channel talking about how, you know, how she's sexy and how they'd still hit it. Stop.
Yeah, I was saying that's good too.
It's weird to me. That's like being attracted to your auntie or your your social
that ain't my goddamn
like that. You know what I mean?
Right. That's how you said. She said, "That ain't my auntie, that ain't my sister, that ain't my mama, that ain't my friend."
You know, I understand that these Negroes,
I was like, man, let the fog
not even black woman, because she's not a black woman. That's the thing. That's why these Negroes love her, because she's quote unquote exotic.
She's just melanated.
And
she's not on the B1 tip.
And light enough to be basically a light-skinned black woman. So these Negroes love that. You see, you know, she was able to cosplay as a light-skinned black woman and become an AKA, right, on the campus. That's why she has so many Negroes sweating her when she first started her political career. Everyone from what's his name, Montel Williams to, you know, Willie Brown. She was a bust down for Willie Brown, right? So that's those types of Negroes. They love those light skins, right? Those red bones. So she's been able to play as that, and you know, a lot of Negroes are falling for that. That's what they like, right? So a lot of them
former mayor of San Francisco
voting with their penis, basically, for Kamala Harris. So for that reason alone, you can't take a lot of those Negroes seriously. But beyond that, when you know they come on the radio, or you know, like Steve Harvey, he was actually doing an actual interview with Kamala Harris, where he's being very disparaging towards black people. Talking about like you can't be demanding no reparations. What's wrong with y'all? And he literally admitted that he was throwing her softball questions. Like he wasn't going to challenge her at all. He's just going to throw her softball questions that she can answer real easy, stuff that's scripted, right? And
maybe she has pretty,
you know, light. And Steve Harvey is known for that. He's been known to be a big time Sambo slave. where he basically will admit
And that
you know, he is a slave for a white master, and he'll do whatever white master says. He said that to Monique when Monique was talking about having integrity. If you're going to be in Hollywood, and all, well, you got to play the game. You got to play the game, and the game is bend over and let white daddy.
Maybe that's what Quavo meant when she said she stands on business.
That's the game he's talking about,
business she stands
right? And so
maybe that's
when you have someone like that who has no integrity, who has no soul, who has basically confirmed
maybe that's what Quavo meant when he said
to get ahead, even if it's at your
shit I ever heard. I was like,
yeah, you can't take him seriously.
He was talking about in regards to gun legislation. But that was
you go from him and then you go to someone like
I was making a joke.
Ricky Smiley, who is
I know.
Who I've never liked. I never even thought he was funny. I'm being 100% honest with that.
That was hilarious.
I remember him from like the Comic View era, doing the Will Darrow thing where he's basically making fun of someone who is special needs, right?
Stood on that.
And then he, you know, will play this old lady, play a grandmother or whatever. So he's one of these Negroes who loves wearing a dress. I don't know what people saw in him, but then he, you know, he found his way into that whole church crowd.
Yeah.
That, you know, the baby boomer, civil rights era church crowd lady, that's his audience.
Yeah.
So of course he's going to go along with a lot of this nonsense. Yeah. And he was, you know, on his radio show once again tearing down black people and demanding that we just automatically support Kamala Harris. And, you know, telling us, you know, he'll just be so happy. And he got chills.
That's the one
from
I was
the fact that
our research.
You know, Kamala Harris is an AKA, and she might get sworn in by Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's a Delta, and they're gonna be sworn in on Martin Luther King's birthday. I was like, Negro, if you don't shut the hell up, as if you and these other sedity bougie Negroes in these fraternities and sororities playing grab ass with each other is somehow going to be a benefit for black people. As if you Negroes having the symbolism and being able to clap and paddle each other on the ass after the opening ceremony of the inauguration, as if that has something to do with the price of gas out here. You see what I'm saying? There are people out here truly suffering.
Yeah.
There are people out here doing bad.
Really bad.
Really bad.
There are people out here that don't have jobs. There are people out there who are, even if they do have a job, it's not paying them enough.
Right.
And they're barely holding on. They're living check to check. Right. And there are people out here who are severely in debt. Once again, gas is high, groceries are high. This is all under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's administration, by the way. You see, you want us to vote for something that's actually kicking our ass right now and making it seem like things are going to change. And we're under that administration right now. But, you know, people are suffering and are doing bad economically. And Negro, you want me to forget all that because you can do the Omega sign and bark like a dog when Kamala Harris gets inaugurated into office on election day. Is that what I'm supposed to? I'm supposed to forget about all the hardships and the suffering that people are going through. So
that's exactly where you remember it when it's November. You gotta go vote.
Can be
before
happy
you get in that motherfucking line.
one
Remember
day.
all that.
You see that? See, these Negroes are overly concerned
like his slaves
about symbolism and their quote unquote group.
You see how
when the only fraternity and sorority
about her
about is black
nobody hears
community,
from her.
they want to subdivide themselves and think that they're better than the average black person.
Even define a woman.
And that's the biggest problem I've always
the worst
had.
shit ever, man. That's so disappointing.
Fraternities and sororities.
I could answer that question in
if
4
some of
minutes
you
or less.
who are subscribed here
I had
are
an
members
answer
of
and
those things, I know there are a lot of sororities and fraternity people who do good work in the black community, but there are some of them who themselves
Those
up
days I was really
as
doing the
something
most.
greater and just wanted the prestige of being in these organizations, and they don't give a good goddamn about the rest of the black community. And they automatically assume that if they buck dance enough, if they coon enough, that they'll be set up as overseers and overlords of black people by their white Democratic paymasters.
What?
Okay, and Ricky
Oh, yeah, on the other
Smiley,
side with the flag.
I'm not the one that's just going to leave my integrity and my understanding and my intelligence at the door. So once again, you can play grab ass on Inauguration Day because you saw some two sorority sisters
in the dollhouse
giving a hug and throwing up Masonic hand signs or whatever nonsense you people get giddy
and Doug
right? And then they can both go back home to their white husbands, by the way. Both Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson, as if I want to support that. These people, these Democratic shills, they keep pushing a lot of this nonsense on us and trying to beat us up. And now they're starting to feel the backlash and the retaliation against that. Both Ricky Smiley, even though he posted that video on his YouTube channel, and people were tearing his ass up in the comments. Like black people are not going for it anymore. Same thing with Steve Harvey; they're not going for his nonsense. And the Lego built, no neck looking Ewok.
I'm sitting right in the
Roland
front.
Martin, he got run up on the other day.
They always have the police.
There are black people who are tired of these Negroes out here.
At the same time, I was
Roland Martin was one of the biggest ones talking mess. He was the person to perform. It's not like I saw some of the videos where he was talking about black people who don't want to vote Democrat. It almost sounded like Summer Jam or something, or like Scared Straight or something like that. That's how much he was cussing at black people. And I'm like, wow, he's talking real tough.
Yeah.
For someone who head sits literally in his chest. He's talking a lot of mess to black people, right? For someone who, once again, looks like an Ewok, I guess when he's not, helping the rebellion fight the stormtroopers, he's out here attacking black people, right? That's what he does during his other Ewok time.
Yeah,
he comes out here and attacks us for not supporting Kamala Harris. But this Negro's been out here talking crazy. He's been talking super greasy about black people. And one particular brother just had enough of it and decided to show up at an event that Roland Martin was at.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And Roland Martin was sitting there looking shook and scared as he should look.
Look,
when that brother showed up, his little eyes
like a deer
bucking out of his head. He was sitting there looking just like a little pug dog, a little scared pug dog. When his brother confronted him at this little bootleg event, right? So,
like Paul Mooney said,
these Negroes out here are talking so much mess and tearing down black people, and black people are tired of it to the point where we're like, okay, you want to talk big and bad, you want to go to war with us, you're talking about you going to slap us or do all this other nonsense to us, and we don't.
Happy about everything.
Democrat,
oh my God, the fear.
Our Queen Mother
pulled our card, show up, okay, and show out, but. Add on to that. We're going to show up and show out when you run your mouth.
5-10 minutes ago.
Okay.
It's example season, family respect.
Let's pull up.
Want to advocate too much of that.
That's the best time. And we've been so lax.
Whatever. A lot of these Negroes aren't even worth it. That's the thing. It's like these Negroes. People like Roland Martin and Mark Moist Hill, these Negroes are not even worth it. You're not even really winning anything if you slap the taste out of their mouth. So it's like, just leave these Negroes alone. Ignore them. That's the greatest thing we could ever do to them is not listen to them, right? And tell them how they're wrong or bury them on their own message board.
His mouth was all dry. He didn't know what to do.
See? Because they can't all they can do like this is attack you and name call and talk about how you got to vote for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris is black like your mama. My mother is nothing like Kamala Harris. Okay?
You're gonna have to
stop comparing that. You're insulting my mother when you do that. My mother worked for a living. My mother didn't sleep her way to the top.
Exactly.
Okay? She wasn't bouncing on soul code to get her position. Okay, like Kamala Harris did.
Still working,
right? My mother didn't. When she finally got a position, my mother didn't leave my dad to go get a white man.
Right.
That goes for all the other women.
Yeah, the bitches divested,
mother,
man. Everybody
my
divested.
grandmother, my sister, my cousins, my wife, my daughter. They are nothing like Kamala Harris whatsoever.
Never no crackers in my
None
house.
of the women in my family will spend their summers in India. Okay?
India.
Kamala Harris always talks about how she spent her summers in India with her family.
See, she
okay?
laid out the truth
Yeah,
little by
no
little, Felly. Y'all were just enamored with her,
Right?
following
That's
that
a
gravy train of
completely
nothing.
different culture, completely different mindset. And the sad thing is, a lot of these Indians, a lot of them are brainwashed
They have
from being
anti-black hatred.
subjugated by the British Empire for so long.
Ain't nothing
Okay,
about them.
so you know
Mahat was
it's
great, man.
it's ridiculous that anyone would try to make that kind of comparison to our mothers. I
That's
know
a
how much
terrible
our
situation.
mothers
That's
and
why they need to
grandmothers
get that
struggled,
stupid slapped
but
off
they
their
didn't do that so that we can put some Indian jump off in the White House. Let's just
That's
keep
right.
it 100.
That's right. That's
Okay,
why it's toxic.
stop comparing our mothers
She said
and the
Indian
women that
jump
we
off.
love
That's my shit.
and the women that we marry or our sisters or our cousins and stop trying
You
to
can't.
put
There's no comparison.
them. She has nothing to do with
Nope.
them. All
There's no
right.
comparison.
Kamala Harris goes to relax or be by herself and chill out by herself. She's around a whole bunch of white women or a whole bunch of Indian women. Not a black woman in sight.
Not a black woman in
Stop
sight.
it. She only wanted to ski weed and talk about I'm a sister that eats collard greens and fried chicken when she was working her
Goddamn
way
lie.
to college and trying to get some position
Y'all can see
somewhere.
me and my trueness.
She was trying to position herself on some soul pole so she can get elected for whatever position she got in later on. But once she got there, she
An
kicked black
active
people to
plant.
the curb.
Active plant.
She got her white man, takes care of his white family, and hangs around nothing but white devils to sit there, lock black people up, and pretend that she is some sort of great politician when she can barely
or she only locked
read
40 black people
or
up.
write something
That's a
about
goddamn
policy.
lie.
Right?
No, at
So
least 10 people from California.
all this
right now
nonsense
tell us otherwise.
about Kamala being like our mother, stop that nonsense too. That's insulting. In fact, that infuriates me.
It does.
That's one of the things
There's no
that's
comparison.
going to once again cause Kamala to lose the election, because I can look at my mother directly and see that Kamala Harris has nothing to do with her.
Right.
Not a damn.
Okay.
Probably making her life harder.
Kamala Harris is nothing like this woman that raised me at all.
Right.
Nothing.
Okay. My mother has her faults. My mother's not perfect, but when I look at her past and where my mom worked her way up to, she had. There's nothing that Kamala Harris wouldn't even stoop down to even do something like that. Kamala Harris would not work her ass off to get her family, help get her family out of the
Damn near
project.
30 years.
Okay. Kamala Harris thought that the only way to move up was to move up herself and to, you know, jump from one pole to the other, ride the pole carousel, and get her way up in the world. My mom didn't do that. My mom actually worked for a
Didn't do
living.
that either.
All right. Same thing with my grandmother. My grandmother was a domestic servant, and then when my
She worked too.
you know, grandfather got a better job, she quit that job and stayed at home with the kids.
Yep.
All right. Kamala Harris wouldn't do that. So stop comparing these great black women to these opportunists and scumbags who run for political office. She's nothing like them. All right. So I mean, that's all I wanted to say here. And once again, I know I made some of these Democratic shills mad. Okay, fine, be mad.
Let
But you can't refute what I said with any type of facts. I gave you the facts. I gave you the truth. And you Negroes have to deal with it. If it helps you sleep better at night,
they can be as mad as they want to.
You know,
shit, my grandmother was a Black Panther, and her parents were Garveyites, and my grandfather.
She was a black woman that didn't have to do those things that Kamala had to do or did or whatever. She'd shame herself. That's the whole point. And so she took care of her family. You know what I mean? That's what's important.
She said as long as she was living, ain't no grandson of hers gonna be homeless.
That's what's important. Unlike this broad who actively contributed to the prison pipeline and homelessness and other shit. I bet her life. I bet Kamala is making black women's lives harder than absolutely necessary, because I know Yeah, don't let the shade deflect the motherfucking message. My life is motherfucking hard.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Under Kamala currently.
So whatever, if you're in love with Kamala Harris, if you've been playing with yourself, looking at her pictures and watching her cackle and do these little dances, fine, do that. But don't come here and pretend that she is some sort of great candidate that I need to support.
Yeah, her speech was
I'm not supporting her.
Hey,
I'm supporting Donald Trump. They can both kiss my black ass.
Right.
You let me know how you feel about it in the comment section. I very much like
I got no
to hear
feelings
your
about it. I'm
opinion.
in my Dr.
Anyway,
Muhammad.
and I will be back with my foot on the devil's
Was
back.
she making it in the bathtub with the collard greens?
No, I don't feel for
One of
Kamala
my-
at all. I'm in my Dr. Muhammad spirit. I
I
feel
don't know
for
if you know about this.
our people and
They
our
be
people
trying to
only.
go
You know what I mean?
They were trying to go at our sister Simone Biles, but that's not the next topic. What is your
I didn't
thoughts?
know we had anybody in the motherfucking chat. I couldn't see them.
Yeah, we always got people in the chat, but we're gonna continue on. We appreciate them staying up late with us.
Who's
The
in
next, it's just two people, so it's Mac and Twin.
Oh,
But we
Tell us.
scared everybody off. We had like 5 people viewing at one point. We're gonna continue on. What else? Or they fell asleep, one of the two.
let me back. The numbers never were the same.
Oh, the summer message, summer hiatus of Professor Black Truth, and how we need to. There's always a right time. I'm echoing. I can hear myself. There's always a right time to demand something for your vote. Because you got Negroes out here telling us,
family and fellow soldiers,
why, and now is the time for us to be demanding anything.
It's the best time. It's the only time, really.
Exactly. So the good professor's gonna give us his bow out for the summer. He's gonna go on a hiatus for a week or two. So in the meantime, he left us with this message.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. As mentioned earlier this week on my Twitter, X account, as well as my YouTube community section and Patreon, I'll be taking my regular summer hiatus. So for the next few weeks, there won't be any video important comes up. But since I won't be presenting any new content for a while, I decided that rather than do a crime report, instead I'd tell you what I thought I'd like to leave you with during this period. It's always the right time to make our demands.
Right.
Let no one tell you any different. Getting you comfortable with that idea is a large part of what the black media does. When it comes time for black people to make demands, we get this rump contingent of fools who give us a million reasons why we shouldn't. And they always try to make their treason and cowardice sound pragmatic somehow. They call it playing the game, or you gonna mess it up for the rest of us. More recently, they've taken up another phrase, a chess move. Now, the sad truth is most black people are not at all fooled by these dissemblers. Most black people are fully aware that these folks who come among us to tell us stop rocking the boat, they're not doing it to help us. But most black people are scared to challenge white power, and that includes their bootlicking surrogates. So most black folks are scared to stand up for themselves, even when they know what they're hearing is wrong. They'll just readily accept any line of rhetoric that allows them to feel like something other than a coward. That's where the black media comes in. Cowardice is a sin, and part of our function is to make sure that we convict you of those sins so you stop doing it. This is why the turn the other cheek part of the Bible is memorized for most Negroes. Meanwhile, the part about the Bible that says contend for the faith or go and buy a sword, that part we conveniently forget. When we make demands, it typically follows an escalatory ladder. Long story short, we make demands and white power tries to ignore us. If the demands persist, they send in the bootlicks and shills to try to dissuade us and sow confusion. If that fails, then the white media has to step in and attack us, though never directly. But if our opposition spreads, then they'll directly confront us, often with criminal charges, if not try to kill someone. And then if that doesn't work, only then do they consider conceding in part or in total. Black people have never gotten anything by playing the game or any other sort of asinine chess move. You see, those kind of things may help the Jay-Z's and the Oprah Winfrey's of the world and all the other sellouts who sold their souls to white power, but it does nothing for us. Colin Kaepernick has been gone from the NFL for years now. So when does Jay-Z's chess move begin to benefit anyone other than himself? See, this is a guy who thinks that he's going to be an NFL team owner one day, so he wants to get in good with the white powers that be. Now, while some people may try to claim, well, every group's got some folks among them who work against the interests of the collective, the truth of the matter is black people are unique in that our turncoats, sellouts, and bootlicks are protected by the dominant society.
Yep.
No other group has sanctioned sellouts among their ranks.
Right.
They're free to deal with them themselves, and they're not protected by the powers that be. Now you got these self-interested bootlicks who have the nerve to wag their fingers at us.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen any of the bootlicks featured on white media who push our demands?
No.
They don't do that because that's their job description, to pay phony lip service to their own toothless version of black.
Yep.
But theirs is a blackness that makes no demands,
convenient.
that only stands for what white power wants, and mouths some empty platitudes about recognizing our humanity and other touchy-feely chatter that means nothing. Now, I could give less than a damn if any white supremacist or white supremacist sympathizer doesn't like me.
Right.
The favor of white power is totally meaningless.
Right.
All I care about is making sure that white power can't do anything against me.
Right.
That's something white power isn't about to do willingly, so we must take on this enemy and face them down. A lot of people don't understand that there's all kinds of psychic benefits that go along with being part of the black media, that go along with standing for black empowerment. I get up every day thinking of the most insulting, most degrading, most condescending, in short, the most truthful things that I can say about white supremacists and the bootlicks and shills, agents and plants. They spend all their time attacking us constantly with lies. So we've earned the right to expose them with a moment of truth. We give them no respect because they deserve none. So this is part of the black media's crucial role, to encourage black people to speak the truth and to no longer bite their tongues. Places like this is where we have our say.
That's right.
Part of setting up the racial pyramid under white supremacy was to make it where a number of these non-white groups, or at least groups that are not classified as white, would still go along with the white power structure precisely because they perceive themselves to be getting some benefits from it. Sure, they don't get as many benefits as those higher on the ladder than themselves, but at the very least, they get more than the people under them, and everybody gets more than black people do, and for them, that's enough. They think that they found a comfortable place under white supremacy. And the same way that the dominant society knows that all of their position and privilege in the society was handed to them because of this artificial racial pyramid, these non-white groups who actually have signed on to it, they also understand the exact same factor is true for them as well. That's why they fight against our demands. And if they actually do claim that we have the right to make demands, then why is it that they never do what we tell them to do?
Right.
In reality, their actions tell the story.
Exactly.
We don't have the right to get anything or even say anything that we should have. Now, it is against this backdrop that the black media arose. Because there was no way that white power was going to do anything to make it where the people it had been exploiting and using for 500 years would actually be able to speak up in their own interests for their own affairs.
Right.
But tragically, we have a bunch of these Negroes out here who actually don't want to be part of black empowerment either. The white media loves those guys and puts them on television precisely because they don't threaten the existing structure. But we do. I made a personal commitment 3 years back when I began this new format of posting content 6 days a week. It's a hell of a workload, to be honest, especially considering that everyone in the new voices of black media, from Brother Tariq to Tarian Rain to Lisa Cabrera to Chris Crazy House to myself, we're all one-man operations. White power makes it where these little podunk content creators go from being one-person shows to having hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars put into them overnight. I knew that after nearly 15 years in the trenches, taking up such an ambitious format change would be a huge task. So why would anyone do that? Two reasons. One, they say that life isn't certain, that only death is, and that being the case, if you don't know when you're going to die, you better make sure you get in whatever you want to say now while you can. Tupac Shakur knew that the wolves were circling before his death. He knew that they were getting closer, and that if he had anything meaningful to say, he better go ahead and say it while he could, which he did. As Tupac sufficiently put it, I will spark the mind that changes the world. Now, before anyone asks, no, I don't have any sort of situation going on that might shorten my life, at least none that I know of. But I do know that none of us is promised to see tomorrow. One of the biggest failings that black people have had for the longest time is we do not document or chronicle our lives. Not to toot our own horn, but ours has actually been the greatest comeback story in the history of humankind. And yet so little of it has been documented because apparently most of us couldn't be bothered to do so. Now, obviously, a large part of that is when you're a people who are oppressed, when you're facing life and death situations every single day, you don't have a whole lot of time to sit down and say, while I was busy fighting the latest battle for my survival, let me go ahead and tell you about it. That's obvious. But the truth of the matter is, by not telling our story, what we are doing is telling future generations that our existence wasn't very important, wasn't very valuable, and apparently we didn't do very much. Now, none of that is true, of course. But the problem is, without leaving a record of any sort, what other conclusion are they to draw? And this also happens to go for our intellectual resources as well. What did we think about the world that we were in, the battles that we had to wage? I want to make a contribution to that. That's the reason why I took up this, at least in part. I do know that none of us is promised to see tomorrow. At my age, I've seen enough examples of people who could have contributed so much more to make a lasting impact for their cause, to leave a legacy of thought, memory, and analysis that others after them could have followed and benefited from, but didn't. The entire reason we're able to venerate and use the lessons of our grandmaster teachers in our daily lives is precisely because they left such a huge body of work for us to study and be inspired by. Now, obviously, I do not put myself in the same category, nor do I deserve to be mentioned in the same category as any of our grandmaster teachers. Occasionally, I'll see some of the family who will listen to me and use that phrase to describe me, and while I'm very flattered by it, the truth is I'm not worthy of it. The Dr. John Henrik Clarks and the Dr. Francis Chris Welsings and all the other true grandmaster teachers, they did it when it was difficult to do. There was no internet, and certainly no place like YouTube that made it possible to gather large numbers of like-minded people together to hear this message. If you couldn't get on TV or radio, then people didn't hear your message. And those people, those intellectual pioneers, had to work for decades trying to overcome a white media that was attacking them, and truth be told, a black population that really wasn't receptive to the truths that they were bringing. Our heroes and sheroes fought those battles before the digital avenues that we have available to us even existed. And as I see it, we owe it to them to take the banner that they raised and run with it. It was hard for them to do it. And while what we do is certainly no walk in the park, it's also not the untold crucible that our forebears had to endure. We owe that to them. Another of our grandmaster teachers who doesn't get mentioned nearly enough is the late Dr. William Mackey. Dr. Mackey conducted a lecture shortly before his death, and in it he gave a lament about the baby boomers. He didn't call them out by name, but it was obvious who he was talking about. Dr. Mackey was of the World War II generation, and he lamented that the younger generation hadn't taken up the mantle that he, Dr. Clark, and others had carried. While it was true that these grandmaster teachers had put independent black thought on the map, it was also true that the movement they began would die out unless the next generation stepped in to continue the work. Finally, he remarked that because the boomers had dropped the ball, it would be another 20 years before the movement was able to move forward again. And he was right. When you look at the period from the death of Dr. John Henrik Clark up until the time when the new voices of black media had finally built enough momentum to be heard, it was a few years short of 20 years. People can be angry at me for calling out the boomers, but tell me, with only one or two exceptions, can you tell me of any boomers who have been active in this black empowerment space? Which of the black boomers can we call a grandmaster teacher? Damn few. It's usually the World War II generation or the silent generation who we call our grandmaster teachers. Now, how many Gen Xers and even a couple of millennials have stepped into the void left after the passing of our true grandmaster teachers? In fact, practically all of the new voices of black media, at least the most notable ones, are Gen X. Right behind them happen to be the millennials. There's a reason for that. And as one of the Gen Xers who brought my own admittedly imperfect effort to this work, I am proud of what I've done over the last 15 plus years to promote the interest of my people. I wouldn't have it any other way, and I know you wouldn't either. There is something that I would like to say for the millennials who are among the new voices of black media. It's going to come a time when the Gen Xers are going to begin to flame out, and that being the case, it's going to be the millennials and the Gen Zers who will be the ones who have to carry the ball. And that being the case, please be on guard against this absurd fiction being put out by the white right that the 1990s were some period of colorblind, race-neutral harmony, and that this proved that people are able to just get along because they weren't so uptight about everything, especially not about race. Why? During the 1990s, that was a time when race wasn't really such a big issue.
What?
Now, when they say that, they're ignoring things like, say the Rodney King beating that resulted in one of the worst race riots in American history in 1991. And speaking of getting along, that phrase became a punchline after Rodney King himself was damn near on camera crying, saying, "Can't we all just get along?" The Rodney King beating and the LA riots that followed, that was how the colorblind everyone was getting along because race wasn't such a big issue 1990s began. That was the beginning of the 1990s. That's how the decade started. And it continued with Sister Souljah, who made international headlines when she told the dominant society some unpleasant truths about themselves that they didn't want to hear. And she timed that perfectly, doing it during the 1992 presidential campaign. Then candidate Bill Clinton himself denounced Sister Souljah as part of his campaign. He wanted to show all of those white centrists, see, I'm not going to let some Negro sit here and just say whatever. Clarence Thomas claimed that the tough questioning that he received during his confirmation hearing was a high-tech lynching. This coming from one of the most notorious bootlicks who ever came out of the United States ever. He was playing the race card long before idiots like Jeffrey Jerkum Tubin coined that phrase. And why did Jeffrey Tubin invent the phrase the race card? Because he didn't like the outcome of the O.J. Simpson trial, which was saturated in racism from the LAPD. In that trial, it was a recording of now former LAPD police officer Mark Furman, who was the lead detective on the O.J. Simpson case, who was recorded gleefully admitting that he racially profiled black motorists and that he wished that he could put all the black people in America on a giant boat and then burn it at sea. Johnny Cochran's defense for O.J. was that Mr. Simpson was the target of racist lying cops who hated black people. And by exposing the lead detective on the case as a psychopathic racist, Cochran brilliantly proved his point, and Simpson was rightfully acquitted. But the white media was furious at this outcome. They had been huffing their own farts and telling themselves that because they saturated the world with articles, propaganda, masquerading as so-called news pieces that said O.J. did it, they figured that they could mind control the world. And Simpson would easily be railroaded right into a prison cell. They would get their comforting conviction, and they would be assured that black people knew their place. But thanks to Johnny Cochran, the opposite happened.
That's right.
And you didn't see anyone talking about how racially colorblind and racially harmonious America was. They said, oh, this is the problem with America. Race is the biggest issue. And let's also not forget that the 1990s was when the Michael Jackson trial first took place, too. Also, Arsenio Hall was the biggest name in late-night television. That is, before he decided to have Louis Farrakhan on his show. After that, he got canceled. They claimed it was for other reasons, but we all know that his having Farrakhan on the show and actually letting Farrakhan speak his piece, that was the real reason Arsenio Hall's show got canceled. Now, there's plenty of other examples that I could give you, but I think you get the point. This is for all my millennials out there. There were a ton of racial incidents during the 1990s. The 1990s was one of the most racially hostile periods in American history. But all of this has been memory holed by certain right-of-center millennials being paid by these right-wing think tanks. People who were born in the late 1980s, early 90s, and who are trying to rewrite the history that happened in living memory. These are individuals who are trying to mythologize their own youth into being some perfect time in their lives when it was anything but. These kids were not out in the real world. They were in school, watching cartoon and reading comic books, hanging out with friends, and not in the real world where their white classmates had white privilege to open doors for them while their black classmates were locked out. If you ask Gen Xers, they tend to lionize the 1970s and 80s too, to an extent. Hell, even the early 90s. Where do you think Freaknik came from? A lot of Gen Xers took that free love, sleep around with everybody crap that they saw their boomer parents doing in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, and they just put a hip-hop spin on it. But it was the same old degeneracy. No matter how dewy-eyed these millennial mouthpieces may try to pretend to be, their phony nostalgia doesn't mean that the 90s were actually some kind of perfect period of American history. What it really means is that every generation imagines their youth to be a golden age when it was anything but. And that brings me to the second reason why I decided to greatly expand what I was doing to a 6-day-a-week format. Because my people deserve to be heard. I like the idea that every weekday you could begin your morning with a strong dose of Black empowerment, whether you're making breakfast or commuting to work or wherever. And every Sunday evening you can also get the same. A number of new Black media voices post on Sunday, so that's the day to get a king-size helping of Black media. Since the white media has the reach and the resources to be able to make sure that you start your day and have to go through all of it, hearing nothing but lies, I thought that it was important that, at least in my own modest way, that I try to make sure you start off your day with the Black truth. If for whatever reason I was no longer able to post any more of these truths, then I want to know that I said everything that I ever wanted to say. That's why I make it a point to touch on as many different subjects as possible. It helps me to make sure that I cover all my bases. See, the enemy understands the importance of that principle. Rush Limbaugh was the quintessential white media racist. He made an entire lucrative career out of it, and the white advertisers and corporate backers made him filthy, stinking rich as a result. They wanted his lies out there. But more than that, he wanted his message out there. Do I think that you need someone like myself to help inform your sensibilities? Actually, yes. The entire reason that we revere the Grandmaster teachers is precisely because they helped us to understand things that we wouldn't have gotten on our own. And on top of that, we are never going to be empowered as long as we have 50 million different versions of the truth. There's a lot of people out there slamming their guns who don't know what the world they're talking about. We need to make it very clear there is a right path, not 50 million of them. A teacher doesn't just give you information. That's called indoctrination. What a teacher does is they show you how to think. And that brings me to a third unofficial reason why I changed my format. Because there's an old saying that if you can't explain something in terms that even a child can understand, then that means you don't truly understand it yourself. Now, that's not a perfect axiom, but the essential point is sound. Part of why clowns like Bethany Mandel got humiliated so easily is because they don't actually know why they believe any of the gibberish they spout. See, that's the advantage that you have under white privilege. There's no penalty that goes along with not knowing what you're talking about. Under white supremacy, you can have people who will hire you no matter how much of a failure you are, like Christopher Rufo, and they'll put you on TV or in print simply because you say what they want to hear. It doesn't have to make sense. It only has to make organized white power happy, and that's enough.
That's it.
When I took up the 6-day-a-week format, a lot of people cautioned me that I would never be able to keep up such a furious pace, that I would burn out after 6 months. That was 3 years ago. Yes, you do have to put out a lot of work, but either you're serious about this or you're not, and I'm dead serious about it.
You're going to have to turn your camera off, Lady Che, because the broadband is so bad. The connection is so bad, and when you speak, it sounds.
Is that what
choppy.
it is?
Yes.
God damn it, man. I want to. All right, now is it better?
Yes, it sounds like it. Say something.
Is it better?
Slightly. It's still a little choppy, but not as bad as it was.
It felt like it was really. I didn't hear it. Like damn, there every other third syllable.
Okay, well,
and whatever you were saying, I didn't hear shit. So through
basically, we're not getting shit from either party, and we need to continue to demand something for our votes. And now it's the right time. He just keeps reiterating that message, and he's just drawing historical references to further it.
I would say this though, if for some reason I like to think, if for some reason we could get the morning brief, or the Friday crime report, or my favorite commercial power tools, I would do like I do with Neely Fuller Jr. and
speaking of Neely Fuller Jr.,
heavy rotation.
We got to check on Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. He hasn't dropped Produced Justice.
And I would start from the beginning. They just did a video like last week.
He did?
He did one last week on a radio show, right? I think. Yeah,
on
like last week. I think he did the radio show again.
I haven't got a notification.
I think so.
From
it was either last week or the week before.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look further.
I believe it was last week or the week before.
Okay.
Speaking of, looking at the book right now.
All right, well, this is done.
And
like
I would say this, Lady Say.
There's like a minute or two left of this video, and you can say whatever after that.
I don't know what the future holds, but I know that I want to be a part of it and I want to influence it. So this is part of my own modest effort to do that. But it's not my effort alone. This is also yours as well. We are the Black media, and by we, that means you.
Right.
I've said it a million times, and I'm going to keep saying it until you say it too. Without you, we don't exist.
Right.
The only reason that we're behind the mic and relevant is because you chose to listen to us and to help amplify this message, which is actually your message. So please, don't ever think that the Black media doesn't include you. Since you're the ones who are responsible for this, the message isn't the medium. You are.
Right.
I'm proud of the work that we have put in. Right. And while I've been able to say a lot, I also have much more that I want to express, and I will in the years to come, or should I say, we will. During my time away, I'm sure the family's going to handle garbage disposal for the vermin who lurk around here. And also, if you're not a regular viewer of Tarian Rain's channel, or Lisa Cabrera, Chris Crazy House, or any of the other veterans of the new Black media, then you owe it to yourselves to become regular viewers of their content, especially Brother Tarian and Sister Cabrera. Black empowerment never truly takes a holiday. So while I won't be posting for the next few weeks, that's not to say that I won't be watching. In the meanwhile, I think you would also benefit by taking this as a chance to get caught up on the briefings and the archives of this channel. Not only can you find out details about events and people that gets ignored by the white media, but as the Black media, we make it our job to try to tell you what's going to happen weeks, months, or even years before it happens.
Facts.
So if you're new here, you'll probably be surprised at how many of my briefings from several months, if not years ago, are just now coming to pass.
Yeah.
Or how many of them told you something that you didn't know.
Yeah.
And for me, that's the most gratifying aspect of what I do. From the beginning, I've said that Black people deserve and need news and information that is every bit as thorough, every bit as prescient, every bit as cutting edge as what the white media does.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Black people above all others need to know what's truly going on and to be forewarned about what's coming. There is no law that says our people must remain on this earth, but there's also no law that says we have to sit on our hands and fade out of existence either. And there's also no law that says we have to suffer in silence. But even if there was, we wouldn't obey it. Because if we cannot have our power, at the very least, we will definitely have our say. I am both privileged and grateful that for 17 years, you've given me not just your attention, but also your trust. I work hard to earn it, because as Black people, we should have a media that operates in our interest. Working together, we will continue to do so.
Running for president.
Good day. And be well. I'd like to take a moment.
It's just, I can't hear it. Chaotic. But 17 years, good. All right, for sample.
For listening, liking, and sharing this message.
It's the connection, Lady Che, but go ahead. Lady Che. Yeah.
Yeah, the connection's shitty. It's shitty over here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
I would say this. What I said right before, would start all the way at the back of the video, the archives, and let it play on and on as if it was going on daily, like I do with Neely Fuller Jr. His videos and his 2 hour thing. Plus, I would say this, that it was always said to us that the code, the book is the leader, and so we need to keep that in mind. The other thing that I was going to say is that as just in this state, particularly in Colorado and in Aurora, Denver, whatever, we only have one legitimate veteran voice here, and that's our sister Vicky Dillard. And somebody, she's everywhere. She's doing the best she can with it. But that lady is the brings you the war room.
Right.
You know what I mean? She's been like that. That's the head claps and gavel raps. You know what I mean? So until we have somebody that adequately is like her, solid all day, every day, here, I felt in my heart I have to pick that up and do that.
Yeah.
You know, regardless of what happens, because I am codified.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's no going back. There's no back and forth. You know, regardless of what it
She's going in and out. It's the connection, y'all.
looks like.
Lady Che, you're going in and out, but I can hear you. But you're like coming in spurts.
I was it are ever help that because I can't help that.
I know.
Can't help that. I can't help it. I would say that. It's
yeah, there it goes again.
Still,
yeah, I apologize, y'all. She's at the Black House, and like I said, they got $1 million for CCH, Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, to fix the internet with an emphasis on fixing the internet in the building, and it's still fucked off. So please bear and grim with us tonight. I was trying to let this damn hotspot over there. My phone was on. I would have been to do that. Lady Che. Yes, her connection is really bad.
I send a link to the Frontline Black News. Send a link to the Frontline Black News.
What do you mean send a link? To the show?
Yes, I could get on the phone. Yes.
The StreamYard link?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And send it to production or myself?
You're sending it to yourself, I guess. It comes under you. I should be able to use it regardless, right? I don't know why. I have access to it. I don't know why it comes up as you. But yeah.
Okay, did you get it?
I'm about to yip on my motherfucking data. That's not gonna be a rip.
Yeah, sorry. Damn, Trey 30. Damn.
It's taking forever too.
It's that raggedy ass internet. I was just telling the one viewer.
Are you on? You're on the house, right? You're fine, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Man, just I can't even do. I won't be able to do my shit anyway if I wanted to. It ain't go through.
It didn't go through.
Oh, that sucks. I actually have something to say. Well, no, I didn't get no message to the Frontline Campaign Messenger.
Send it to you. Okay, I just heard
Frontline
ding.
Black News Messenger. That's on your end.
I just sent it to your Facebook Messenger. You should have got a ding. I just heard a ding.
Yeah, but it didn't come through.
What was the ding though? It just ding.
I'm on the messenger part. I don't know, Jesse. Probably the Facebook page, the regular Facebook page. I need you to do it to here.
I did.
Look.
It hasn't went through yet.
Well, apparently you didn't do it right.
No, I did.
You didn't do it right.
No, it's the internet over there.
Right.
I did it right.
Not on the phone, it isn't. Look. Need you to go right here. That one.
I really just sent it. What was that ding?
I
You didn't hear the
that
ding?
one. Oh my God, yes.
Did you hear the ding?
Yes, Jesse.
Okay, then that's the link. That means it went through. You got to turn your camera off. Cause like, what are you doing?
I'm showing you a picture. Where do? Look.
Oh, you're trying to. Okay, so you need to
go right there. That one.
Okay.
Right.
How dare you call me a weirdo? It's not my fault you're in a freaking black house with the.
Well, stop being weird.
I'm being weird.
It is your fault for having a million fucking things. You're weird. Straight weird.
All right. Well, I'll do that.
Hurry.
Whatever.
Today, well, we're wasting data. Look, I just heard that ding. What's that ding? Nothing.
Yeah, what was that? What do you mean nothing? Did you hear this one?
Nothing.
Oh my God! Well, it's the internet over there because I just sent it to that exact page that you just put up on the screen.
Fuck. Nope. Is it in the link? Is it in the chat? Where is it?
Oh, I guess I'm going to put it in the chat for you because I don't know how you're not getting it. Besides, the connection is really bad over there.
Why? Because you're weird.
I'm weird because the connection is fucked up over there. How is that my fault? They got over $1 million to allocate.
That's not my fault. Oh my God.
Did you get the link? It's up on the screen.
I'll get it. Carry on. I'll be right back. I'll be right there.
Right,
carry on. Just carry on. Don't get frustrated. Just carry on.
All right. Well, moving right along, we got the Demockrats have controlled America with a triple K for 12 out of the last 16 years and brought us to the brink of disaster. And this is from Uncle Phil. Shout out to Uncle Phil.
Mm-hmm.
That is too soon. Well, tonight in the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the past 16 years, it was pointed out on even CNN of all places that the Democrats have been controlling America for 12 of the 16 years. Well, I want you to hear, you know, what this panelist on CNN had to say, and let's kind of get into it.
In all these speeches, as good as they were, is that she's in the White House right now. Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And for all of the talk about division and the problems in the country and people who are hurting, Democrats have mostly controlled this country. Trump had it for 4. The Obamas and Biden had it for the rest of the time. And somehow it's still all Trump's fault. And somehow she hasn't been at the center of it. So to me, that's still the glaring hole in this campaign that hasn't yet been solved at the convention. How do you explain all of the problems that will be solved by the person who is currently in there for the last 3.5 years, who is supposed to already be working on solving it?
Yeah, that gentleman is 2,000% correct. Yeah. All the issues that's going on in America right now was clearly the Democrats have been running this country. For sure, we look at the current administration is a Democrat administration. If Democrat policies work so well, then we wouldn't have record inflation. We wouldn't have high gas prices. We wouldn't have high food costs. We wouldn't have car insurance going through the roof. I spoke to my car insurance people the other day, and I asked the lady, I said, listen, you work here. Could you explain to me why the insurance rate is just so high? She says, I don't even know why it's high. She said, I have no accidents, no tickets, and yet my rate just keep going up and up and up. And this is happening all over the place. So even people that work in the insurance industry really can't fully explain why everything is just going up. Because why should car insurance go up? Why? I mean, I can understand if you had a lot of accidents or whatever, then that's understandable. But you had no accidents. Usually, you know how it used to be, y'all, with insurance? The older you get, the cheaper your insurance is. It's when you're young, that's what's the rule forever in this country. When you're in your 20s, especially you're not married, especially you're a male, you have the highest insurance rate. Then after 25, it goes down for you. You get married, it goes down for you even more. And when you get maybe in your 40s, stuff like that, it really starts trending down. Like each year starts trending down as long as you don't have a bunch of accidents or whatever, right? But now it don't matter what age group you are. It don't matter if you're married or single, don't matter. They're charging you the same. Like car insurance now is about the price of a lot of car notes. That's unheard of. I remember at one point in time, y'all, and I'm talking about for 2 vehicles, full coverage insurance, I was paying like $175 a month. Yeah. Full coverage for 2 vehicles. Now, and this actually was a quote unquote good rate. I'm paying like $515. Oh my God. And that was actually a good rate compared to I had to leave one company because they were just ridiculous on the price. We ain't had no accident, no anything. That's ridiculous. So all this stuff has been under Democrat rule, Democrat watch. So we supposed to trust Vice President Kamala Harris to fix an issue that her President Biden and herself was in. Then on top of that, she's going to make things worse. Mm-hmm. I mean, are you kidding me with this capital gains thing that y'all presenting? You want basically to go from 20% to 44.6%, taking half of people's money? That's ridiculous. Then if you leave your money sitting there and it makes money, she wants to tax you 25% on top of that. Like, you trying to let me tell you something. If them Democrats do that, I'm telling you right now, it's going to crash the stock market. Many people going to, before that go and enact it, because I would do the same thing. They're going to sell everything off that they got while it's still 20%. They're going to sell everything off before the 44% come in. It's going to be a massive sell-off. And not just here in America, but you got a lot of people in different countries have investments in America too, in our stock market. It's going to be a massive sell-off. And when you have a massive sell-off, it's going to crash the stock market. And you crash the stock market, you're going to crash the economy. But see, once again, it goes back to what I said previous live streams. I do not like to see politicians that don't have a business background in charge of the people's money, because they didn't know how to do nothing right with their own. That's number one. The other thing is she's going to incentivize more immigrants to come. We're want to give $25,000 down payment assistance, which is going to jack up the home prices. Okay, creating more inflation. Then you got states like California and Oregon. Oregon is trying to give $30,000 down payment assistance to migrants, not American citizens, to migrants. These are all Democrats. California got a bill where they're trying to give 0 down home loans to migrants, not American citizens. I mean, this party has shown to put Americans last. and people who just came over here yesterday first. So why should we trust the Democrats to fix the economy? When you look at the situation, how it is, and they've been in control for the past at least 12 of the 16 years. And the time we had Trump, what do we have? We were making money, economic prosperity, things like that happening, lower gas prices. Now, another thing that she wants to present, she wants to take the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. Why is that a problem? A lot of businesses will just either pass that cost to the consumer, which is going to jack up prices once again, or some of them is going to get out of doing business like that with America and go to safer nations. China has a 19% corporate tax rate.
Wow.
Now at the 21%, which because during Obama it was 28%. When they lowered it down to 21%, it brought a lot of business back to America. That's kind of like what the EU have. Now you may say, well, you're not thinking about that, but I'm telling you, your country of America is ran on business. Business. If business is not doing good, then your job isn't secure. It is a trickle down effect. Your business is not secure, the business is not secure, your job's not secure. If the business is not making money, layoffs happen. Business is not making money, pay cuts happen through they just may have to cut your pay because they had to reduce payroll, or they have to reduce your hours, which is like cutting your pay. Same thing. Yep. Okay. So you need to be concerned about these moves that she wants to make. Yep. On top of dumping probably about another 15 million more migrants on top of you. Now, there's a lot of American citizens don't have homes, but yes, she wants 3 million homes, and she wants these 3 million homes. And guess who the majority of them homes gonna go to? Not you, not me, migrants.
You're still choppy though.
This lady is kind of telling y'all what she's trying to do. She won't put it on their website though. She won't do that. But she's telling you in her speech what she's trying to do. And you have some silly people in our community. And they won't get it until she get in there and start doing that. Then they're gonna be the main ones crying. They're gonna be the main ones emailing me and emailing all the other brothers and sisters who are out here on these microphones. Well, I was just trying to, support a black woman and make history. But I'm looking at all y'all old videos and y'all was right the whole time. I got them same emails about Biden too. Yeah. From black people. You understand? Mm-hmm. And we'll be getting them same emails if this lady gets in office. Oh my God. It ain't no way, no how that her economic plans would literally create more inflation, create layoffs, pay cuts. And then she's talking about she's going to control price gouging. You're going to create food shortages doing that. Think about it. Create food shortages. You think that's a joke? When you go to your favorite restaurant, we out of this, we out of that. We can't serve this. We can't really get the food we need. So now you're shutting restaurants down because of food shortages. We closed today because we don't have enough food. But see, then y'all start complaining. Yeah. When these people say this stuff to you, you think it's all fun and games and it sounds good. Yeah, until it get applied. Mm-hmm. Look at places like Venezuela. They did the exact same thing. And guess what? They had food shortages. Yeah. Where they rationing food to people. None of y'all have lived a life where you've been rationing food. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is, I don't trust them. I don't trust the economic plan. They believe in continuing wars. What, during Trump? We wasn't in no wars. Now look what's going on now. $75 billion have been sent to Ukraine alone. $75 billion. Mm-hmm. When Black Americans talking about reparations, they're not even playing with you with a study no more. We know we see the fraud of a study. But $75 billion could have been a good start on reparations, don't you think? Y'all really got to think about your choice in November.
Real bad feedback.
Because you think you got economic pain now. Let her become president, Harry. You will see. You will see. You will see. And I'm telling you, listen and just pay attention. Listen to the experts. There's a lot of financial experts. You want to listen to me, it's fine. Go listen to them on CNBC. That's what they do all day long. They financial experts over there, right? They are highly against everything this lady's trying to do. Because it doesn't make financial sense. They're not partisan over there like that. I mean, some of them may support certain candidates, but that's not what they do, is discuss candidates unless it affects the finances. No, what they talk about is how it's going to affect the stock market, how it's going to affect investments, how it's going to affect home prices, how it's going to affect interest rates. You need to watch CNBC sometime just to get to understand where we at economically. Then you understand why we are in the financial pain that we're in. If you're in financial pain today, do you want to reward the people that got you in financial pain?
Hell to the no.
That doesn't make sense. All that partying and carrying on they was doing in Chicago this week. What are you celebrating? Because I don't see nothing to celebrate like that.
I don't either.
The Democrats put on a party for 4 days, and I don't understand why. What were you celebrating in Chicago?
Right.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I don't get it. But remember, the Democrats have been in control for the past definitely 12 years.
Yeah.
So surely the country should be better off, right? Especially under Democrat control.
Yeah.
Look at Obama, the housing crisis. What did he end up doing? You got to put down 3% on the FHA loan. Before, you could have put down 1%. Sometimes nothing down.
Yeah.
He made people come out of their pocket more. Obama did that.
Yep. Oh, Samba.
He didn't help us like that.
Hell no.
But think about it. Just think about it, because financial pain is coming, and it's a pain that none of y'all have not seen before. This country will go into not a recession with her policies. This country is going to go into a depression like it was back in the 1930s.
Yeah.
It's going to go into a depression.
Oh my God.
And then y'all gonna cry. And you understand something, especially Black Americans. If you know the statement, if white people catching a cold, you get pneumonia. So if they got a financial cold, you know you got financial pneumonia.
Yep.
You better really think for what you go do in November. It's about your pocketbook at the end of the day, not all that feel good stuff and color and all. No.
Boy.
It's the pocketbook.
Right. Thank you, Uncle Phil. We lost Lady Che. But yeah, Uncle Phil summed it up nice. They've been for 12 the last 16 years. And like I said on Facebook yesterday, how is this the Republicans' fault for any of this that we're going through right now? This is happening all under Democratic leadership and control. Authoritative regime. So yeah, they both authoritative regimes, the Democrats and the Republicans. And Democrats are being more and more blatant with it daily. Not only was that a party, that was a straight up indoctrination of bullshit, of basically genocide, just soft form abortions and whatever else that was trying to tote out there, and joy. Oh, we just need to feel good. That's just gonna make us better by feeling good. We're not gonna do nothing tangible for you. There ain't no policy for you. But we're just gonna feel good. No, them days are over. Long over. That shit worked for the boomers and the traditionalists and the silent generation. They ain't working on us. So later for all of that. But yeah, Phil was on point as usual. But everything that he was saying in regards to them Democrats. So don't even waste your time coming to me talking about voting for Kamala, any other Democrat for that matter. Unless they black first, like Chantel, that's the only one. But the rest of them, and maybe Leslie Harris, even though she's publicly admitted that she is a Democratic operative. She's not black first, she's alphabet mafia first. So there's always that as well. I think we lost Lady Che. Hopefully she comes back on. We're down to the last two topics of the night, Black family. So again, appreciate y'all staying up late with us. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. I might have to just end it right here. There was two more topics that I wanted to get through. Especially since this is probably the last time we streamed on my account. Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up on the phone. It is. Oh, RFK dropping out. Yeah, we definitely need to get to that. So RFK Jr. Has officially dropped out of the presidential race and endorsed the dump as inhuman shit. And we'll make that perfectly clear, as we thought he would. So we're gonna go over that. Shout out to Brother Tony, TV Media Group for this coverage. Sorry, y'all. It's real hard to see. Let me change screen. Okay, here we go.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here. We're live. Breaking news. Some of you might be informed about this and know about this already, but in case you didn't know, breaking news. I'm laughing because I'm looking at Untried Genius. He put yes. He said yes. RFK Jr., man. RFK Jr. Has dropped out of the race. He has officially dropped out of the race and is now endorsing Donald Trump. RFK Jr., I repeat, is dropping out of the race and is now officially endorsing Donald Trump. He gave a host of reasons for why that is. I believe his original speech is somewhere around 48 minutes long, close to an hour. All the reasons for why that is. I want to get into a few of them, just a few couple quick hits, bullet points concerning just, what he discussed. And then we're going to head on out of here. This isn't going to be a long, drawn out stream, but let's get into when he officially made that statement, right? Let's get into that right now. And shout out to my man, Untried Genius, once again. Yes.
Three great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children.
We're going to get into the free speech portion in a moment. Trust me, you're going to want to wait for this and what they did to RFK Jr.'s live feed on CNN.
We were the party of labor, Colorado, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president.
So much of what he's saying right now is true, and we're going to get into the rest of what he's saying right now as well, because that's when we're going to watch CNN, disrupt his live feed. But I mean, just so many of us remember me growing up, right? I'm 39 years old. As far as the Democrats were concerned, in perception, they were the party of free speech. They were the party of actual democracy, right? They were anti-war. They were huge when it came to being against, way back in the day now of the war in Iraq. You get what I'm saying? And they've done a complete 180 on who they were and what they stood for, at least what they perceived to be about and what they perceived to be for. They've done a huge 180 from that standpoint, from then up until now. This is a whole new party now, taking a whole new stance on a host of issues as it pertains to being against democracy and tyranny. They used to be the party that was anti-tyranny, you know what I mean? But now they have taken on the role of the tyrants. They have taken on the role, essentially, of the villain. You know what I mean? And RFK Jr. is going to explain a little bit of that right here.
Our media.
Let me rewind it back just a little bit.
Institutions, for our media, and for our government, and most sadly at all for me, the Democratic Party. In the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it. Lacking confidence.
I want to play that one more time. In the name of air quotes saving democracy, they have been dead set on dismantling it. And that's so true. That's something that we talk about all the time on this channel. That the party that talks about preserving democracy the most, being against hate speech the most, being against, hurtful rhetoric the most, misinformation, disinformation the most, are the ones who have engaged in it the absolute most.
The Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence.
Not like
me,
30 minutes.
The Democratic Party, in the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth. The DNC waged continual legal warfare against both President Trump and myself.
If you all remember, when I discussed how the Democrats were able to successfully remove RFK Jr. off the ballot in New York, RFK revealed that to this very date, he has paid, or I should say his campaign has paid up to the tune of $10 million in legal defense fund. Wow. $10 million in legal defense, where you had the DNC, and their little surrogate organizations constantly waging legal war, right? Filing these petty claims against RFK Jr. concerning ballot access in an attempt to remove him off the ballot in multiple states. Obviously, it's not cheap to fight these legal wars and to go up against the DNC and their little surrogate organizations. And like I said, up until now, he has paid $10 million. $10 million fighting them. Not fighting Trump, not fighting the RNC. He's paid $10 million fighting the DNC just to stay in the race, as they have continued to weaponize the legal system to remove him off the ballot in the same way, and they did it successfully, at least in New York, the same way that they were attempting to do to Donald Trump. Let's get into this right here, though. This is the last clip that I want to play for you, because as he's discussing and talking about how the Democrats have now become the authoritarian party, and how they're now engaging in a very anti-democratic manner in order to quote preserve democracy and save it. As he's articulating these things, right? The ouster of Joe Biden, the coup against Joe Biden within the party, he's explaining and breaking this down. And mind you, this is his live feed, right? Everybody's carrying it because we want to know what he's going to say in the moment. They are playing it on CNN. And look how CNN interrupted when he was discussing the coup on Joe Biden within the Democratic Party. CNN said, nope, not today. Not today. Watch this.
Against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35 days.
We've been listening to independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. from Phoenix, outlining what led him to his quixotic quest for the White House to now dropping out and relinquishing the title of Democrat. He had a series of complaints about the party. We're, of course, going to continue watching his remarks. There's a back and forth over whether he's going to endorse former President Donald Trump. We're going to break that down on the other side of a quick break. Stay with CNN.
Oh, man, they said not today. Not today. They cut RFK Jr.'s feed quick. They said, of course, we're going to get back to it. But, run a commercial. Run a commercial real quick. Who's running commercials, in the middle of a mainstream media, like, live press conference? I've never seen that before. They cut my man's feed off. They said, oh, no. RFK Jr., he's telling the truth. Get it out. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Well, of course, we're going to get back to it. But first, let's just run a commercial. We're going to play a couple commercials, and then we'll be right back. They said, let's let him get through this part of the discussion first. Let's get through this part where he's telling the truth, about us being the authoritarian party, and then we'll get back into, his actual, live feed and what he had to say. Oh, man, that is crazy. That is unbelievable. But all this does is it's more proof to what RFK was saying is true, right? This has become the party of the authoritarianists, right? This is the authoritarian party, not the Democratic Party. They are extremely anti-democratic. We've watched them weaponize the justice system. Some might say successfully to a degree, but unsuccessfully against Trump because they were doing it to get him off the ballot. So in that case, they were unsuccessful. But they were successful in weaponizing the legal system in order to get RFK Jr. off the ballot in New York, right? They've been very successful in freezing people like him and Cornel West out of mainstream media for the most part. They don't give him much coverage other than to demonize RFK Jr. and refer to him as being right-wing when he's not, and then we're watching just how all this is playing out right now. These are a handful of the multitude of reasons for why RFK Jr. has bowed out the race and is now endorsing Trump. I mean, you're looking here. You're supposed to be showing a live feed of his press conference, and you're interrupting it to say, hey, we're actually cutting the commercial right now. Forget what he's talking about. I don't know, man. I don't know. The DNC, they, like I said, they might as well just change their name to the authoritarian party at this point. They might as well do that. And shout out to my man Untried Genius for coming through. He said, this is a huge development. If we lose this election, I don't know if I have much more faith in the people or our voting system to do what's right. I'm kind of right there with you, man. I'm right there with you, Untried. It seems virtually impossible for Kamala to win. And then when you just take into account, we've discussed it, and I'm going to say this one thing in closing. Pennsylvania, and I did a live stream about it, a quick one. Pennsylvania already said, we're not guaranteeing same-day election results. Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania, the coveted swing state, has already put out an official statement 2.5 months before the election, telling us all, hey, man, if you're expecting same-day results over here from us in Pennsylvania, we are not guaranteeing you that. That's crazy when a whole swing state puts out a statement ahead of time, letting you know, forget it. Forget it. But anyway, that's what I got. That's all I got for you guys today, man. This is going to be a short one because I do have some things I got to take care of. But I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. You know how important that is to me. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends. Follow me on Telegram and Rumble, both the
thank you, Brother Tony, for that commentary. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that RFK Jr. was saying in regards to the Democrats exercising lawfare to keep independent candidates off the ballot in several states. We were fighting it here in Colorado. We won. I think we had to testify at a congressional hearing late last year because they were trying to make it harder for third-party candidates to get on the ballot. But like I said, we are officially on the ballot. We're in the state of Colorado, so definitely make sure y'all support the campaign. Get involved, get engaged. We have a Black First agenda. We actually have policy, something Curry Muller can't say or produce. And the dump has policy, but it ain't specifically for us. But we got policy that's specifically for us. So just stay tuned, Black family. In the meantime, we're still on policy watch, and this broad still has no policy. She says it has meet Kamala Harris, 10 walls, take action, store, and donate. There's still no policy. Let me hit the refresh button. Okay, donate. Close that. Nope. As of Sunday, August 25th, 2024, Kamala Harris and Tim Walsh still have no policy listed on their website. And when you go to meet Vice President Kamala Harris, it's just a little biography and a little bit about what she did when she was in California and her somewhat of her upbringing and such, but still no policy. Same thing with Tim Walsh. Just an update on his upbringing. And yeah, I got critters to deal with. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I gotta handle something real quick. Let me choose in the chat. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna have to move us to the last topic then. Killing this critter. And that is Breonna Taylor somehow is getting blamed, or rather her boyfriend is getting blamed for her death. This latest ruling from this court case. It's the last topic of the night, or in this case now the morning. So we're gonna hop right into it while I kill these critters. It's a fun video. I'm sorry, I don't have some complete order. Yeah, that's a good video. Okay, so this is Lisa Cabrera. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She shows us love, and we're gonna show her love back. So this is her and Truth Royal right now. She's gonna be joined with some other people from the New Black Media. As this video continues, but this video is about 90 minutes long, so I don't know if we're gonna get through all of it, but I'm gonna try to get through most of it.
Because he was the one that set this ball in motion and not doing everything he can to make sure Breonna Taylor had her day in court. He literally denied her that to this very day. And that all started with Daniel Cameron.
Yep.
Number two, we know what happened. They falsified a reason in order to get the warrant in the first place. Now, one good thing about the people, they did vote that judge out of office, and that's a beautiful thing. Well, they need to get this judge out of office as well. But I believe this is a federal judge. That other judge they voted in. But the bottom line is, from day one, when Daniel Cameron did not want to go after these officers, that's how this whole thing got set in motion. So now, and you remember it was Judge Olu Stevens that got Kenneth Walker out of jail when they tried to pin attempted murder charges on him. So every step of the way, we have seen the cops get protected in this whole thing, and no justice whatsoever for Breonna Taylor. So when I saw this story come out that the federal judge said it is Kenneth Walker's fault on why Breonna Taylor was killed, that's a load of BS.
Right.
I mean, it stunned me for a moment. Then I have to remember where I am. I'm in the United States.
Snakes.
And all of their courts are rigged up.
Yeah.
That's what you must remember. You want to chime in, Kim?
Yes, I do, Lisa. What I was thinking about is I went and read a couple of articles too once you told me about it. If it's his fault, he couldn't give like a legal basis why it was his fault. And my thing is, okay, if it's his fault, why he not being prosecuted or charged or anything? This stuff is not shocking. We should not be shocked because this is how they have made this system up. And I have often said that the first thing that they do when the enemy continue to keep doing what they do to us is when they investigate in themselves, they always investigate it trying to find a way out. Don't think that they doing the same thing, even with Sandra Massey too as well.
That's right.
I learned a very valuable lesson with the Amber Geiger, and you can't get excited about the grand jury indicted them and said we're gonna go to trial and all this kind of stuff. Okay, you go to trial. We seen the fiasco when it came time for the sentencing or anything, and then they will fight like hell, even if they do get sentenced and get a slap on the wrist to get up out of there, because they want to set the template in how they want to be punished. But this is their system, so we should not look. I would be shocked. I would have been more shocked if they would have said, okay, they would have been charged with everything.
Yeah.
No. I would have been totally shocked. This is what you need to look for, because they're being true to their nature at the end of the day. But it still something goes back to me that my father taught me as a child. And he said there's 3 sets of laws. And he said you got the man-made law, and then you have believe it or not, each individual families have laws, even though there's things, morals and values that we set in our individual families. And then he said, then the word that my father used was, we have God's law. And he said, you can't get around that at all, whatsoever. They're not getting away with anything. Yes, it does irritate us, make us feel some kind of way, because we want to see them be punished instantly. And remember when I was saying over and over again that don't think that they're not being affected by this. So in this particular case, the very pig that was first charged, him and his wife was up about 3 o'clock in the morning in separate rooms on a computer, venting how they felt. And he even said that he was losing sleep because Breonna Taylor's unquote ghost was coming after him. And I know we are affected by the system, but I'm becoming more and more detached. And the more and more detached that I come from this, it doesn't affect me as much as it used to, because this is what I expect from the enemy and the enemy supporters.
Yes. And just look at how this whole thing was done. You got Daniel Cameron that put it in front of the grand jury, but he only mentioned the neighbors that lived above her when their apartment got shot into. No mention of Breonna Taylor. And then when the jury said, wait a minute, they felt tricked because Daniel Cameron tried to put it on them for not putting up, for not bringing up Breonna Taylor. It's not up to them. They're not lawyers or judges or anything, or anybody in the legal field. That was his job to do it. But you see how slick he was? He on the grand jury. Well, y'all didn't bring up Breonna Taylor. Well, no, they went on what you presented in front of them. And you presented a case minus Breonna Taylor, and you argued over the neighbor. and you never brought her up. And then you turned around and put it on the people in the grand jury, and they did try to do something about it. But
Yes,
what could they really do?
No, yeah, he orchestrated it in such a way where it made it very, very hard. And what got me was how he sat down with Breonna Taylor's mother, looked her right in the eyes, and said, "I'm going to fight really hard for your daughter." And now he gets angry because anywhere he go, somebody is hollering Breonna Taylor, Breonna Taylor. And then, then he wants to run for governor, and that didn't work. That didn't pan out too good. And I could see the anger in him. Like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this because I'm trying to use some of the things we lost. I already put that energy out there that it's a cost messing over royalty. It's a cost. You're gonna pay some kind of way. We may not see it in our lifetime. It may affect their family members or some kind of way. But when you have created a energy of negativity, you are wrong. So you created that energy. You created it. And it took me actually to connect with the royal family on social media, because I realized that there were things that were put out for us to go against our nature, and then they want us to say, "Oh, we forgive them." I don't forgive you at all whatsoever, because y'all intentions is to do us wrong. So I want you to feel the exact same pain that anything that you have inflicted on us.
Yes. And you know what, y'all? When I got demonetized, do you know YouTube had the audacity to write me and told me I need to be nicer on my videos? Fuck you. Go to hell.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you on that. Where they make
we don't go through this bullshit and then turn out until I gotta be nice. Fuck you. Fuck all of you over there.
Okay. They say be nicer on here, but they make a point of showing us getting our brains blowed out constantly on YouTube. They make sure they always showing some type of violence towards us, towards our children, towards our elders. There's always showing some type of negativity, and they gonna tell us to be sensitive. Yeah, fuck them too. At the end of the day,
right?
I'm not gonna curve my words to satisfy or appease the enemy, because they know that they wrong. Right. They know that they wrong, and they don't want us to speak on the very thing that we are speaking on.
Exactly. And all we're doing is speaking on things that have actually happened to us.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. So, you can you're a liar and all that stuff. No, we're not lying. We're going off of what we have seen historically.
Against two former police officers accused of falsifying the search warrant in the deadly raid on Breonna Taylor's home. The DOJ had accused the two officers who were not present during the raid of putting false information into the warrant. The judge found no direct connection between the warrant itself and the moment that police shot and killed the 26-year-old. The judge also ruled Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, is the legal cause of her death because he fired the first shot. Walker has said he thought that an intruder was entering their home. The DOJ is reviewing the decision and considering next steps.
Mark? Yeah, Rick, Vicky, this case does not involve the LMPD officers who executed the search warrant at Breonna Taylor's house the night she died. It involves the officer who prosecutors say lied to obtain the search warrant and his supervisor. And a judge has now taken a potential life sentence off the table for both of them.
I really wasn't surprised at all.
Chanel Helm helped organize the protests in the summer of 2020, which followed Breonna Taylor's death earlier that year.
I really have no faith in what adjudication looks like for law enforcement officers.
For her, Thursday's ruling was the latest in a string of disappointments in the case. A federal judge dismissed key charges against former LMPD detective Joshua Janes and former Sergeant Kyle Meany. James is accused of lying to obtain the search warrant executed at Taylor's apartment, while Meany is accused of approving the warrant application even though he knew there was false information in it. Both men are accused of trying to cover up their tracks once they were caught. The charges that were dismissed, deprivation of rights resulting in death, could have carried life sentences. Taylor's family issued a statement that read, in part, "Obviously, we are devastated at the moment by the judge's ruling with which we disagree." In his opinion, the judge wrote, "The result must be the natural and probable consequence of the action at issue, as opposed to a conceivable consequence." The judge noted the officers served the warrant late at night, alarming Taylor's then-boyfriend Kenneth Walker, who thought intruders were breaking into the apartment and fired a warning shot. He wrote, "Even if police had a valid warrant, the alleged post-midnight busting in would have frightened KW, who would have fired, prompting the lethal return fire from the officers." The judge also wrote, "KW's decision to open fire is the legal cause of her death." That's a statement that concerns Helm.
And it's very frustrating that this is being blamed on Kenny for absolutely defending his household. Like, I don't think any of us would just stand back and just watch our military-looking people trying to bust into your house, let alone firing hundreds of rounds into an apartment.
Meanwhile, attorneys for James and Meany praised the judge's decision. Meany's attorney issued a brief statement that read, "We are very pleased with the court's ruling." Now, to be sure, these two officers are still facing some serious charges. James is accused of deprivation of rights, conspiracy, falsification of records in an investigation, and Meany is accused of deprivation of rights and making a false statement to investigators. The judge would not dismiss those other charges. Mark Vanderoff, WLKY News.
Breonna Taylor's family tells us the prosecutor working the federal case against the former LMPD officers accused of falsifying that warrant that led to her death plan to appeal a judge's recent decision. Just yesterday, a judge dismissed the most severe charges against those officers. Tamika Palmer, Breonna Taylor's mom, shared this statement with us today. "The only thing we can do at this point is continue to be patient. The appeal will extend the life of the case, but as we've always maintained, we will continue to fight until we get full justice for Breonna Taylor."
That's right.
Taylor was shot and killed during a police raid at her apartment in 2020. Multiple officers have been charged in connection to her death. This week, a judge ruled the warrant was not the cause of her death and dismissed the most serious charge filed against former officers Joshua James and Kyle Meany. If convicted, the officers could have been facing life in prison. The charges they are still facing hold penalties of up to 12 months. Social justice activist Sadiqa Reynolds called the news disappointing, but not surprising.
And you wonder, where is the accountability? What is in place to prevent an officer from making up a warrant and causing someone's death? What will we do?
Meanwhile, Joshua Jane's attorney, Thomas Clay, calls this the right decision by the judge. He says he has asked multiple judges to review the warrant. They all agree it was, quote, airtight.
There's a lot of things that have been misstated that are false, and we have great hope that we can go to trial and expose the untruths that have been told about this whole case.
LMPD released a statement on this today. It reads, "We are mindful this is an open case in front of the courts. We respect the judicial process and accept the ultimate outcome in this matter."
We investigated ourselves.
A federal judge dismissed felony charges against two former Louisville police officers involved in the deadly raid of Taylor's home. Detective Joshua James and Sergeant Kyle Meany were federally charged in 2022 with submitting a false affidavit to search the home. The 26-year-old was shot and killed in her apartment during a flawed forced entry raid in March of 2020. A judge ruled yesterday there was no link between the warrantless entry and Taylor's death.
In Minneapolis.
Denied reaction to a judge's decision to dismiss key charges.
Everybody's gonna keep repeating the same news. Okay, so that's with Lisa Kabur and True Royal, and I think LBZ, who's coming on next with them. We're gonna be joining them here shortly. Are gonna be discussing.
Over there. But see, you monitor us You know why y'all monitor us? Because you know we're telling the truth.
Yep.
That's why you monitor us. Oh, well, we'll just demonetize her channel. Fuck you.
Right.
Okay. At the end of the day, I'm way too old for you to try to control.
Right.
I'm way too old. I'm past all of that.
Right.
Yes.
So anyway, y'all, when you really think about this, in the very beginning, they tried to put this on Breonna Taylor's boyfriend by putting attempted murder charges on him.
Walker,
for just defending himself and Breonna Taylor up in that apartment. Remember, he said there was no announcement at the door. He didn't know who was coming up in there. He didn't know.
It scared the hell out of him, and he did what he was supposed to do.
Right.
He was supposed to protect himself.
Exactly. See, what the plan was, I think, Kim, I think the plan was to put it on him all along. Slap the attempted murder charges, throw his ass in jail, and then build a case on blaming him for the whole thing. But see, when Judge Olu Stevens stepped in and saw what happened, he was like, oh, no. Y'all ain't keeping this man in jail. And he took him out, and that kind of threw a wrench in what they were attempting to do. That was their plan from the beginning, y'all. So this judge just pretty much did what they wanted all along.
Yeah, then they lied and tried to get the postal system all involved in it, and the postal system wasn't going along with the lie. And then they even tried to get Breonna Taylor's ex-boyfriend to come up with something, and he stuck to his guns. He not in jail. And they was trying to make him out like he was some big time criminal. They went. I really think they went over there to steal some money that they thought was over there and some drugs that was over there, because that's what I think.
Yeah, but here's the thing. How you doing, LVZ? Here's the thing. Even the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend they claimed was a drug dealer, they didn't find nary drug on that dude. They didn't find no drugs at Breonna Taylor's house. They didn't find no drugs where he lived. They didn't find nothing, y'all. So all this big talk about, she was dating a drug addict. Yeah, a drug addict that had no drugs. Imagine that.
Right.
A drug dealer that didn't have not one drug up in his house. What kind of damn drug dealer is that? Where you couldn't find one drug on him.
Yeah.
So he's trying to come up with the worst case scenarios and put on us. And then when you don't find it, you look stupid.
Yeah, and so it just shows you how the system works in their favor, because they just be plugging along, and they got these judges and they got these prosecutors put in place. If this don't work, we'll go. They system works quite well for them. Their system is very predictable. Very predictable. But what I question is, okay, if you blame him, why you ain't charging him?
Right.
They was in the bed sleep. Next thing you know, you come at the door all foul.
Yeah.
They thinking somebody about to rob them and stuff. It's scared the living hell out of them. The way they came with them.
It scared the neighbors too. And you remember that African neighbor at one point he said this happened, and then he said he heard them, and then he turned around and said no, he didn't, because they threatened that man.
Yeah, they did scare that man. I remember him because he had went to pick up his daughter, because he worked at night, and he went to pick up his daughter from the babysitter, and they did threaten him. Like they always do. I mean, we can write the script on this stuff. We already know what y'all gonna do before you do it, and then you still want us to just go along with the narrative, go along with the lie, and all of that. And then something that really was deep to me when my father was teaching me about this system, where he said, on top of that, then they worry about their legacy and they want you to like them. But they keep doing these things to us.
Exactly. LBZ, you want to come on the panel?
Okay, here come L.
Hold on. Because you're saying a lot there in the chat. So let me send it. We're on this topic. But yeah, and then they want to know why we don't trust anybody in your system. We don't trust the cops. We don't trust your prosecutors, your all white juries, and your judges. This is why we don't.
No.
Because even when it's obvious that it was the cops behind the whole thing, you still get them off the hook, which goes back to what I said many times before. Y'all will protect an evil cop. Y'all will protect the most murderous cop out here. Y'all will stand up and defend them and protect them. See, when that stuff went down with Tyree Nichols, you didn't see nary black man or woman put a video up defending the cops, because see, it ain't in our nature to defend evil like that, but it's in your nature to do that stuff.
But you know what was very deep to me? I was watching, what was it, 2 weeks ago, I was watching all the footage, videos that they had put out of the cop that killed Miss Massey. And I was looking at the nature and the body language.
I did email you, LVZ. Check your email. Go ahead, Kim.
And I was looking at the body language of them, and I mean, they were so nonchalant. Oh, I mean, and the thing that hit me was one of the things that we and I can start with myself first. I don't do it anymore, but when I was much younger, what I was looking for was any humanity in these so-called people when they would do the most atrocious things like against us. And they just being true to their nature at the end of the day. So once I started getting that together in my psyche, like I said, just another part of me just get detached. I'm not saying I don't get pissed about any of this stuff, but we're not shocked. This is what you do in your system, but you still ain't got away with nothing. You ain't got away with nothing. You're gonna have to answer to something.
Tim, you know when it hit me for the first time in my life? I was at work. And it was an incident that took place it was like a local story. And ultimately, this black man was innocent of what he was accused of. Well, when I went to work, it was buzzing because it was a local story, and it was, it was not a lot of crime. So when we heard something big, it used to be a big talk. Every single white person on my job, he deserved it. I hope he go to jail and all this stuff, right? Come to find out the guy was innocent. They went completely silent. That's when I knew how wicked these folks were. I said, when it comes down to going to jail, they just, it's almost like they're gleeful that our people go to jail. And we know how rigged up, and a lot of it is rigging and stuff. And they just seem to be very happy about it. And I noticed that early on in my life. And that's what turned me off. That's what turned me off. And I have not been the same about it since. I used to be naive, like a lot of people. But that is the incident that changed me forever.
Yeah, because the thing that my father would say to me, and it hit me one day, because he was saying it a lot, but I wasn't grasping it. Then one day it hit me. He said, they don't think like us. And that last time he had said that, I just froze. And I was really listening. We would both see an incident with our eyes. And like you said, Lisa, all of them are saying the same thing. We all looking at the same thing.
True Royal, you got a raccoon subscribe to you. Ricky Manor, that raccoon.
Wait a minute.
He got on the channel. Lisa, I'm glad you're supporting MAGA. I hope MAGA find you and beat your ass down. That's what
It's
I hope.
It's on my channel.
Yeah, he's on your channel.
Yeah, I
I
just
see
seen
it.
this cracker
Oh,
wood
you
just
getting
now.
you getting the pimp hand, Ricky, huh? Yeah, you getting
Yeah,
that pimp hand.
Ricky the
Yeah,
raccoon. Ricky the raccoon.
redneck. Yeah,
Yeah, go
redneck
ahead,
loving
LV.
Ricky.
Oh,
LVZ.
I ain't had one of these in a Lisa. I ain't had one of these in a minute. Oh my goodness! I got a trouble.
LVZ, did you see what's going on with Breonna Taylor with the case?
No, LBC's.
Well, first of all, let me say what's up to y'all ladies. I miss y'all.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I just heard what was happening. I was in the middle where I was near the end of my live. Somebody had just came in and told me. I said, hold on, let me go look at what you were talking about. As I go to look for it, the first thing popped up was y'all two-face. So I clicked on it and saw it. And I said, hold up. Cleared. Because somebody had came and said, oh, LVZ, a judge gonna blame Breonna Taylor's boyfriend for what happened. And I said, hold up. Blame him for what? Sleeping? You gonna blame him for sleeping? You gonna blame him for thinking somebody was breaking in the house? I mean, we do have the aftermath on videotape. The man was clearly distraught. He didn't even know who y'all was. So y'all blaming her because of what? You blaming him because of what? That this doesn't make any sense. Oh, you're white and you say so. Okay, we got it. We got it. Now see, all I'll say is when you leave people with no alternative, they end up making other alternatives.
Right.
Yeah, but see, we're not supposed to protect ourselves, even though in this country, you know, they all about guns and glory. But when it comes to us protecting ourselves, no, we don't supposed to do that. And then when they get caught at or exposed of their true nature, then you know they white explain it away and what happened was and all of that.
Then let me demonetize the True Royal and Lisa for speaking the truth because we got to blame elsewhere.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That shit caught me off guard too. I'm like, hold up, they demonetizing everybody.
Oh, you got one too?
Oh well, I've been demonetized since 2017. We're not even gonna go
okay.
there.
Yeah, you know, it's just what you go through. But you know what?
I'm about to say
they can't shut your voice down.
No, that's the thing. I realized that's why this last channel done lasted so long. They keep offering it to me now, and I'm like, nah, that's all right. I'm good. No, and like, no, they're like, well, we're gonna put ads on it anyway. Okay, I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't want none of your money. You good?
No,
Just leave me alone.
You ain't gonna make no money anyway. But
no,
they gonna make plenty of money off of your channel though. Throwing them ads up there.
They're so wrong. But yeah, they want to put that. They want him to bite into that so they can come back and say you're demonetized. We're gonna take you down and all this stuff. All he's gonna do is put up another channel.
In the meantime, there's some mass shooter putting a manifesto on here that they missed.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, come on now. Got that. Oh look. Oh, what's my man name? Elliot Rogers sitting there. No, you females out there. You don't take a superior man like you.
Well,
look at you. I'm coming there and I don't do anything. They gonna let those be on there all day long.
You remember Peyton Gendron had his manifesto out here on YouTube. He said everything he learned from, before he went into that grocery store, with the barrel of the gun with the N-word on it. He learned all of that off YouTube. He said he learned everything off of YouTube before he went in that grocery store.
Wow.
Be sure.
Okay. But YouTube is worried about what some black people are saying. Hell out of it.
Yeah.
They heard about what we're chattering about. But there's some of the bigger things going on here they miss completely.
Yeah, right.
No, here's my thing. How is anything
be out here for years? Y'all, it ain't like they've been out here just a week ago. Most of the time when they come across them, they already been out here for several years.
Mm-hmm.
But this is my thing. How is having a perspective on the news or giving the news in your perspective? What's the controversy about that? Everybody, you don't.
They know they can't refute what we're saying.
Right.
So
Exactly.
it's like a microaggression. I can't
That's
beat what you're saying, but this is what I can do to you. I can demonetize your channel. You know, I mean, they're only using what they have at their, at their disposal.
Mm-hmm.
But but don't look. I noticed something. They do the dumbest ass demonetizing ever, right? Yeah. So my channel was demonetized one day, y'all. This week, I actually just went back and looked at one of my lives. And I looked at some of the commercials. I was like, ain't no way nobody who listened to me about none of this shit. I said, they're going to skip this. I don't even understand who you're selling this to. This is for real. They had like Donald Trump gold coin. I said, man, do they hear the shit I'm saying about Donald Trump in this video?
Yeah, right.
Kamala Harris. Look, damn, Kamala Harris would be mad if she heard what I said in this video. What are y'all doing?
Did you see a recent picture of Donald Trump? He looks all stuffed up, hair messed up. He all in front of the camera.
No, I haven't seen
this picture.
I do know what you're talking about. I saw it yesterday on a reef. I said, man, the whip over look bad. It's matted down on his head, and that the whip over look bad. I know, at least I think I know what's right. Hey, the whip over, like you know, normally the whip over be puffy, so it sit up high in the middle. This time the whip over is kind of like a one of those Hot Wheel ramps, stunt ramps. Now the whip over it dips in the middle, and the sides are up like Count Dracula. Yeah. It's almost, but you can see. But the wild shit is you can still see his scalp through all. I said, damn, that whip over look bad. And what's so funny, I thought about both of y'all when I seen that.
I'm gonna have to look for it, but I saw a still shot of it on the video. I was like, what the hell?
Because the last picture I seen of Trump, he looked like he had smeared that orange makeup on his face.
Yeah, he's so out of it now from Kamala and all them dragging him. It's like it's starting to show physically on him.
And then what tickled me was a couple of short weeks ago, when Elon Musk was interviewing him. Now you couldn't see him, but you could imagine what he looked like. He didn't have his teeth in his mouth, and he was slurring everything he said. I said, "Ooh, I know Trump looked like a hot mess behind the scenes." Because I said I didn't know Trump was toothless too. On top of that,
damn, Auntie, you say you got the Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, I got a video of Joe Biden where he was giving a speech and them dentures started sliding through his mouth. Man, I wore him out.
I remember that.
Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness.
But he's having a meltdown, and it's showing on him physically.
Yeah, you know what? 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning is when it really hits him.
Yeah, he's toothless. He's putting the makeup on all funny style, and you got a diaper on, man.
Oh my goodness.
By the way, LBZ and True Royal, I spoke to Harvey.
Harvey.
2 hours ago, and he said hello because I told him I was going to be doing this live. So shout out.
And I just said the other day, I said, man, I've been running back and forth doing little stuff because Barry's mom been in the hospital, so I haven't been able to do the live with me and him like I wanted to. I said, man, that's my bad. I got to get back in touch with him so we can start back up this coming Monday.
Platforms. Yeah. And until we get our own,
I know. I just looked at. I was looking at that same picture of Donald Trump when he was sitting there complaining about what was he complaining about just recently? Oh yeah, that's what he said. In Chicago, they need stop and frisk back. That's what they need.
I said, yeah.
So
that's
there
right.
you go for everybody coming in my chat room talking about his black agenda. There you go. To stop and frisk.
He was in Arizona speaking, and he was talking so much mess. Fox News cut him off and went to something else. I said,
Yeah.
"Oh my goodness!"
You know that both Biden and Trump had the same agenda: more police, more police, and we know what they want the more police for us.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Somebody talk about something in the chat room. What's your name? T-Man. Would you say he getting death threats? Yeah, he is getting death threats. It's called the Reaper. That's who's getting death threats from cheeseburgers. That's what's giving them death threats. McDonald's, all that McDonald's is giving them death
You know what
threats.
they said over on the Midas Touch LVZ? They said what Trump will do, what will happen is when it's time for Trump to eat, he'll have his staff serve him his McDonald's to him, and they said that all of his dining table and everything is set up real high because he wants to look down at everybody, and then they have to praise him. Them cheeseburgers, like you said, is catching up with him.
And you know,
They told us don't forget KFC, y'all. They said don't forget KFC.
Oh yeah,
but you know, yeah, they said every time Donald Trump gets upset, he loses control in them diapers. I said, boy, he must need an endless load of diapers these days because he
always upset. Remember when he was in court and how he was stinking up the courtroom? They say he was in there passing gas. I mean, he lit the courtroom up,
falling asleep,
going to sleep.
But one of them Jones was on record. He did let one go. He ripped one. He ripped one, and I said he got to have some diapers on. He done some shit like that in the courtroom. One of them, because he was mic'd up. For real, that was because I remember y'all. I remember y'all was talking about it, and I'm laughing my ass off. But that shit made national news, and I said they bite the true rule. And seriously, one of them, I forgot I seen a video or something. It was mic'd up. That jump went. What? I said, damn. I said, God damn.
Oh my goodness.
I said, that's a sick warmer, right?
I was reporting. When he was in office, I was reporting about him wearing them diapers. Folks said I was lying. They said I was making that stuff up. And I said, no, I'm not. I said, this is real. Dude is in them diapers. Now, everybody talking about it. I had been talking about it. You know, I had found when he was playing golf, he had lost his bowels out there playing golf. And I said, that's what he get. Because anytime you golf with him, all he do is cheat. He always got to win. They said he even played golf with Tiger Woods and even cheated. Everything has to go in his favor. So I didn't feel sorry for him when he soiled himself out there playing golf. That's what your behind get.
And Joe Biden should be just in.
Them Jones was shitty as hell too. That was nasty.
Oh yeah, they said he stinks so bad. Feinstein looked at him weird.
Did y'all see? Did y'all see? He got Ivana buried at his golf course.
Yeah, I seen it.
Right, y'all. He ain't even taking care of the grass around her grave. The grass is all overgrown.
I know they've been talking about him like a dog on that. You would think his children would have something to say about that. They just lame ducks. They just sit there and just go along and get along.
Yeah.
Somebody snapped a picture of her grave. It looks horrible. You would think she was buried at y'all look. You would think she was buried at a black cemetery. You know how they keep the black cemetery?
Yeah, you're right, Lisa.
You would think she was buried at a black cemetery the way her graveside looks.
Yeah, it do look really awful. It really do.
That's fucked up. They got her buried next to the family turtle and shit.
Hey, LPZ, you gotta look at the picture. The grass don't look like it's been cut all summer around her grave. It looks
Nah, I told you. That's what's messed up. Hey, y'all, look. They go out there every summer.
Children, man.
Right. This was so messed up, though. The kids go out there every summer and put flowers on the turtles' grave and not the mom.
Ooh, that's cold.
That's messed up.
No piece of work.
And they said even the spot she's buried in was not even the best part of the golf course he owns. He kind of put her like out the way. Don't put her where she don't interfere with my golf. My golf.
How did he end up being in charge of all of that?
Right.
I think she had arranged for him to, assist in that before she died.
Because
why y'all been so?
Y'all know how she died, right?
Yeah, she fell down. They claim she fell down a flight of stairs.
You should see the flight of stairs in that home. They said the stairs were very dangerous. And they knew one day she was going to take a tumble.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to end it here. I'm sorry. It's 5 a.m. I got the food bank in a couple hours, so thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of the Frontline Black News, Season 4, Episode 21, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today, this evening, for a brand new episode, Season 4, Episode 21, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. And hopefully, Lady Che is able to get her RBA off sometime today. This is now Sunday, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, with a double C. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on YouTube and, not YouTube, excuse me, on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where we will be discussing the pulpit pimps, prostitutes, and jack-leg preachers. So we're gonna remake a show that we did in the beginning in our first or second season of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So make sure you'll stay tuned for that. And appreciate everybody that tapped in with us. Of course, Lady Che, our other host. Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent, who is in the Sin City, or as he calls it, Lost Wages. And the Raiders are garbage as usual. And that's a great thing. And the Broncos going to win later on today, so I can't wait for that. And appreciate everybody that tapped in with us, that was peeking and not speaking. And shout out to our mods, Twin and Mac 285, always tapping in with us, always holding it down right on them highways and byways. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separation, and Black empowerment. Che and Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. And also make sure y'all vote for me in November. Once again, I am the only Black candidate on the ballot for Carl State House District 8. And I have a Black First agenda. And next month is when we're going to start ramping the campaign into full effect, because we got forums and debates coming up. So I'll finally be able to debate my competition, or at least be in a forum with this colonizer. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separation, and Black empowerment. We will see y'all later. Peace. Oh yeah, make sure y'all like and subscribe. Once again, hit that bell so you'll be notified of every episode. Peace.